By the reaction,
really good.
They really enjoyed that one. Vincent Westerhoff putting the ball down.
Good composure. So they've run what's called a punish, and it's just a link quickie. So split to the outside. Defender's done well to cover his outside, the step back in field, and the spaces in between that middle channel, which is always a tough one to collapse under, especially when the plays are being run on the link. That's why they're quite effective moves.
So we're all square in this one, and I think the Netherlands have deserved that for the way they played in the last few minutes.
Definitely. I think, like we said, that's a nice play. Well done.
Oh, great. Come back from Switzerland. Eva Stauffer putting the ball over, finding the hole.
Really good composure. And just as we were saying, Netherlands have deserved to come back into it. They've ran that doggies again, that link sweeper, but this time the next progression on from it is to feed the splitter. So he split it infield. He's getting outside of his opposite defender because the Netherlands' defence is so tight. And that's where the space is coming from. And it's just a simple case of hit your holes, deliver that pass and execute. And that's really nice. Like we were saying, Switzerland probably deserved to be level, but Netherlands have replied really strongly there. They definitely deserve to be in the lead at the minute.
Yeah, so Netherlands...
I would just
7 metres out.
I'd just like to see from Netherlands so they've got quite a few quick players, and they're running the Swiss quite hard left to right. But on the back of it, I'd like to see them run a play off it. So what they're doing at the minute is they're trying to beat people. They're getting caught and having to come back to roll the ball, and it's just stunting their speed and stunting their momentum a little bit. If they can start running plays once that line's bent out of shape, I think that'll be cause all sorts of problems. That's good, Hans.
And
that's really good.
The Netherlands, I think they have got their equalising try. They have indeed.
That's good heads up touch footy, really good. He's got on the outside of his middle. So again, it's kind of a punish. They're quite far out there, but he's got on the outside of his middle. 3-on-2, hands. Great finish in the corner.
Yeah. So 2-2, and we are going to hand over to the studio where Ian has got Robin Bob with him. many thanks to Ian and Robin there, as we are back with commentary, and it's 4-3 to Switzerland as they go ahead.
We've had an explosion of scores.
Always the way.
Again, it's tell you what, they're just talking about it then, there's some really good touch being played here. They're running, both teams running some really nice plays. They're executing well, and they've both got starting to get into a bit of a groove of kind of what's working and what isn't. What we were talking about before, I think Netherlands are doing really well to bend the Swiss out of shape. I'd like to see them running plays off the back of that. They've gone into a quickie, step to the short side, great hole!
Oh, that's a
beautiful pill.
And it's a great take as well from Anne-Marie McNally. And she...
Oh, you got to give that, sir. Yeah, beauty.
Yeah.
So, I'll tell you what, that's a really nice play. So, all they've done here is run a quickie. The half's going to pick up and go to the short side and pick up against the grain. He sees that's not an option, comes off his right foot, and then he's got a 4-on-3. Pick the right option, and he has. That is just a great touch score. Like a lot of touch scores, you're looking for a player or a move to create an overlap somewhere. All that move has done is created a 4-on-3. Then you want your ball player to pick the right option, and he's just picked perfect. Link hole, that's the one that's open, but this is a really good game. Really enjoying this.
It's real back and forth, a very close game.
Yeah.
It's Switzerland are the ones they keep going ahead, but Netherlands pegging it straight back.
Yeah, it's really back and forth, and it's not like the scores are frantic and kind of park touch free ball stuff. They're well thought out, they're well planned. Might have been a little fumble there, but they've got away with it. Both teams have got good transition, good rucking. They know what they want to achieve on touches 4 and 5, so that's what they're going to break into now. They're going to sweep over across to get on that boy Link. They've got a penalty there, but I'll tell you what, there's two things that you want from your transition. If you can get a penalty because your transition is so up there with intensity, that's such a big win. So then they'll get 6 touches, 6 strikes on the Swiss line, and I would have liked to have seen a strike on touch 1. You want to use every opportunity you've got, so they're going to go on touch 2. A little bit tight in that corner for a quickie maybe, but so now you're halfway through your touch count. If you're Netherlands, you're halfway through, and Swiss, I would see that as a win, that you're 50% through this touch count and not much has happened. They've gone into a sweeper, but that's good defence from Switzerland, really good. It's forced them into a man on, and they've got 1 touch to play with.
I don't think he had control of that as he went over.
That's really good defence for line D from Switzerland. They forced them into probably 2 good strikes. They've done well to force them into that, and they weren't good enough to cause any real problems. So Switzerland will try and return with their transition now. Let's see what they've got. Heavy touch.
Heavy collision.
I think you've got to get... Is that a penalty? It is.
It's a heavy touch.
Referee's giving some lovely hand movements.
William.
I'm not sure what they mean, but...
So you meld that.
And it's not often a compliment, the refs as well, so they can take that.
I think that will... Well, it didn't matter because it was mishandled, but I think that was forward anyway.
The tough thing there for the Swiss is, even though there was no real decision given off it, they were creating that momentum. The whole set just stopped because of whether it should have been a penalty or was it a loose carry. We don't know, but they've got to generate momentum all over again for touches 4 and 5, and both teams are kind of stunting themselves a little bit with their transition at the minute, and it's a shame because, like you said, we had a really flowing game of touch, but Netherlands now will get a fresh set of 6.
Yeah, they work it into the middle, maybe looking at this right hand side, but they come back in again.
So off that penalty there, you really want to be getting to the set. That's they'll be fuming with that. Yeah. If I'm the coach there, I'd be fuming with that. You've got a fresh set of 6. For me, there it's a tough one because you don't really have anything pre-programmed like you do with a tap off or a subbing set. But you get to the 7 as quickly as possible, then you've probably got 4, maybe 5 strikes on the opposition line, and they've really wasted that set, especially in such a tight game.
Yeah, there seems to be some errors just creep in.
Yeah, good defence.
Oh, good take, but that was 6 touch, so Netherlands will get the ball back. Very deep in their own half, though.
Yeah. It could be a fitness thing. That it's again those errors. Like it's because it's such a tight game. It's been a quick 15 minutes, and it's like the last 2 minutes. Whether it is a bit of fitness, bit of fatigue, or you're not really sure. But they'll go straight back into a 32 short with the Swiss, and they'll go straight to the open side. That's where the space is. Good.
Down. Yeah.
Good skills. Good execution. Good score.
So Switzerland take a 1 point lead once again.
An interesting one, that. So it's kind of a 32 short. So the middle's coming on that hard short line. The rapper's getting around. He's not really looking to go short side at all. He's gone straight to the open side. And it's come about because the Netherlands' defence is just so tight, which, yes, you do have to be, but you need to be able to keep your hips square and be able to get back across and chase anything to go out. And that's twice that they've kind of run that, and Netherlands have replied with a mistake. So it's a big couple of minutes for the Swiss.
It just seems to have been quite a few errors that have crept into the Netherlands game over the past 5 minutes, and I mean, Switzerland have really only made them pay for it once.
Yeah. Well, that when we watched them yesterday against the Irish, it was a similar kind of story. They started strong, and then there was those couple of errors, and that allowed Ireland to pull away. I mean, if the Swiss can score here, it's not far off the same story that we had watching them yesterday, and that's forward, that's an error. So it doesn't look like the Swiss will pull away to that extent. Netherlands have got 40 seconds here to maybe get through their transition nice and quickly. Hopefully they'll get some comms from their box, from the coach. They've coughed it up again. They're killing themselves with these errors.
Yeah, they really are starting to punish themselves, and it's only so far that they'll be able to hold on. Maybe another handling error there, this time by the Swiss.
The thing is, because Netherlands, they are making errors. The Swiss are as well. They've made them pay for it a couple of times. I think if I'm the Swiss here, I'm thinking I'd want to be converting on those opportunities and making them pay. I mean, they could have pulled away with this. I think Netherlands, I'd be obviously frustrated with the amount of errors I'm making, but I'd be happy with the score at the minute.
Yeah, I think there's going to be frustrations in both camps, isn't there? I think the Swiss, because they haven't managed to take full advantage of all the errors that Netherlands had at the end. And then the Netherlands are going to be frustrated because they're coughing up all the errors.
Yeah, it's a strange one. I was just thinking kind of what I'd be wanting to hear, or what I'd be saying in the box right now, and like you said, it was a really good opening 15 minutes. So, like we're seeing now, some really good touch scores, and the well thought out, the pre-planned, like we're here running a doggies play. They're going to pick up in field, and that's where the space is, because the Netherlands' defence is so tight. And those are training ground moves that have now translated to the field, and that's what you want to be seeing. A link quickie punished. They scored off it early with the step back. This time they go to the outside and execute it well. But that's kind of from there. That's when both teams started making those few little errors, and Switzerland just haven't been able to make Netherlands pay for those errors. Good score again. Quickie step back. Hit your holes well. I think if I'm Netherlands, I think the obvious one to pick up on is the fact that we're making quite a few errors. So we've got to sort that out, because when we don't make errors, this game is on an even keel pretty much. Switzerland, on the other hand, I think I'd be a little bit frustrated. That was the best score of the day for me. That was brilliant. Really good holes, good right foot step, good execution. And then we're seeing here, because the Netherlands' defence is so tight, it's straight. They've got an overlap straight away. I'd just be looking if I'm Netherlands, and it's a little bit of a comment I made on them yesterday. It's their pre and post touch on line defence. all we mean by that is pre-touch is your body position, your footwork prior to making the touch, and that goes for every not just the toucher itself, it's the people getting onside as well. You want to be getting back as early as possible, so you're ready for your post touch. Post touch is everything after the touch. It's keeping your hips square to the line. It's not collapsing under. It's being able to read the play and shift across if possible, and that along with obviously the error count is the thing that probably has put Switzerland just over the edge.
We see both teams in tight huddles. The Netherlands obviously will be going through a few plays, but I think the big message from there will be please cut out the errors.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be mine. I mean, you don't want to overload your players with points going into the second half. You kind of want to just give them 2, maybe 3 simple things to focus on, and errors will be the top of my list. Definitely, errors would be the top of my list. My second would probably be line defence and just being sharper on pre-touch and being smarter on post-touch. Those would be my 2. I should be a coach, me. I should be a touch player.
Yeah, a coach of a development team, maybe.
Jesus. National champion, me.
For those who are wondering what we're going on about, you are, of course, coach of the Wigan Warriors.
Just being taken down a peg.
So it's the Netherlands who have the tap off. They'll be wanting to start strongly in the second half, won't they? One behind. If they can get it back on level terms from this drive.
We keep saying it, and I will keep saying it for the next 5 days. The second half tap off is massive, especially in games like this when it's so close. Like, from a defensive point of view, it could be a 2-way swing. It's similar to an intercept where you're thinking the attack's going to score. Like, off a tap off, most good teams will have 1, 2, maybe 3 tap off moves that they know they are likely to get a score off. Netherlands, I think, going off how they've been playing today, will have a tap-off move that they're going to run here. I don't think they're just going to work their way to the line and see what's going to go on. I think they're going to run something that they will be likely to score off or cause some damage off. So, with that being said, if they don't score off it, 1, it's a bit deflating. 2, you're giving Switzerland the chance to run their transition and work their way upfield. So they're going to go into a 32 short. And they're going to go to that short side, find a little bit of space. Good hands. I think that's a touch pass. So, yeah, like we said, it's the play that they want to run off their tap-off is a 32 short. They've noted that the toucher has probably pulled maybe a little bit too straight, and they've gone for the short side. And it's quite a good defence from Switzerland. They've managed to... What they did really well there is, whether they recognised it or not, they made the short... the play, they made it run in the tiniest of spaces, the tightest of spaces in that corner, and that was good. Good feet, good touch.
Yeah, good high defence by the Netherlands to get the ball back.
We talk about it a lot, but midfield day is huge. Midfield, and a lot of it is just attitude, and it's attitude and fitness and moving in the right places.
It's a good drive so far by the Netherlands. Yeah, taking advantage of that great deep play.
Link punish.
There's space over on the left-hand side
She's
again.
Offside. That's played through. Penalty.
So fresh set of 6.
Yep. So
on the 7.
What they've done really well there, and it's mixed touch. It's moving those chess pieces to get that to get the right opportunity to get a guy on goal, and that's why good goal links are so valuable in mixed touch. What they've run there is a link punish, guy on goal, and they've got a penalty from it, and they'll run it the other side. This time it's not as effective as the other side. So Netherlands seem to, obviously they do have those pet plays, and each pod will have a pet play, but they seem to be wanting to run those punishes quite a bit. What Switzerland are doing really well, and it's what Netherlands struggled with against Ireland mixed yesterday, is they're running a pocket defence. So you've got a middle going up really high, and you've got the boy Link going up really high. Now they've got a boy sat back. There's the hole. That's a great touch.
It was great defensive touch. Oh, no, or is it? No, it's been given.
I thought he put his hand up. I thought that was a great recovery, but we've seen that a few times now.
We'll see it again on the replay, hopefully. And
so we're talking about that pocket defence. That is how to expose it. Because that boy middle is up so high, he's gone down on the link. He's split to the outside. He's come off his right foot. Is he claiming that? No, I think he's saying no. Nah, he's saying no. That's great honesty.
Great honesty, yeah.
I thought we had it. But yeah, we're talking about that pocket defence. We're talking about how to expose it. And I'd like to think that is from me telling them yesterday. Maybe, probably isn't. I won't listen to me. But, you know, we talked about it yesterday when they played Ireland. Ireland ran a pocket defence, and it was really effective against them. And Netherlands didn't figure out a way to fix it. What they've done there is a move to exploit that pocket defence because the boy middle's up so high, so aggressive. If you can go down on the boy Link, split to his outside, step back in the middle, that boy middle who's come up really high and aggressive, he's got a good 7-8 metres to get back on side. If you can hold him up for as long as possible, that's really well thought out. So they'll go back to the middle quickies. Good feet, good D, well done. That's really good.
Let's hand back over to Ian in the studio, who has a guest with him. Thanks very much, Ian. No further scoring.
Woohoo.
And it's Switzerland who are on the attack. With 5 minutes into the second half.
Good feet. Oh, that's just good heads up.
He's through.
I'm a big fan of the throwback to halfway as well. Big fan. Well done.
Great score. Number 16.
I think that was that last touch. That's just good feet. He's just got ball in two hands. He gets to the outside of his opposite defender. Netherlands will be disappointed with that. So most scores that are scored have been scored in this game. They've been pre-planned touch scores, and that was probably one of the few that wasn't. It was a little bit of off the cuff.
I think for the Netherlands defender there as well, he had Josh Weston coming up on his left hand side, and
he's got to stay. He's got to, yeah. He has to, yeah. It's essentially man on man, and that's a great ball, great dive. I think he's given forward. What a shame, because I tell you what, number 9, Fon Sommers. That is an excellent mixed wingers finish. If we're able to watch that again, the way she catches it, she's catching it as she's diving, and she's able to get nice and low to the ground. And
I think there's an injury on the far side.
Yeah.
I think she's hurt quite badly by the looks of it.
Yeah, I didn't,
Everyone rushed around.
didn't see what happened there. Hope she's all right. It looks to be
She's up.
a lower body injury with a limp. I don't think it's anything head on.
Because they've already lost Francine van den Berg.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
Who he's still sat below us
Yeah,
with what looks like a leg injury.
I think it looks like she's staying on. She's giving the box a little thumbs up.
Good, just
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
maybe a rolled ankle or something like that. But yeah, let's hope she's all right.
I suppose it's one of those things where she's probably said, I need to stay out here for a couple of minutes to see if I can run it off.
They've Netherlands have received the penalty as well, so this is a really big set for them. This game's flying by.
Yeah, they've managed to come back each time. And
Too far out.
Switzerland.
Oh!
Great pass!
Good finish. That's outstanding.
We almost saw it come off before it came off that time.
I tell you what, it's not the best defence from Netherlands. So this is I was mumbling that Quickie was too far out. For some reason, that the Switzerland winger comes in. Somers has still got plenty of work to do there because the boy links recovered well. But that dive, low to the ground, 2 hands out, mega dive.
And Netherlands come back again. They are not allowing Switzerland to stretch away with the lead. And you do wonder, it's one of those sort of games, Netherlands haven't led at all in this game.
Nope.
And it's one of those games that if you think you manage, they do snatch the lead.
Yeah.
Could they then stretch away and take the
thing,
game?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's a really tough one. This, I think if I'd want to be in one of the boxes now, I'd want to be in the Netherlands box. They're the ones that have got the tails up. They seem to be growing into this one a little bit more with each minute. That's good yards. That's outstanding. Get that down.
Great
Get that
speed.
down and go forward.
Darren Brown.
Nope, stay in field. So you don't want to waste this now. I think that's only 4 touch. So you want to play off this. I'd want to be feeding somebody down, picking up off this. Pick up. Quickie. There's your space. That's a shame. Yeah,
Good defence, to be fair.
It was a good defence. They recovered really well. Good scrambling defence. And with 10 minutes to go, this is poised really well.
It's, as we said from their previous results, both teams are going to want to take the victory here.
Definitely. They seem to be really well matched. These are the kind of games that, that bump you up a place in the table. And it's really well poised. They've got a 32 short. They're a little bit too far out. And he's looking to just get around his opposite player. Leave it. Oh, she's done well there. Always risky for a winger to take one of those, but she's done it well, and they've been rewarded with a 0 touch. So that's 1. Good yards again. That's only 2. I'd go straight in there. Take those yards. That 3rd touch. Now 4 and 5. This is where you want to be. This is where you want to be working towards your strike plays. Plow in, pick up, go short side. There it is. Straight through.
Space on the
side. What a score!
Oh, yes. And you can see the celebrations from Lindsay Schrader there. His arms in the air.
I'll tell you what, that was outstanding. They did it really well. They hit that far side middle, pick up and go short side. There's straight through. Switzerland looking to mirror.
Reagan Kirk with a great pass.
Really good. Netherlands have got some great finishes on either side, and that's one of the reasons they're up at the minute. They're playing really well.
So Netherlands lead for the first time in the game. Can Switzerland come straight back?
Good D, well recognised. They're looking to run that link sweeper again, and the progressions just aren't as effective as they are in the first half. Netherlands are defending really well at the minute. So they've gone for a counties play. They'll pick up and go short side again.
Oh, well taken.
Fantastic D. Fantastic D. I think I can't emphasise enough how well the Netherlands wingers are playing at the minute on both sides of the ball. Scoring one end, finishing in the corner, and then great defence on the other.
And good yards again by the Netherlands.
That's a shame. They lost a little bit of momentum there. I'd be looking to go. So what Switzerland are doing well every so often is when Netherlands are coming on for their transition, they're flooding that play and shutting it off. If I'm Netherlands now, the only thing I would change is to come back towards the box.
Oh, it's an interception.
Well done to Chase back.
Oh, great touch. Great recovery.
What a game this is. They've got space in the corner. Well done, Netherlands.
Well,
to recover there.
That's incredible recovery. It's still not over for them, though, Switzerland, with touches to play with. It was a great interception.
Link sweeper, step in field. They've had joy off that.
Oh, and it's... well...
Netherlands will be buzzing with that.
You could say Netherlands have got away with it there, but to be fair, the recovery and defence after the mistake was made was exceptional.
Yeah.
And now they have the ball again.
They've done so well there. I was thinking that's not the play. You're one up, like your transition's working well. I don't think a no-look pass is the play you want to be running. Good yards again. Pick up off that. Yeah, that's great.
Have they stretched it? They have indeed. Oh, look. Oh, he's happy with that, isn't he? As he puts the ball down, look at the smile as he comes off.
I wouldn't be rushing to get the ball down because they're leading. I'd be slowing this right down. Their Netherlands transition is the thing that's winning them a game at the minute. They've only got 5 on. I think they're celebrating a bit too much. Then now back to a full complement.
But we said this, didn't we? That if Netherlands could get ahead, the first time that any of these teams have been 2 ahead in this game.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they've just got the tails up, and they've not really looked back since. Yeah,
you can see it, but I mean they are just below us, but they're buzzing down there. Yeah. You can see.
Good noise
exuding
for the box.
confidence.
Yeah. Nah, that's a bit of a shame. Half court. The referee's got it. So, yeah, it was a shame that because that was building quite nicely, and obviously you've got your strike players, they just seem to be slowing down a little bit there. They've opened the door a little bit for Switzerland to get back into this with that error.
In Switzerland, they need something on the board.
Yeah. Better transition. They've just killed the momentum a little bit. I would have looked to go off that, but they'll go straight into a 32 short. The line's there. Good dive.
I think he got
nice and low. I would say that's ball down. Back in this game on.
Yeah, James Beresford there,
really
diving through.
Got a little bit of an injury as well. But it's a 32 short. They actually go on the link, so it shouldn't be as effective. But he's just thought, I'm going to get as low as possible, go as hard as possible. It's a good dive, and that sets us up for a big 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was his own teammate that fell into him that has caused the injury. He's not walking with a limp, so I think it's just something that.
It kind of
a bit of rest.
Kind of came from how Beresford, how hard he came on the shot. I mean, I don't know if you recognise that they went on the wrong player, but I think he just thought, I'm just going to go as hard as possible and get that ball down and see what the ref gives, and that was really good. So Netherlands have got to be composed now. They don't need to panic; they're still up, but at the same time, they've not won this game yet. That's down.
Is it? There's a consultation
between.
between.
Ball down. That's a huge
That's
score.
a huge try.
Really good.
It's Lindsay Schrader again.
Really good. They've got to the outside really well here, and they've just got the ball down as quick as possible.
So Netherlands restore their 2-point advantage.
Ooh. So I was interested in that set. I think Netherlands could have easily gone into their shell a little bit, thinking we're one up. Let's be safe. Let's try and lock the game out a little bit. That's a good bit of acting. That was interesting. So they're going back into those quickie plays. Big old dummy. Good D from the Netherlands. They're not buying that. And it's a good job the referees didn't buy that. Terrible acting that we just saw as well. to try and get a penalty.
Oh, well kept. Almost went
I
into
know,
touch
yeah,
there.
that was brilliant. Third touch, they're just finding it so easy to get to halfway on third, so that's 4. Plough in, pick up. Slow down a little bit. So that's 5th, they'll pick up. Good D from Switzerland. Oh, well
He's
done
down.
to avoid that touch.
And it's Bradley Bonifacio. We saw him. He went off injured in that after that Swiss try, but he's back on.
Yeah.
And what an impact he's made.
So he's done really well here. The pick up and go short side. I thought Switzerland had defended it quite well. They actually get to the outside of their player, and that might have locked the game up. And fully deserved. I think, especially in the second half, Netherlands have just looked so much more composed, and it's their transition that's really done it. And like we said in the first half, with the errors, that whether Switzerland's midfield defence has dropped off because of fatigue or fitness, we're not sure.
Oh, big long pass.
Good D. Fon Summers again.
I think there needs to be a shout there, possibly from Anna Bradford, because I think that was probably her ball.
It could have gone to the link or the winger, but what Fon Summers has done really well is she's kind of been able to make both touches. She's picked the right option in the end and forced the link to obviously make the error. But I think she could have made both. I think she's had a really good day. Oh, great feet!
Oh, no, she just didn't have the pass at the end of it. Superb.
If Darren Brown could have just stayed outside his link there, that's 3-on-2 and a bit of a walk in. But oh well.
I say we're in almost into the final minute now, and Netherlands are going to take this to 3 ahead, and they've really taken that impetus from going into the lead. Don't forget that it wasn't. It was 6-6. They made it 7-6. That was the first time they went into the lead, and they've been dominant since then.
Like I said, they've played really well. They deserve this 3-score lead. They've played some really good touch. It's been a great game, and I think Switzerland started really well. They played some really good stuff. They knew what they wanted to run, and they ran it well. But Netherlands have just been... Oh, what a finish!
Great pass out.
I was debating whether to give Fon Summers MVP, most valuable player performance in this game, and then that's just sealed it for me.
Yeah,
that is an excellent mixed wingers finish. She's diving before she's caught it. Like, she's already going to the ground and knee down. She's catching the ball as she's going down, and to finish that, like as it's coming towards you, that's what you want from your wingers. If you're a ball player, that is what you want from your wingers, and that's outstanding.
You know, this has been an outstanding victory for the Netherlands. And you see by the way that the ball was thrown away in anger there by the Swiss player. They're going to be annoyed.
They will be. Yeah, they will be. They really will. They like I said, they started so strongly, and whether it is a bit of fitness, Netherlands were a little bit more composed. I'll tell you what is great to see, the fact that we commentated on them yesterday against Ireland, and then to see them 24 hours later with a much improved performance, having improved on things that we talked about yesterday. Like we said, their post touch was miles better today. They were running way better against pocket defence, which is what they struggled with against Ireland yesterday morning. For them to come back and do that, and especially they were down, and they were both teams were a little bit level. I would say at one point in the first half, Switzerland were the better team. To pull away and finish 4 scores ahead, great performance, great game. Really enjoyed that.
Oh, Jordan, thanks for your company as always. We'll have you back on here again a little later.
Yep.
But coming up next, we've got the women's 27 game. It's Spain against Ireland, the first time we've seen the Spanish on pitch 1. So we will look forward to that, and we will have that game for you in a couple of minutes' time. Don't go away. Welcome back to Nottingham. Game 3 of day 2 is moments away, and it's the women's 27 round robin. Ireland taking on Spain. Spain in the blue and red strip, Ireland in their traditional green strip. I'm delighted to say Ben Meakin joins me on commentary for this
Morning,
one.
Jono, how are we doing?
Very well, thank you. We've
Good.
had 2 really good games to
So
start.
I've heard, yeah,
start off.
absolutely. Looks like it, yeah. I'm looking forward to this game. I've not seen either of these teams play yet, so it'll be interesting to see how they run and what they run and who comes on top.
So we'll take a quick look at the women's 27 tournament. As,
Ireland are just trying to go down to the 7 metre line to try and set up a strike move. We'll look at see what they do. Looks like it's just a simple quickie play. They're going to go on the out, throw back into hole 1.
are they down?
No, they're
No.
not, but the referee's given a penalty for offside. So good start from Ireland. Let's see if they can build on that first attack.
Well, both teams playing 3 games yesterday,
Oh, that's tough.
and Ireland with a win and 2 losses. Spain with 2 losses and a draw.
Okay, so we should be in for a good game here. And if Ireland go long, they've got an opportunity. Can the wing get there? No, unfortunately, good defensive policy from the wing.
Yes, Ireland who have started quite strongly in this one.
Can they go through? No, they just went for an open side quickie with a scoop, and the link hole couldn't go through. So good defensive set from Spain there. So we'll see if they can go full field and look to transition well.
And it's Spain who will make use of their sub box. Looking to stretch it towards this right hand side. Oh, good dodge there.
Yeah, great footwork there to get an extra 5 metres, and that puts them in striking zone for the next touch if they can do anything with it. It's last.
Comes back into the middle. Patiently need to really get some yards on this with it being last. They might do now. Touch is made on Beatriz Sanchez Gattal. Good defence by Ireland. So two good defensive sets by both teams to start off this game.
Yeah, and it's the first game of the morning, so they just want to get into that grind, don't they? And that's probably where they are at the moment. See who can come out on top in that first 5-minute grind and then go from there.
East Ireland on the attack. It's on last touch now. The touch is made. There's some good speed shown by Hazel Jordan there. I think she was looking to go through the middle, but again, the Spanish defence holding really firm.
Yeah, she scooped. She went towards the short side. Unfortunately, there was a defender holding back. If she went the other way, she might have got the offside defender, but she went at the onside player. So hopefully next time they can see that and go at the offside players rather than the onside players and look to cause some havoc and their scooping.
It's Spain. Good drive so far. And they've got some touches in hand as well. I think the switch, they sort of confused themselves a little bit there, I think.
They did actually. I think no one knew what was happening, and obviously that caused the ball to hit the floor, and Ireland are now looking to get back. And we've got a big collision. And
I think there's an injury on the play.
Yeah, I think she's hurt herself by putting in the big shot there.
Yes, have a look here. Oh yes, I think she just got a foot caught as she went down. It was Elena Lopez Cañara. Hopefully it's nothing too serious and it's one of those that you can just run off.
Yeah, hopefully she can shake it off. And actually I think the penalty went against Ireland there because it was a big shot, but then they can't really capitalise on this at the moment. It was an over on the mark. So again, we're in that grind again. We're going between the 10 metres, trying to get some yards. I think it's going to be one of those games where whoever gets the most yards and with that and most completed sets will probably win this one.
Yeah, it's a tentative start by both teams. I suppose they realise the importance of getting the win as well. I mean, Ireland 1 win and 2 defeats. Spain a draw and 2 defeats. So it's the win is going to be massive for whoever can take it from this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, they've both got a few points yesterday, but if you can start today off with a win, it's gonna already improve that day, and they're gonna look to go into game 2 and potentially if they've got game 3 as well, that they can do something. But again, I think we're playing between the 2 10-metre lines and the halfway really at the moment. So I think we need to get past those 10 metres and see if we can get into a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, it's Ireland do have the ball back again. They're over halfway. It's been a tale of defences so far in this game. We're 5 minutes in. No clear-cut scoring opportunities for either side. There may be one now, but that is final touch. And once again, the Spanish defence holding firm, just as the Irish defence has been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. The game is being played. It's a bit like a rugby league match at the moment. They're both going straight down the middle, rucking as hard as they can, and hopefully that will pay dividends when we get into the second half, and one team will get a bit more tired than the other. Games aren't really won in that first half, especially when it's a tight one. Second half is where it is, and the fittest team will come on top. Spain have now got an opportunity. Oh, and I think the ball is down. Is it?
Yes, it is.
It is.
It is. It's a opening score for Spain, and it's the first real opportunity grade A scoring opportunity we've had in this game, and it's Spain who've taken it.
It's a nice little step back. So actually, Spain didn't substitute that set. Instead of going to their sub box, they do what we call a direct set, and they went straight down the middle of the pitch. Like I said, a bit like a rugby league game. They went straight down the middle. That put the Irish on the back foot, and it was a little quickie step back play and into hole one. So maybe Spain will look to do that a bit more. Instead of subbing, they'll go to a direct set. But Ireland now are looking to try and hit back.
Yeah, Sarah Diaz-Guzman with the try. Great play from Raquel Hernandez as well with the pass, and that was the first opportunity for either team, and it's been taken. But Ireland doing well from the tap off, but just being driven backwards. And again, Spanish defence has been excellent so far.
They're pushing the Irish back actually. Ireland are are retreating, but that's because the pressure the Spanish defence are putting on at the moment, and they've now got into their stride. I think they're into the grind a little bit more than the Irish, and looking to go forward and try and maybe get that second and get a 2-point lead. They've got a nice strike dump here. If someone can scoop, they've got a quickie play instead to the wing.
Oh, it's
Good defence.
really is good. It's been a story of defence. It's just that one opportunity that Spain have taken, but this space opening up on the left-hand side now. They've just stayed a bit square. It comes out now, but the Irish defence has managed to recover and cover that hole, and they take possession once again.
Yeah, Spain had the overlap, but the Irish defenders, like you said, stayed square. They weren't turning their hips. No one was chasing incredibly hard, so that was a good defensive set from Ireland. And I think they're now going for a direct set as well, so no one's looking to sub in this set. They're going to go direct and see if they can get the yards. They're at over halfway.
Yeah. Ireland do patient build-up once again, but that is 6 touch, and once again the Spanish defence really has excelled. I don't actually recall Ireland getting beyond the 7-metre line.
No, not yet. We're 8 minutes in, and they've not really had a clear-cut opportunity. We've got a sub on play. Can the winger get to the ball? Okay, so what are we now? I think it's 4th touch. So we've got one more strike before 5th. So look to set it up. Ball back inside, dumping on the middle. It's 5th touch.
Oh, that's brilliant. Brilliant play. And it's put down by Melina Kubasaramas.
So this is a really good play. The link takes their link on, checks the ball back inside to the middle. They run a short, and the wing was open, and the defensive winger shut in because she felt vulnerable, and the Spanish winger dotted that down. That's 2-0.
Phenomenal. And Spain with the early advantage in this game. Ireland yet to really get going, and they've been thwarted by an excellently organised Spanish defence so far.
Yeah, it's not helped with being the over-the-mark call there as well. So Spain will look to get the ball up the field and may potentially go 3-0 with their direct set again. It looks like they're going to go direct. It's something that we didn't see a lot of yesterday. Everyone was substituting. Maybe the weather's a little bit cooler and they feel like they can go direct a bit more. Obviously, if you go direct and don't score, you have to then defend, and you're doing 2 or 3 defensive sets, which causes you issues.
Yeah, it's
they've got a 3-on-2 here. Oh, we've got a flick! No, just to ground.
Yeah, it is definitely cooler this morning than it was yesterday, and definitely not as close as it was yesterday. It was really humid, really muggy. It's a lot fresher this morning.
Yeah, and I think it might get hotter as the day goes on, but currently it's allowing the players to do a bit more work with their direct sets and not having to sub all the time. We'll see if that changes throughout the day.
It's actually quite comfortable compared to yesterday. It's quite comfortable being up here today.
It is.
Ireland with possession. Can they manage to unlock this Spanish defence?
There's a quickie play. They've got an overlap. Can they throw it to the winger? She's in. Good touch.
And again, that Spanish defence holding firm.
But the Irish have actually got a penalty, so they will look to go now.
I think we're going to head to the studio. Ian has got a couple of guests with him. Thanks a lot, Ian. And back to us just as Ireland have scored and come back into the game. So the first breakdown really of the Spanish defence.
We'll just break this one down a little bit for you at home. So it's just a quickie play. They get the ball, number 10 steps back, pass into hole 1, and it's just a dot down there. So that's a good comeback after the first 10-15 minutes. Spain have pretty much been on top. Sweeper play by Spain now. They're changing it up. They're on the outside. The winger is free, but she doesn't see her.
So it's Spain only one ahead now, and I think Ireland needed that. Oh, mind you, are they down? Yes, I think they are, and Spain have restored that to try advantage straight away.
Yeah, they've hit straight back. I actually thought the Irish player made the touch here, but we'll have a look at it. It's literally a 3-on-2 overlap. Link shuts in. Does she make the touch? No, it's a great call by the referee. The ball is just down before the touch is made. Great call.
Bernadita Buchholz with the touchdown. Great dummy as well that just gave her that a fraction of a second time to get the ball down.
And that's all you need to get the score. Put a bit of hesitation in there, and that was all it was to get the score. So good hit back by Spain. But Ireland looking to get into that 7-metre line. Can they get on the outside? Oh, step back into 2 defenders.
Good touch. Hazel Jordan looking to weave her way through. Trying that same dummy, but was flanked by 2 defenders. So just couldn't quite beat both of them and get the ball down. And now they've turned it back over to Spain. Once again, the Spanish defence really holding strong.
Yeah, I think that was 5th touch. Oh, and Spain are going to go direct. They're going down the field, pushing the Irish back. When you've got 5th touch and no strike move, it's one of the hardest things to score, because you're looking to someone who's got a bit of speed or a bit of a good step to get on the outside, and that's always, well, most of the time that's going to be matched by the defence as well. So it's the hardest score to score on. But I think that was an over the mark. Ireland should get the ball back, and they should get a good set of 6 here.
Yeah, it's almost a tap-off set that they can play here.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you start within the halfway, you should be looking to get 2 or 3 scores. 2 or 3 strike opportunities. And as I say that, there's an over-the-mark penalty, unfortunately.
Spain have it back again. We've got about 3 minutes or so left in this first half. And it's been an excellent performance by the Spanish so far. They've taken their opportunities when they presented themselves, but they've really excelled in defence.
Yeah, and they've just shown that they're good at this driving set. And I think the referee should call dummy half there, but he's not recognised it, so it's a roll ball, and I think it's last. Is the wing open? Is the winger open? No. Nothing's come of it, so probably the right outcome, shall we say, because I think there was a dummy half court.
Yeah, they're coming again. Oh, there's a handling error.
Yeah, just another over the mark there, Jono.
So Spain have it again, and they're in a very good position with the fresh set of 6.
Yeah, they are, so we'll see what they can do. I think they're going to get a settled place. They're going to push the defence back to the try line, and they're now going to see if they want to run one of their strike moves. It's an open side quickie. Number 1 gets the ball, steps back, and does she go through hole 1? She doesn't. It's a good touch by number 6 there. Who was that? It was Hazel Jordan making a good touch.
Yeah, so Ireland defence holding firm. Spain
another strike play here. That instead of running the open side quickie, they run a normal quickie.
There was space on the left-hand side as well.
She was looking inside instead of outside.
Yeah, there was. You could see the winger moving in. It was. You felt it was quite a simple pass to get it out there, and it would have been a pretty much certain try.
But that's the pressure of international touch, you know. You sometimes you make the wrong decisions, and whoever can make the right decision at the right time comes on top normally. But they've got some more touches. I think they've got 2 more touches up their sleeve. So let's see if they can run 1 or 2 more strike moves. If they try, they throw it to the winger. Maybe that was last touch because they've finished on their side of the field. So that if you're going to finish a set, you would want the ball as far away from Ireland's sub-box, so they have to now drive the ball all the way over to their sub-box to get off, and it's the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, so good game management by the Spanish.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Irish have just done really well there. They've got to their sub-box.
Oh, they've got to...
I thought I jinxed it, but I think that is compensating. I know someone's sideline referees told him.
Yeah, because that it was definitely forward on
I
that.
think it went forward. The one point in the pitch, we're in the middle of the pitch looking at the view here, and we can see anything within the 210 metres. That was definitely forward.
So Spain have it again. We're into the final throes of this first half. So they'll probably get a chance of one more play before the hooter goes. And there it was. And that will be half-time, but I think the Spanish are going to be very, very happy.
One more play, actually,
Oh, there's a penalty.
If there's a penalty, yes.
Yeah. So Ireland will have one more play. They have to do something exceptional. But now it will be half-time.
Here we go.
And Ireland will certainly have words in that sub-box. They're 3-1 down. It's been an excellent half by the Spanish. Very good when they had the opportunities of scoring tries presented to them, but absolutely superb in defence.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the two things that the Spanish women's 27s have done very well, they've defended well. They've not allowed the Irish to get over them in midfield, but when they've got the ball back, they've gone between 50 and 60 metres every single time, which means they're getting in one touch striking distance of scoring, and they're winning that battle every time. I think the second half is going to be very similar. I think if Ireland can work out their driving pattern and look at their how they sub on and attack, I think they will definitely get a few more opportunities, but I think that's something that they need to work on.
Let's have a look a little bit more in depth at the two teams and the results that they've had. So yesterday Ireland 3 games. They opened up with a 7-3 loss to Switzerland. Then it was an 8-1 loss to Scotland before a 7-4 victory over the Welsh. And Ashley Curry, their top try scorer, with 3, with Elisa Crossy and Anna Mallon with a couple each. So that they'll have taken a lot of momentum from that late win against Wales yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, winning that last game of the day after two defeats, it allows you to go and get recovered and with a bit more joy than it would have been if you'd have lost that game. And you can wake up today and think, yeah, we won last night. Let's go and make it two from two to get that second win.
Now, different story for the Spanish. They opened up with a 8-0 loss to Scotland before drawing 5-5 with Wales, and then a 10-0 loss to England. So
and Ireland beat Wales yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah. So the Spanish have obviously regrouped overnight. They've probably done some run through some plays, probably looked at some defensive sets, and because defensively, I know I keep saying it, but they've been brilliant.
Absolutely. I think they've definitely, in that first 20 minutes, they've been the better side. And if you look at the results from yesterday, you would, on paper, you would have said Ireland have looked to come on top here, but Spain have definitely been the better side here. So I really expect Ireland to come back into this game. You can see their coach now giving them a bit of a team talk and going, you need to win that midfield battle. If you win that midfield battle, you'll probably get on top of them, and we'll see what the outcome of that is in the second half.
And of course, as we go through the week, it's going to get more important positions within that round robin section as we look towards the knockout games coming on later on Friday and Saturday. For this women's 27, England and Scotland with the 100% records. Now, I think they may face each other today. They do. They're facing each other at the moment, so that will be a huge game in the context of this tournament. But Ireland in 3rd place currently, and which will get them into the semi-finals. Switzerland fourth, then Wales and Spain, who currently on the bottom. But if they can get the victory in, that's going to really propel them up the table.
It opens up that group, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If Spain win this game, so I think that's how they've woken up this morning, haven't they? They've gone, we need a win, we need to, and this is where we can get the win. First game of the day. Let's set the tone for the rest of the day, and it's what we've seen in the first 20 minutes. I think if they do the same in the second 20 minutes, they'll come out victorious. But again, touch is a 40-minute game, and I've always said most teams will be close within the first 20 minutes because everyone can run hard for 20 minutes. Who's got the best stamina and best fitness to go over the top in the second 20? And that's international touch. We'll be interested to see what the second half brings.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Ireland approach this in the second half, because I think they'll feel they probably didn't play at their best in that first half, but they seem to be struggling to really unlock that Spanish defence.
Yeah, but it's not panic stations. There's only 2 scores in it. We know that 2 scores in 2 minutes is very comfortable and easy to achieve, you know. So I don't think they'll be panicking yet. I think they just need to maybe step up the tempo and probably do what they did against Wales yesterday, and see if they can get on top of in that midfield battle. I think that's where it's going to be won and lost here today.
Right, Spain with the tap off. So we'll see if they can stretch their lead.
But if Spain do score here with the sweeper attack, they get on the outside.
Just not quite there. Final touch. One plate for Ireland to hold firm for in their defence.
Oh,
that's
nice
a good
switch.
switch
They've got the
play.
overlap, they've got another switch. The middle is running all over the place. And it's a great touch. It's a great touch there by Lisa Crosby, the defensive left middle for Ireland. She was being chased left, right and centre, but she managed to get there, and she's got the ball, she's away.
Yeah,
Look, Ireland have definitely started this second half with a bit more impetus, should we say.
Yeah, great drive. Only 2 touches up to this point.
This is a great drive. Best drive we've seen from Ireland all game so far. That's 4. They're going to look to set up a strike move here.
Comes back into the centre. Drawing the Spanish defence out. Oh, that's good quick passing.
And they've got a sweeper play. Can Lisa get on the outside?
Is there space on the right?
But that is the best driving set we've seen from Ireland. So Ireland have just got a really good defensive set. They've gone 70 metres. Now can they defend just to get another defensive set and get off the field? That would set them up nicely for this second half.
Running towards the sub-box. It's fresh legs on for the Spanish. As he comes over halfway. Oh, that's not what they wanted.
But it's what the Irish wanted, you know. They've started this second half so much better than they've finished the first. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when they bring their subs on, if they can bring that same intensity that they've had.
Yeah, they've bring their fresh legs on now. Good driving down the right hand side. Now brought back into the middle. Final touch.
Oh, it's a play on because the player was offside. Have they scored it?
I think the touch was made and the touch is claimed.
There was a touch there, but there is an offside penalty as well.
Let's quickly watch this again before play starts again.
Yeah, it was a 33 middle scoop. The defending left middle for right middle for Spain was offside, so that caused a few issues, and that means that Ireland now have a second attacking set.
And Ireland, space on the left hand side. I think it was down behind the line, but I think it might be given.
The referees are conferring. He's taking his steps back. Oh, he's taking a few steps forward. That is a no score.
Let's watch this again.
This is a great quickie play. Get on the outside. It's going to be a long ball. Does the winger get there? I think it's probably just short.
Yeah, I think she grounded it behind the line. Just didn't quite have enough momentum to get it over.
No, but they're putting the Spanish under the ropes here. I think You know, they're pushing them back. Their defensive sets are brilliant. Although we're saying now Spain are going to get on the outside, but again, the defensive from Ireland is now giving them another attacking set.
So it was just a little bit of maintenance taking place here, and because we always try and raise our monitor up a little bit.
But why that maintenance was happening, Ireland didn't really construct much there. They've actually given the ball back to Spain, and Spain are now going to try and get back into this grind and win this midfield battle like they did in the first half.
Yeah, they're at Spain.
And they've got on the outside. Have they got? Great touch by the winger. I thought the Spanish link there, number 11, Elena Lopez Cañara, was going to get on the outside, but she couldn't. The winger from Ireland just made that touch in time.
Michaela McCusker, who made the touch. And Spain, who haven't really shown any attacking impetus so far in this second half, but I think they scored here.
Referees are walking towards each other. They're going to have a little chat to see what to decide. I thought it was a score, but did the Irish middle just make the touch before the ball was down? Referee is putting his hand down. It is a score.
Yeah, so 4-1 Spain lead. And after a really dominant start to the half by Ireland, it's actually Spain who stretched their lead from their very, very first clear attack.
They've hit back, yes, and I think the score, it should be 4-2 if we look at that. But if we look at this score, there was just the same kind of play as that first one, and the ball was checked back inside and the middle couldn't make it. So, yeah, Ireland hit back.
So, Ireland. Yeah, it was the first real attack that Spain have had in the second half as well. They've been really pegged back by Ireland. So, but
yeah, absolutely. Spain have been on the back foot, but they've weathered that storm. They've weathered that storm. They've given one score away, but they've gained one back. So we're all square going into the second half.
Okay, We're going to hand over to Ian, who has got Irish coach John O'Connor with him. Over to you, Ian. Many thanks to Ian and John there, back with the action, and Spain have stretched their lead further with another try. While we was listening to Ian and John there, and Ben, it's Ireland starting this half so well, but it's Spain who have managed to stretch their lead further.
Yeah, like I was saying just before that interview with the Ireland team manager, the Spanish weathered that storm really well. We think they conceded one score and then hit back with two, so they're doing very well. And I think if they can continue doing what they're doing with an Irish sweep here, Can they get the score? No, good defence again. I think that's been why Spain have been so successful in this game so far. Their defence has been so good, and then they're getting off the field and getting up the field very impressively as well.
Ana Maria Hernandez there with the touch, and it gives Spain possession again. They're starting very, very deep, which Ireland will prefer, but they've managed to drive over to their sub-box. They just want to get this as deep as possible now.
Yeah, it's a territory game at times, and you know, when you're starting on your own 7-metre line, the only thing you can do is try and get to their 7-metre line. And in a training camp, that is the one biggest thing that you work on, is how you can go from your own defensive zone to their attacking zone, to your attacking zone, and maybe even get a scoring opportunity like Spain are looking to set up here. And if you can do that 80% of the time, you're going to have a very successful tournament. And we spoke about coach killers yesterday, didn't we, Jono? And
yeah, and there is one just there. They had the fresh set of 6, and they've ran over the ball, and it's given it back to Spain, who are in a really good position to stretch their lead even further now if they can make something of this set of 6 that they have.
They've got a 32 dump. There's a scoop. What they're going to set up off there? They've got a hole 1. Is she in? What's the referee do? He's nodding his head. He's put his hand to the floor.
Yes, it's another try for Spain. And this time it's Elena Lopez Cañara.
Ireland weren't too happy with that call.
Further.
There's a few people. Let's see. It looks like the score was in before because the defensive player wasn't stepping forward. The referee's in a much better spot than us, and it looks like he makes the right decision.
I've got a feeling from that Anna Mallon, who was the Irish defender there, she put her hand up as if to say, I've not touched, yeah.
On the field, calls look
happened again.
On the field, calls look so minute, but referees are in such good positions that they can make the right call 90% of the time, or even more than that, and it's very impressive. And we're now going to a rugby league game.
It was something I was saying to Mal earlier, though, is how well the officials work with each other in unison in touch rugby. They do trust each other implicitly.
Absolutely, and it's the communication. So you've got the 3 referees. You can actually see them in the Irish defensive line now. You've got your 2 sideline referees. You've got your main on-field referee, and they work in a rotation. And they try and get each other on and off the field as much as possible, because it is hard work for them running up and back, especially when there's over the marks and different penalties. They're not always running backwards. They're doing shuttles, and they're going to try and, as we can see, another referee comes on, and the on-field ref goes to the sideline, gets a breather, and they keep that communication going up all game.
And that was what Mel was saying as well. Of course, a level 4 referee herself, and she was saying
very impressive referee.
Yeah, she was saying that they can be running sort of 4 or 5 kilometres a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And players don't run that much. Players genuinely run between 2 and 3. Obviously, it's a bit more high in intensity, but you know they're running 5k in 40 minutes when they're having to talk and communicate and look at every call. It's an impressive job they do, and it's something that I couldn't do. I don't think, not right now. As Isla look to go to the line, and the referee puts his 6 fingers up. And that's 6th touch.
Yeah, it's been the story of the game, really, the Spanish defence, of how little opportunities they've given to the Irish attack.
I would say they've definitely been a better defensive team so far. Again, we're only 3 or 4 scores in this, and if Ireland can come up with something in this last 10 minutes or 8 minutes that we've got, then the game might change.
Pass to the right hand side, and now a bit of space has opened up, but wing was well covered. Good defensive work by Ashley Curry of Ireland there.
She knocked the ball down, so it means that Spain have actually got another set of 6 though here. So we'll see what Spain can do, and if Ireland can defend this and get off, they might have a strike opportunity, but they've got 6 touches to defend. Let's see what Spain are going to run. They're just going to run a settle play first, so they're going to try and get to that 7-metre line. The defenders are having to go back to the defensive line, which is always hard. She gets on the outside. One's got the ball. She steps back.
Touch made.
And our defensive policy What's the referee doing? He's taking 2 steps back.
Oh, he's given it. Now, was it offside? Because I felt that the touch was made
So
first there.
if we've got a replay of this, we'll be able to tell you a bit more. From what I saw, it looked like there was a quickie step back, and I actually thought the inside middle made the touch, but clearly both middles were offside, and that's why the referees said play on. If they're both offside, play on is the right call. And again, as we said about 2-3 minutes ago, the referees are in a better position than we are to see the line.
It's Ireland have started again from the tap up, but it's becoming a dominant performance by Spain now. They've managed to their superiority in defence. They've managed to have superiority in attack as well.
Yeah. They've been superior in attack, defence and midfield so far. I'm not really sure. I'm just trying to give a bit what's going on the field. I feel like the referee's made a bit of a mistake. I think he called that there was 7 players on the field, but there are actually only 6. So it gives Ireland an opportunity to run something and actually try and to get another score.
And it's, again, good defence so far by Spain. There's the opportunity now, and it's just can't take the ball, and Spain have it back again.
Yeah, so it was good defence again from Spain. A bit of a drop ball from Ireland. Ireland were looking to get on the outside. They actually did get on the outside, but no luck there.
Spain have it again. Down on the centre line, and good speed. Oh, but the touch comes in, but it was Marta Recio who looked like she might just stretch away. Gained some good yards for Spain now. And it has really been a good performance from them, and like you say, it looks like they're going to take the victory, and it blows this group wide open.
Oh, absolutely! If they are going to take this victory now with only 4 minutes to go, and with the results yesterday, I didn't think I could see this one coming. But Spain have woken up today, and they've had their siesta, and they're back up and running, and this does blow the group wide open. They should be in the top 4 spot now. Obviously, 2 days to go, still 2.5 days to go, still until playoffs. So there's all to play for.
It certainly is, and we will have all the action for you over the next few days, concluding with the finals on Saturday. And it really all does build up towards Saturday. I mean, that's going to be a great day.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really excited for it. We've got my suit ready, making sure that we're all here. But, we've got some great games today, but the games are only going to get more intense, more important, because obviously as Saturday is, it's finals day, and that's where winners and losers are made, and it's going to be a cracking day. I'm really excited for Saturday.
There's still a few days away at the moment.
Still lots of good action to come before then.
Yeah, it certainly is. Only game 3 of today. We've still got another 9 games to bring you here on Field 1 before we finish this evening. We've got a Women's Open game coming up next as well. Wales against England. That should be a belter.
If you're around, stick around for that game, because that is going to be a good game. It was the the final from Euros 2018. And yeah, I think it's going to be a tight affair. It's going to be cagey. Probably going to be very similar to this, that whoever wins the midfield battle will win. And has Ireland got a score?
I think they have.
Referee's looking at his sideline. He puts his hand upwards, and it's a score.
And it's met with great cheers from the Irish sub-box in front of us. They've not had much to cheer about in this game, but finally they have something. Really good dive as well.
Yeah, she just got over that line before the touch was in.
Michaela McCusker.
And if you're going to take one, I know obviously Ireland aren't going to win this game, but if they can take that consolation score there and take it into the next game, that's a small win there. And if they can do that again in the next game, then hopefully they can get another result.
It's Spain who have 90 seconds. And this is a great victory for them.
Spain send a sweeper. Unfortunately, the ball goes to ground.
I think Spain, as we say, they come into this with 2 losses and a draw, and 2 heavy losses at that. They're going to take an awful lot of confidence from this victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Like waking up this morning, you know, you've had a really tough day. You've got 1 point out of 9, I think it is. That's the scoring system. You've got 1 point from 3 games, shall we say, and you've then woke up and you've got that first win of the day. I'd be very excited. I'd want to be playing that second game very quickly. And has Ireland got another score? Oh, no.
Touch made. Concepcion Collie.
Some fancy feet there, though, and that's how they got down the field. Haven't seen that all game. It would have been interesting to see if we'd have seen a bit more fancy feet in the second, in this game.
Yeah, it was Hazel Jordan dancing through, really quick feet.
Well, I'd give her the ball again and give her another opportunity. Ireland have just got the ball back, so I'd be looking to give her another opportunity. But Ireland pick up, goes short side. And can she go long? Oh, unlucky. She actually got into goal. I think she should have kept on going, but she threw the pass and the winger couldn't get there.
Yeah, Aisling McCaffrey there with the pass. A lot seems to have been going through Aisling McCaffrey, the Ireland number 14.
Yeah, absolutely. She looks like she's either dumping the ball for a strike mover or she's scooping off it. Unfortunately, today she's not had the success that she probably did yesterday against Wales, but she's got 2 more games to probably get through and get a few more scores.
Well, a fabulous victory for the Spanish. They have their first victory of the tournament. 7-3 over Ireland, and they're going to be delighted with that.
Spain are going to be over the moon. They're going to be wanting to play that second game as quick as possible, could ride that wave now. They're going to obviously have to recover and go again, but if they can ride that wave into the second game of today, I'd back them to win it.
Well, the action coming thick and fast here in Nottingham. We've got the Women's Open, Wales against England. It's a repeat of the 2018 final, which England won 3-2. That is going to come up very, very soon. Ben, thanks once again for joining us, and no doubt we will have you back here a little later.
Yes.
But do stay with us. Wales against England coming up.
As we continue on, there has been a request for Wales men's 50. Please make your way to accreditation and due to finish at half-12. Wales men's 50s for accreditation. We may not be on side yet, but playing the best this afternoon. So if the Wales men's 50s are on side, please make your way to accreditation. Shout out to Gareth Rebel, do better. And from Nowday for Gareth Rebel. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. officials 1 minute 1.
Welcome back to the Highfields Sports Campus here at the University of Nottingham. A big game coming up. It's the Women's Open. England in the white, Wales in the red. And on my right, Mel Day returns.
Very excited for this game, Jono. I think it's going to be a class game between two unbeaten teams and very old rivals. They've met each other in a lot of gold medal matches over various Euros, so definitely if you're joining us, you've come at the right time.
Of course, this was the 2018 final, a narrow 3-2 victory for England in the Women's Open to take the European Championships. And we'll see what happens here in 2022 as Wales have the tap off and they make quite a strong start.
Great running of the ball straight off the bat from Wales.
There's seems to be quite a few people headed around field one. I'm sure more and more will join as the game goes on, which will create a great atmosphere. Bleachers in front of us with quite a few people in them. It's a highly anticipated game, this one.
And two of the Wales players to watch, they've just gotten 2 consecutive penalties on the line from England players being offside, so 1 additional penalty and there'll be an England player excluded. But 2 of the players to watch, number 8, Keris Paulette, who's just about to tap off, and number 10, Joanne Jones, announced her this morning during the introduction as a player to watch. And Paulette going down for the dive there, touched just in by Naomi Furnett, the number 11 for England. Great start from Wales here.
Yes, not lost possession since the tap off. England defence holding firm though. So let's come down the middle. Back to the 7 they go.
And this is 5th touch. They're going to have to do something on this last touch. They're going on the outsides, and good touch there by the number 1, Amelia Patton from England.
So it's England who have the ball back. They get the chance for their first drive. It's straight to the sub box. That was a long defensive set as well.
Very, very confident start by Wales. I think they're going to be happy with that first attacking set. They would have liked a conversion after 2 sets on the line, and a great attacking pod on here. Emily Ranaropa, one of the highlight players for their last Field 1 game. On the field, she's got some speed. You can see her sweeping around there, targeting the offside player.
Touch called, but a confident attacking set from England, almost leading to a try. Wales have it back again, starting from their own 7 metre. Again, they will take the opportunity to bring their own changes on as they go past the sub box.
Ella Trier is driving the ball up there, one of the key players for the Wales Open. This was 5th touch, so they're trying to create something on the last, trying to pass it out, but ball down. Unfortunately, England with good field position here. Coming off the line, they'll be aiming to make touch 2 almost on the halfway.
And they're over halfway now. Good midfield defence by Wales so far. Both these teams are quick though. It's probably going to be a feature of this match is the pace that both of these sides can inject into their game. Yeah,
absolutely, and great defensive touch on the half there by Wales, and there are some rapid ladies across the pitch on both teams here, and you can see the class of this defence. England just rushing up each time, pistoning this defence. This is 5th touch coming. They're going to try and set up a strike up and create something on this last touch.
No, but that is 6th touch, so England have possession back. Good quick passing, and it's got them to halfway. Once again, fresh legs brought on. over on the left-hand side. They'll probably look to bring it in field now. In fact, there's been an infringement.
Yeah, and over the mark, and these ladies, just watching these drives, they're going into these rucks with such pace, and England just an over the mark there, which sometimes happen when you are sprinting into those touches. Great midfield touch by Kenzie McNaught in the midfield here. And really interesting from the England setup, they've got a lot of club mates in these pods together. Naomi Fairnett and Kenzie McNaught, two of the players closest to the fields, obviously playing club touch together, so very familiar players with each other. Ella Trias from Wales driving up the middle of the field.
Ella Trias, right, that's a 6 touch, so England have it back into it's a story defences at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately I think both teams are missing the touch count that the referee is calling here. We've seen a few touches where I think the teams think it's 5th touch and it's actually been the final touch. Kenzie McNaught going on the outsides. Oh,
brilliant try, absolutely superb from Kenzie McNaught. Just found the space and used the pace. Takes the quick pass from Naomi Fairnett and then dummy pass, beautifully using the foil from Carly Wynn.
just class there from Kenzie, feeding her player from half, doing that wrap, finding the hole, and that little dummy at the end, just incredible. She was one of the standouts on England's last Field 1 game as well.
So, England with first blood in this one, thanks to Kenzie McNaught. Can Wales come straight back from the tap-off? They had a really good tap-off set after starting the game, almost 2 minutes in possession. There has been a fumble and England will have the ball back.
Yeah, Emily Simon running from half there, and it looks like when she's passed that it has hit an England player, but they've judged that to be ball down rather than 6 again. So England on the reply, making strong yards through the middle of the field. Wales really have to step up on this midfield defence. They're getting caught rolling here, and it's giving England a lot of yards. This is 5th touch for England, so they've got a chance for a strike dump right on that 7 metre line.
Here we go now. Needs an open player.
Oh, what a touch there by the Wales wing. I want to say that's Lucy Isaac over on that far side, but great defensive touch. But the speed of Rhoda Roper, I'll tell you what, it's been her signature this Euros, picking up from half and just beating a lot of her players and scooping through, and she's done it again very early in this game.
It's Wales who go over halfway, but there is a whistle.
Yeah.
England just starting again. Oh, there's a mistake which gives the ball back to Wales. Okay, we're going to hand over to the studio. Ian is with Chris Simon.
Right, hello everybody, welcome back to the studio. I'm delighted to say we've got Chris Simon, the CEO of England Touch with us. Chris, what a week this has been so far, isn't it? You must be a very proud man right now.
Yeah, really pleased. I think an awful lot of work's gone into this, and a massive thank you to the university, to our volunteers and all the staff that have pulled this together. Going really well so far.
We've seen some great games, not more so than what's going on behind us, of course, with England and Wales. A few nerves from your part?
Yeah, I think so. Women's Open team, they'll be expecting to win. They'll go all the way and take this tournament. Just conceded there as we're talking, and I think they'll be certainly trying to get one back very quickly.
Now let's talk about touch, because it's very important for you, isn't it? You played, of course, but it's a family affair, isn't it, as well? Your daughter actually plays for the team here.
Yeah, there's 5 of us all played since they were toddlers, and Emily's 19 playing in this game today, and I think that's the joy of the sport, is that anybody can play. Very, very inclusive, and there's our family, and we've got a Wales family next to us in Nottingham here, and the 10 of us have played on the same field, and that's a delight to do.
Now this is the stories we want, don't we? We want people to be inspired to play the game. If they're watching this right now and thinking, I want to get involved, how do people get involved with touch?
We're right here in Nottingham Touch Club. Welcome people every Wednesday, training locally here, and we've got Monday leagues more widely across England. If you just go and have a look on the England Touch website, englandtouch.org.uk, there's a search function there where you can find out your closest club, or just drop us an email and get in touch with us on social media, any which way really. Have a go.
Chris, I better let you go because you're like the busiest man here this week, so thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks
We really
so much.
appreciate you taking a couple of minutes out. Right, let's hand back, so I don't want you to miss any more of this action. England v Wales in the Women's Open. Let's hand back to Jono and Mel. Enjoy.
Welcome back. Many thanks to Ian and Si and Chris. As we saw, Wales bringing the game back on level terms. It was Annie Kate Lewis with the touchdown on the right hand side. A lovely find, but England looking to take the lead back, Mel, and they've had a couple of chances and I think they made one stick.
We're talking about clubmates being part of the same pod, and you've just seen it there. Emily Irons and Bronte Sykes, two London Scorpions teammates, teaming up there for a fantastic score.
So England back in the lead 2-1, and they've been really threatening something for while that interview was taking place. Wales equalising then straight from the tap off. England just been looking for that opportunity to take the lead back.
Yeah, they were lucky enough to get a penalty on the Wales line for an offside, but here go Wales targeting the outsides. Strong England defence, but another penalty for offside. Both teams really need to get these offside penalties in control, make sure they make that line, because both teams are looking so dangerous that, yeah, giving position away here. We can go Joanne Jones feeding her support player there.
Yeah, it's Wales still in a good position as they look to get back on level terms. It's been a very, very close game so far. Good defence by England.
Yeah, Joanne Jones and Keris Bullet just playing with these England middles, and they'll go wide now. Here goes Joanne Jones. Unfortunately caught at half, but I think the right idea, trying to narrow up the defence and then picking up from half and attempting to spread it wide.
Let's England start again from deep in their own half, but they made some good yards as they head towards the sub box and get some fresh players on. A good drive, and again they've seen the speed, but I think there was a Welsh hand in there, so that may give England a fresh set of 6.
Yeah, I thought a hand in there from Joanne Jones, attempted intercept, which she almost got her hands on that, which would have been very dangerous, but England in prime position, and we've had a lot of players go over to field 5 for Travis Kenny's 100th cap, and a lot of them have come back here to watch this Women's Open shootout between the two unbeaten teams.
As the touch is made, England go back to 7.
Emily Rona Roper, that's absolute speed of her. Quick wrap around, long ball out to the wing.
And down it goes. And right there, it's going to be given.
Forward pass, I think they've called it back for.
Let's watch it again. I thought it may have been forward. Obviously, we're central, so it's difficult to tell.
With the naked eye, it looked a little bit forward coming out of the hands, didn't it?
Yeah, from that angle, you can definitely see it was. Great call by the referees.
And Wales being let off the hook. It looked like England were just about to go through again, but they maintain that one touchdown differential as they drive towards their box. Bit of a risky pass out to the wing, but great hands by the Wales players as they're bringing on their attacking players. Ella Triers, Imogen Boone, picking up from half now, passing it wide.
The intercept was on there.
You just didn't know whether Carly Wynn was going to make the touch or go for the intercept there. Both the options were on, but just making the touch.
Yeah, it's almost a safe play. Well, we'll get possession again. Because the thing is, if the intercept doesn't go right, then it could have given the Welsh a fresh set of 6.
And it looks like another forward pass here. The referees, especially this season, have been looking at these forward passes, especially from half, and they've picked up a couple in this game. So both teams, they just need to control the depth of their runners and make sure that they are passing backwards on those driving plays.
It's Wales who have the ball. Fresh legs coming on from the sub-box. Just slowed it down a little bit into the middle, and now it's fifth touch, so can they make something happen? Touch is claimed by Carly Wynn. I think there's going to be a consultation between the officials, and it is England's ball.
Yeah, it was quite close there. Good play by Joanne Jones. Gee, she's just a class player.
She was superb in the game here yesterday. Oh, brilliant. She pops it down.
I think she beat her link there.
She did. Carly Wynn just getting the touch in. Great play by Joanne Jones of Wales there, but it's England the other way. They've used all their touches as Kenzie McNaught was looking to get through for her second try of the game. 5 minutes to go in this first half. England with a narrow 2-1 lead, but you really can't call this at the moment, can you?
No, absolutely not. And you know what? Very lucky of the Welsh attack to get a penalty there. They were setting up for their fourth touch, well within their own half. So to get an offside penalty, it's exactly what they needed. Driving into the England half now, and they'll be looking to set up a couple of strike dumps. I think that'll be third touch, so fourth coming.
Down it goes. Across the line and down. I think the touch was made though.
Yeah, Denny Payton coming in for that shot. Great defence by Denny. Long ball out to the wing.
And it's turned back over to England. They'll drive straight towards their sub-box and get new players on.
Both teams definitely looking threatening. I think England have, the slight strength at the moment, just in terms of their driving. They're coming on with such incredible pace. Wales are kind of relying on these penalties to get close to the England line, but I think this game is one that can just turn on a dime by the looks of it.
They've used all their touches, and Wales want to get on with that.
And Wales again getting caught in their half. You can see two defenders up making those strong touches, which I think they've just gotten a penalty for in terms of that hard touch. Quite tough there.
It was a little over-exuberant, shall we say.
I think the fact that two of them were up in it, they should have just nominated and had the one player make the touch. It did look a little bit ugly.
Wales with a chance to drive through the middle.
Fifth touch coming. They're going to get a strike dump here. Ella Trias on the field, going in hard.
So just this one touch to play with, diving through, but the touch was made again, I think.
Now the touch was made, but there was an offside defender here. I think it may have been the sixth that was offside.
So the Welsh with a fresh set of 6 on the 7 metre.
They've just got to watch these passes from half here. That was very questionable, that pass to Ella Trias. We haven't seen Joanne Jones, number 10, and the number 2, Ella Trias, on the field very much, but two of their key attacking players. Ella Trias.
Oh, that time she's down. Oh, you see by the reaction. Now, you don't see that very often, do you, where there's just a huge celebration after a try, and they really enjoyed that one. Ella Trias diving through, and it's all square at 2-2 with 2 minutes left to play in the first half.
Absolute class. Ball down first. She's an exceptional player. Plays for my club, London Galaxy, and showing all of her class there. And they really needed that. They needed that confidence. They'd had a few sets on the England line and hadn't converted, so that's going to do the Wales team a world of good.
But England brought it straight back. Yes, they have. England go ahead again.
This is
It's Bronte Sykes.
quite harsh here. It looked like the Wales defender was actually on this line when she made this touch. I thought initially they thought it was going to be, maybe they've judged that she hasn't quite made that line, and Bronte Sykes, she just punishes players. I play a club touch against her on a Thursday night, and she has me done like a turkey on those plays very, very often.
Wales looking to strike straight back from the tap off into the final minute of the half now. What an excellent half it's been. We expected a great match, and these two teams haven't disappointed so far. Another touch is made. It's been a great game so far, it really has.
Great game. Keris Bollett, the player who picked up from half, I think she's been outstanding. I talk a lot about Joanne Jones being one of the key attackers, but Keris Bollett, she's really setting up a lot of these plays for Wales. 3-2 to England.
So England start again. There's about 10 seconds left. Oh, and that's an error. Wales have to be quick though, as the hooter goes and the touch is made, and that will be half time, and it's England who have the 3-2 advantage as we head into half time, but this is still anybody's game now.
Oh, absolutely. I think in terms of field position and strikes on the line, I think Wales have definitely had the advantage. They just haven't converted those opportunities, unfortunately. But England, I think they've had less shots at the Wales line, but their conversion rate is so much higher. You can see Kenzie McNaught, she's had such a blinder. Keris Bollett, we've talked about her being a set-up player, throwing long left to right. That was an absolute pearl out to the wing. She's been an outstanding player in this half.
This is when England went 2-1 ahead.
Bronte Sykes, it feels like she's been everywhere for this England team. Between Bronte Sykes and Emily Renaropa, they've just, here we see Emily Renaropa setting up for this score, out to Bronte Sykes, throwing it long.
Yeah, that was the one that was classed as forward, and then Wales coming back to make it 2-2, and you see the celebrations as well. In fact, no, that was the one before where Jones went through. This is the try, Ella Triez.
Yeah, you see, make the touch right on this 7 metres. Great attacking dump by Ella Triez, and then follows it up with an exceptional dive.
And great celebrations after that try as well, but then England coming straight back from the tap off. Bronte Sykes again, just finding a little space, finding the hole, down it went, and England lead 3-2 at half time.
Yeah, we've been building up this game since this morning. I think both teams are living up to the hype at the moment. Exceptional.
So let's have a quick look at the table. So both teams played 2 games yesterday. England with a 10-3 victory over Scotland, and then a 10-2 victory over France. Wales, they've 10-0 over Belgium, and then in the penultimate game of yesterday here on Field 1, a narrow 9-8 victory over Ireland. So England having scored 20 tries overall, but they've been very much spread out throughout the whole team. Bronte Sykes currently the top try scorer for England. For Wales, 19 tries they scored yesterday. Again, a really good spread with Annie Kate Lewis, Molly Morris and Suren Lockwood with 3 tries apiece, and then Megan Wynne-Jones and Helen Huxtable on 2 tries apiece. So very, very close, these two teams. Looking overall at the competition though, Mel, if we can get the table up here, England and Wales come into this game with a 100% record. Scotland and France with a win and a loss each, and then Ireland and Belgium with 2 losses. So this is a very, very important game in context of this round robin section.
Yeah, I think these two teams are the favourites to meet in the gold medal match. I think Scotland still have some ammunition up their sleeve. I spoke to a couple of their players after their game against England, and I don't think they played to their potential. I think they've still got plenty in the tank. But yeah, really important for confidence and everything like that going into semis later in the tournament.
Ireland as well, who we saw against this Welsh side yesterday, and Wales just coming away with that very, very narrow 9-8 victory. So I think Ireland have got to be in the mix as well.
Oh, 100%. The old Wesley girls, in particular, just such attacking weapons. Yeah, I didn't have enough positive things to say about Ireland. I think they've got so much potential to really take it to some of these teams.
20 minutes left in this one, as what has been a really fantastic game, and we built it up as this is going to be a great game, and it's not disappointed so far.
No, it's fantastic when you do hype up a game and both teams really bring their best touch out. The sun is shining, we're ready for tap off, and yeah, anyone's game.
Interesting, we were saying to Ben in the last game that on screen the conditions probably look very similar to what they were yesterday, but it's far less humid. It's a lot fresher today.
100%. Yesterday it was almost oppressive, that heat and that humidity. It was really sticky playing, but much better today. Jules Unsworth, we didn't see much of her in the first half. The number 9 in the white cap, Julia Unsworth, she's nicknamed the legend in Galaxy circles. Class player, it's good to see her on the field at the moment.
Good dive through, the touch is claimed. England go back to halfway, the try is given. Emily Rona-Roper diving through, and England have stretched their lead to 2.
Yeah, 2 Galaxy teammates. You can see Emily shaping up for the sweep, to sweep around the back of this ruck, get this ball at speed, go straight in for the dive.
So that is exactly the start that England would have wanted to the second half, with having the tap off. Now can Wales respond straight away from their own tap off?
Joanne Jones straight
needs
through,
somebody
open. Support player.
But great play, Joanne Jones, who was one of the players of the game that we saw yesterday, and she's had a couple of really good drives to the end zone in this game so far. We saw one in the first half, then again just then. And this is the thing, that these teams are so evenly matched, but there's players on both sides that can perform that little bit of brilliance that can unlock the game. Yeah,
absolutely. It's a game of literal millimetres, and there's not much difference between these two teams. It looks like England's getting a slight better, but I think they've just got consistency across the field. But Wales, they're definitely looking for the next try for sure. Unfortunately, 4th touch, they're just over halfway. This will be a strike dump by Ella Trier's 5th touch. They need to do something from here. Running from half, passing out, they almost had no overlap on that side, but they just didn't quite have the field position for a really effective strike dump on that set, Wales.
Bit of a tumble there. As still have possession, it's Georgina McCabinet just tumbling over. She's fine though. And we carry on as England make changes from their sub-box. Great speed again. Is that transition from the sub-box from both teams has been excellent.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Kenzie McNaught throwing a couple of dummies. She's made 20 metres on that drive. Just an exceptional player.
Oh! No. The touch was made, and Naomi Ferner was going to dance her way through there. I think there was a touch just at the last second, but I think she dodged a couple of touches.
Yeah, I think she definitely did. And a bit of chat entering the game. You can see a few appeals to the referees for decisions, but I think the referees have done a good job of controlling this game. Oh, Great run by the number 16 from Wales there. Sarah Lockwood, she's got some pace on her.
England have possession once again very deep in their own half. It's going to take a good drive, but Kenzie McNaughton is more than capable of driving forwards, as we've seen already. She does go off and make a change though. England past the 10 metre, it's another good drive at speed. Fifth touch now. Long pass, there's a pass out and there's a bit of space. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. 5-2 England. And that was a great try.
Right in front of all these England supporters, you can see here, ball out. Julia Unsworth getting that pop pass, and great line to run back in there from the England winger there with the defenders chasing out.
So 5-2 England lead.
Yeah, they're starting to assert some dominance here. Wales really need to score a 2-touchdown differential. It just feels psychologically that much better than if it goes out to any more than that. Ella Trio is guiding the plays here.
Goes to the left hand side, comes back into the middle.
Ellen Huxtable, great strike dump on the 7 metre line. And it looks like they're going to get a penalty here for an offside. Good patience by the Wales lady here. Sometimes by just having a few dumps on that 7 metre line and being very patient, you can kind of pull that penalty.
It's still back on the 7 metre, but touches in hand for Wales here. Ella Trias goes through again, but I think the touch was made. Yes, it was. Is it England have learnt from that first half when she dived through?
Absolutely. Great dumps here. You can see each one of them is pretty much bang on that 7 metres, and they've... Oh, I think that might be ball down there.
The touch is claimed vigorously, but it is Wales who pull it back within 2. Bronte Sykes pleading with the referee that she'd made the touch, but I think when we see from the replay here that it was definitely ball down by Ellen Huxtable.
Yeah, I think from the naked eye it looked like it was ball down from up here, and you can see the Wales skill in conditioning that defence, constantly feeding those quickies, thinking they're going to go on the outside, and then just a quick pick up from half and ran through a hole as wide as you like.
It's a fresh set of 6 for England, so a chance to strike back. Great pass. Oh, there was space opened up on the left hand side, but great defence by Wales to cut off the supply line there.
Yeah, Sarah Vasey on the wing, you can just see her make that shot there, and I think that really made the difference. And unfortunately just a fumble from half from England, and Wales, I think they're just one behind here. And here they go, Wales driving hard.
Yeah, so Wales driving through. What's being called here? I think it's a fresh set for Wales.
Yeah, offside called there.
It's a chance to bring it within 1. And if they do, they're right back in this game and putting pressure on England.
And you can see them setting up that sweeper play with that number 4. We know she's got such speed, Sarah Platt. And you can just see her shaping up to run around the wing, but Wales have got another penalty here. England have to be very careful not to give away any more penalties.
There's plenty of time left, still 12 minutes left in the game. Good defence by England though.
boundary. They run a sweeper play again, a player running behind the ruck there.
Oh, it's an interception. 0 touch.
Yeah, unfortunately there, that was only about their 4th touch, but England taking advantage of this error, driving towards Ed Bucks.
Not the smoothest of changes we've seen from England there.
No. Oh, Julia Unsworth has an incredible dummy on her, and she's just used it there to get an extra 5 metres or so on this drive. And Emily Ranaropa through again.
And down it goes. Appreciated in the studio to our left. It's 6-3 England. Let's watch this again.
Oh, the speed she has, just taking off from half. That left to right ball, just incredible. She's the captain of this team and really leading from the front. Just a spectacular player.
So England 3 ahead again with 10 minutes to go or so. Still not over for Wales though. They've shown that they can penetrate this England defence. They just need to maybe get a couple of tries as they do now. But the touch I think was made. But if they manage to get a couple of tries now, it really does put England under pressure.
Yeah, it really does. I almost thought that link hole was on there to play before. But Wales really have to structure this midfield defence. At the moment, England are making a lot of yards on their drives. And you can see Wales sending up a couple of players, but England are getting that check off out and just making yards on these drives.
Certainly are. They're 10 metres away from the halfway line, looking to extend the lead further. Oh, here they come again. Now, was the touch made in time before the ball was released? Yes, I think it was. So, Wales possession. Let's have a look at this one again as Bronte Sykes goes through, pops it down. Emily Irons racing through, and I think there was just a touch hit. Or was it gathered in? Was it? Oh, there's so many things, so much happening.
So close, so close. But Emily Irons, great run from the half.
Wales looking to reduce the arrears, but a bit of a mix-up there, but they got away with it, I think.
I think that was a deserved penalty there. You can see the hard touch come in, just that extra push that's interrupting that roll ball, and that's why Wales have got that penalty. We've got a forced sub, so they'll bring on a substitute straight away for the player. You can see Kenzie McNaught coming in for the subbed off player. Ella Trier's targeting that hole that's just opened up, and another penalty here. Looks like again they're just being a little bit too over physical in these touches, trying to disrupt that roll ball, England.
Chance now, Latrez, but once again, defence closes in, gets the touch before she can pop the ball down.
And plenty of time. We keep on talking about time in touch. There's still 8 minutes to go. Plenty of times for Wales to get back into this game. But fifth touch, they're going to have to create something on the last bit. Jorian Jones tries to do with a long ball, but just put down on the wing.
Sarah Vasey there, just letting it go through her grass. It was a difficult ball to take, to be fair. England in possession again, and they'll be happy just to have possession now. A run down the clock, but now a chance to break away down the wing. Fantastic speed. What a great try. Almost from nothing.
Fabulous try. It's tough for this Wales defence. They're sending up a couple of players, but England just are consistently getting those check-offs to supporting players that aren't being marked. And
I mean, it's from their own 7 metre this started.
And you can say Kenzie McNaught really built this, so you can see just quick dummy out to the wing. The Wales winger has just been pulled in field there, and oh, such speed, these ladies.
Yeah. Nicola Wise there. Great pace. 7-3 England lead. And I think you have to say that is probably that as far as this game is concerned. Or is it?
Based on there have been games where we've seen, you know, a 3 touchdown differential at this stage, and because of the performance of both teams have been so close, we think the other team has a chance to get back in, but you've got to favour England to maintain this lead just based on their performance on the field. Great defence by Kenzie McNaught again. She's been everywhere this game as well.
Yeah, she's had a great game. I think when you're talking MVP for each side, and Kenzie McNaught has got to be in the mix for this game, certainly.
Yeah, those really subtle supporting plays, and in terms of the yard, she's been instrumental in getting up the field for England. And it looks like they may be playing the touch here.
There's no whistle gone, has there? So
No.
we're just carrying on.
Naomi Fennett with the ball.
Oh, it's down again.
And a call from the sideline ref. It looks like there was a forward pass on one of those last passes.
It's great because Naomi Fennett went off aeroplane arms, thinking that was a it was a great run by her, as we see here. She was away celebrating, but unfortunately the try not given that time. Ella Trias for Wales trying to streak away, but the touch was made. We're into the final 5 minutes of this game. It has been a really great game as well.
Yeah, it really is. It doesn't really feel like a 7-3 scoreline, but I think the difference is most times when England are getting down to the Wales line, they are converting these opportunities where the England defence has just been too tough, incredibly solid.
Go. It's coming over. Final touch. And down it goes again, and England are just starting to stretch away. 8-3 England lead now.
Great connection between these two players. You see Julia Unsworth with an impeccable strike dump. Rhoda Roper picking up from half, quick pass in, and Jules tapping that ball on the line.
So, you're right. I mean, 8-3. Wales will certainly not feel that 8-3 is fair to the performance that they put in.
No, it's.
I think that is down, is it? No touch given.
Oh, Bronte Sykes, try-saving touch there. And you can see them, despite being up by 5, the desperation England is showing in this defence is incredible.
Wales back to the 7 metre.
We have seen this happen. We have seen Wales get these opportunities, 6 touches, these offside penalties against England, but their conversion rate just hasn't quite been there. And I don't think through any fault of the players, it's just been through the defensive setup of this England team.
They've defended very well, and Wales just the 3 scores, but they could have had a lot more because they've really threatened, especially when they've got it within that 7 metre line. They've got the players that really can do some damage, but the England defence has been absolutely superb throughout this game.
Yeah, they've got a second penalty on the line here. That's for not moving up, so the defence has to keep on moving up, and this is something that England need to focus on. They have given away a lot of penalties on their line, which they just can't afford to do.
Cheers in front of us, but play goes back to the 7 again. In fact, it is England's ball.
And this looks like a 7 players on penalty. It looks like at the sub box they potentially brought on a player early.
So he's starting from halfway for England. Down it goes. It's great passing again, but I think the touch came in. Great diving touch there by Alan Huxtable.
Yeah, great touch there. Huxtable diving across.
Going into the final minute. Bronte Sykes just looked to be limping a little bit there. She stayed out. She's put the ball down, but hasn't got the try. I think she was about to throw it back to halfway, wasn't she?
I think she was feeling confident that that might have been given, but a quick switch in play, and I think this might be the final set of 6 for this game.
Into the final 30 seconds, so Wales have to drive up quickly if they want to get anything else from this game. It would just be a consolation. 8-3. Oh, that's a heavy touch.
Yeah, I think both players went into that touch quite hard.
And there goes the
And
final hitter and his handshake between
it looks like
the
there
two.
might be a final penalty potentially just to finish off this game. So they're going to rule it was a hard touch by Carly Wynn. Carly Wynn, the number 6 winger for England. I think she's been outstanding this game as well. Wales trying to create something.
And there is a little bit of laughter to end the game, which is nice to see, but it's an emphatic 8-3 victory for England in what was a fabulous game of touch rugby.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Both teams just have class players across the pitch. I think England probably won it in their midfield driving. They just made a lot of yards against this Wales team, and it just meant that England did have shots in the line, and when they are close to your line they're going to convert a lot of times. But yeah, I think Wales would be a bit disappointed with that. They just didn't have that conversion, but it's tough when you're facing a defensive powerhouse that England is. But cracking game.
Yeah, really, really good game. Well, we're going to take there'll be a short break now of 5 minutes before the next game. That starts at 12:10. The men's 30 round robin clash between Switzerland and Luxembourg is coming up next. But in the meantime, we're going to hand over to the studio. Ian is with Jordan and Ben.
Well, welcome back to the studio, everybody. And what a morning's action we have seen so far, rounded out by an absolute cracker from England and Wales. England getting the job done. Now, one thing I've noticed, I've no doubt you've been watching as closely as I have, is the rolling substitutes, and I've had to draft in the expertise of Jordan and Ben here to talk us through it. Now, I've asked you this question a couple of times already, guys, off camera, but let's talk substitutes, because I've noticed quite often when they're about to go attacking, 3 or 4 players come off at a time and go straight on. How does it all work? Because it just seems to happen magically, but it doesn't, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a unique feature of touch, really, the role of substitutions, and like we were talking about before, a lot of the better teams will obviously use it as an attacking move. It's not only to get fresh players on the field and to get the players that have been on for a couple of minutes off, it's at the end of it, touches 4 and 5, if you do it correctly, you can use that as a good attacking platform. So a lot of the teams will do it very differently. Mix play for different club teams, and we'll have different subbing structures, but it's to achieve the same goal, really. You're trying to make as many yards as possible. A bonus of it is a fresh set of 6, because you've been at such a high intensity, and you'll see that a lot throughout the week. If a team is subbing well, sometimes we get a penalty off it, and that's from offsides or hard touches, and that is from a good transition. Obviously the best thing you get out of it is a score, and that is from good transition, good sub into the box, and then touches 4 and 5 is good goal, and good transition on the field, and teams will do different things, but it is to achieve that end goal.
So Ben, is there like an order or something? Because I see the players just come on, they just know when to go on. Is there a particular order? Is it spoken about beforehand?
Position on the pitch, really. So you'll start with, like, when they're started to sub off and they'll start on their own 7-metre line. Typically, your far link will try and get to the sub box as quick as possible because they'll be the first. Their subbing partner will be the first one on, and then they'll try and run short and try and bring players towards their own sub box to leave the space on the outside. Then you've got your 2 middles and your near side link that's closest to your sub box to move the ball up the field, get to halfway, and then when they get off, their substitutes get back on, and then they look to exploit that space, that link that's just come on first, near side, then they'll exploit the space far side, and if they can't do that, they'll then check back into the middle, and then they'll look for a middle scoop. And I think we've seen a lot of that today already, where the middles are the ones that are picking up and trying to take the offside player to get either a penalty or an offside call or a new fresh set of 6. So that's the outcome at the end of the day, is, well, scoring, but it's actually trying to get a fresh set of 6.
You'll notice that, obviously, like we said before as well, the elite level teams, or the top end teams, obviously you want to get to a middle scoop because it's fast, it's a 2-man play, so it's probably the easiest thing to get to on 5th touch. If you can get to 10, 15, maybe even 7 out, that'd be an amazing transition, but good teams can get there. You can run a live play, and all we mean by live play is rather than this strike player being half, he obviously can't score, can't get touched. A live play would be the ball player or the strike player being able to score and being able to, obviously it's last touch, so neither of them get touched anyway, but it's a lot of the better teams can kind of sort of pre-plan something in the box to a degree, and have a little bit of a framework on 4 and 5, but be able to run something with a few more opportunities and a little bit more of a threat on 5th touch. When we get to Saturday, once we start seeing those top end games, especially in the opens category, they'll just be flying on 4 and 5. You'll notice a lot of different variations on that.
It's a real tactical affair, isn't it? Get it wrong, or the coach doesn't know what's going on. It can really be quite ambiguous at times, can't it?
I think you asked me earlier, how do we know who's going on? And I think there's 14 players on a match day or a match game, and typically you'll have your 2 wingers that stay on most of the game, which means you've got 12 links and mids. You've got 3 sets of 4, and they'll be rotating. You'll also have a defensive pod, an attacking pod, and that depends on whatever the situation is. That the coach might go, you're not going right now, we're going to bring on a better defensive player or an attacking player to improve your chances of whatever the outcome that coach wants at that time.
A point as well, it goes for the other side of the ball as well, because you'll notice again that even better teams, midfield D is just massive. It's a huge part of the game, and the women's open, like they've displayed it through 2 days now. Their midfield D is one of the reasons that they're the top of their category, and it's about that midfield battle a lot of the time. Transition's a massive part, but midfield being able to shut that down, take away that threat, it's huge.
They just don't seem to make any errors. Just watching the England-Wales game there, they just don't seem to make any enforced errors, shall we say. They just seem to get the job done, don't they?
If you're making no errors and you're going, even if you don't score but you go 60 metres every single time, that team, if you don't score, that team's then going to come back to you for 60 metres. And if they can't do that, it's about that grind in the midfield, and if you're doing that without making any errors, you will get out on top over a 40-minute game. So it's all about that error count and making sure that you're going full field every single time. Even if you don't score, you'll get out on top.
Superb. Well, guys, thank you so much. It's amazing how quick it goes, doesn't it? Even these little segments, they don't last long, do they? So it's time to get underway for the after lunch set of games. Another 4 matches coming up for you here on Field One. We're going to start with the men's 30, Switzerland taking on Luxembourg. Let's hand over to commentator Chris to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Appreciate that chat. And just in front of me, there's lots of handshaking going on between Jordan Melling and Ben Meakin, along with Mike Abramovich, who has he's rushed up here into the commentary position, overlooking Field One. Just tell us briefly, Mike, just how your day's been going so far. So Mike is not just a member of the Federation of International Touch Board, but he's also proudly part of the Touch Switzerland playing and coaching group here in Nottingham this week. So just tell us how your week's been going so far.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's firstly awesome to be here and playing touch again after 4 years of being out of Euro, so brilliant to be back. And Switzerland, we brought 4 teams across here: a mixed open, a women's 27s, men's 30s, which is about to play now, and then a men's 45s team. And all teams have had some very varied times, but all of them enjoying themselves, having the ability to play touch again on an international stage is great for all of us. So really just happy to be here.
Just before the tap off, just how important is it from the FIP perspective to have international competitions rather than it being bilateral or the home nations that we had in the autumn series last year, but to have 17 nations, 60 teams, one venue, multiple days, multiple fields? How important is it from the international federation to have this back?
Massively important to get touch back on the stage. That we've got, as you say, 60 teams with 17 nations, which is bigger than we had in 2018. It's a huge testament to all the European nations who put themselves through a difficult time to get here. It's not cheap for the teams to get here as well, so they've really made a huge effort. And to have international touch playing again on this great stage is super for FIT, and we're looking forward to the JTC next week as well.
And you've joined me for the Swiss men's 30s clash against Luxembourg, which is on field 1 just in a minute or so. Switzerland yesterday came up against England in their opening round, losing that 11-4, and then beat Belgium 7-6 in their second game. That was a proper tight and tense affair by the looks of it. Luxembourg lost 8-0 in their opener yesterday morning against Ireland, and then unfortunately came up against a rampant England team which hit 20 against them in their second game yesterday. So Switzerland sitting 4th in the table at the time of writing, Luxembourg sitting in 5th, and but so there's absolutely everything to play for in this match, and we'll run you through teams as and when things happen. But that game against Belgium yesterday, so let's watch this Swiss opening attack play out as there's a run straight through to the left side of the pitch. That's Lucas Schmidt opening the scoring for the Swiss. Lovely finish, and but just in terms of taking the fillip from that win over Belgium, would be really important for the team.
Yeah, I think that the way they've developed as a men's 30s team is important, and this team, actually the men's 30s team, won a Portuguese the seniors tournament in October last year. So looking to build on that, and Lucas was a key part of that, and nice run from him. A little bit the Luxembourg defender unfortunately found himself stuck on the line, didn't come off high enough, and just got scored at his feet.
Luxembourg now are on the attack on the front foot, and for the first time got touches to play with on or around the 7-metre line. That's Amri Bie getting touched, just bringing the ball in 7 metres. Lovely nifty backwards facing baseball cap, or snapback should I say, and but it's not quite as nifty as the Luxembourg shirts, which I have to say win the award. Them and Spain, I think, have won the awards for the best kit of the week.
They are colourful. Whoever the designer is needs a pat on the back.
Always love a bit of distinctive match shirt action on the touch rugby field. And here comes Switzerland. They've held out, but that time that's hit the deck, unfortunately. Over on the far side, pass just slightly behind. I think it was Neil Walsh on that far side.
A little bit of confusion on this and the sub box move getting off, but good pressure from Luxembourg as well to put them under pressure to make that error.
So the first part of the seniors category, or the seniors division should I say, this is the first time watching touch rugby. It's broken up into 3 individual divisions. You've got the Opens, which is men's, women and mixed, and then the seniors, which is women's 27s, men's 30s and mixed 30s, and then the Masters, where age and treachery starts winning out over potential physicality, and that's the women's 35s, men's 40s, men's 45s, men's 50s here, which is in the European Touch Championships for the first time, and so there's a couple of things, just that obviously the men's 50s for the first time, but also having a bona fide women's 35s division with 4 teams in it for the first time. Just shows how touch is progressing up the age groups.
Yeah, incredible to have a full actual women's 35s division that's viable, and all teams are competing from a European perspective for the championship. It just shows how well touch is developed in Europe specifically, and a huge credit to all those nations who managed to get those teams there and up for this tournament.
How have Switzerland been preparing for this? Because you don't have the same, say, domestic infrastructure that you have in France or England.
Well, we've got a mixed division, which is basically a mixed tournament. We play it across a few teams. So we've got now, I think, 10 to 11 actual touch clubs that play around Switzerland. And Switzerland being not a very big nation. A little bit of a switch in there and inside ball.
Jouet from the Swiss, unfortunately, just the ball hits the deck. Gerald Ho there just over his shoulder, and Lucas Schmidt just couldn't add to his tally. Sorry to interrupt.
No. We've got 11 or 10-11 teams that play across the clubs across Switzerland, and our newest being Uri, a team out who've started very new. But we have a sort of a mixed tournament that we play, and then we've also played men's and women's a couple of times where we sort of amalgamate teams from across Switzerland and create that. But we do miss out on a large part of international competition, a large part of a bigger infrastructure that this kind of competition provides. So we find all our teams pick up the level through this tournament and hopefully take that back to their clubs.
How influential was 2018? And 2018 was also here in Nottingham and was a massive success, and I think everybody went home massively energised from that. Did you see, even with all of the lockdowns and all of the COVID disruption in the intervening period, in terms of that momentum, the springboard from that, has that carried on?
I think certainly we've seen. Well, we had 3 teams here in 2018. We had a men's open, a women's 27s, and then we had women's open and a men's 40s. And now we've got 4 teams, being men's 30s, women's 27s, men's 45s, and mixed open. So we've certainly seen that impetus created from 2018 into the youngsters who've come through. Our mixed open is a very young team, which has been great to see them come through. And the clubs have grown. So we've seen increasing playing numbers across the board from lots of play. But it's taken a lot of effort from a lot of people who've been really involved in creating that through Swiss touch.
Seeing a good bit of physicality from both teams on their touches, and Switzerland, I think, they're going to get a fresh set of 6 from this. Yep. There's if you're new to touch, there are the ball has to be played at for the attacking team to retain possession. Otherwise, it is a turnover. So the referee this time has deemed that the Luxembourg defender batted the ball down, and it certainly looked that way from the up here in the commentary box. But that time, it just hit the deck and would have been a turnover if it hadn't been for a penalty conceded by Luxembourg. And discipline has to be tight, because if they concede 3 penalties in the same defensive set within their 7, Luxembourg will lose a player to the naughty step. And here comes Switzerland.
Just a bit of patterning play they're trying here. Just not having the skill set to finish that off. But they started off with a quickie, and then they went to a 32 long ball.
Adrian Villiers just lacking a couple of inches in his arm. And the ball hits the deck, and Luxembourg have held out. And this is still only 1-0. And Switzerland have had the better opportunities. And certainly they've been very good, although they're firm. And they're going to have another chance here. Referee Dom Shaw getting his momentum going, jogging towards the 7-metre line. So give a bit of a shout out to Dom, because he's been part of the management of the Cardiff University team, the Cardiff University club, which is coming in leaps and bounds in the University National Touch Series here in England, and I think they're seeing players will be putting their hands up for the Wales setup as well.
Yeah, we've got Niall over here, Niall Walsh, really experienced rugby player, previously for an Irish club, trying to dictate play a little bit, but hoping for 6 more, not getting it.
So you're saying he's a really experienced
rugby player? Yeah, played in Irish club rugby. I forget the team. It may have been Connaught, but has been in Switzerland for quite a long time. But is certainly the person who will be looking to set up the plays here in this spot that they've got here with Gerald and Lucas Schmidt.
Lucas Schmidt, who scored the first try, and that's really good awareness there from Neil Walsh, just keeping hold of possession with the touch not having been made. But the touch is definitely made this time, and he is shut down. But gets the ball back from Lucas Schmidt, who then peels away to the left just to create a bit of space. Have the Luxembourg defenders running all over the place, and here comes Walsh on the dive, but gets touched just on the way through. Switzerland conditioning the Luxembourg defence, putting them through their paces, and I think they'll actually appreciate a bit of a chat coming from the referee, just allowing them to catch their breath. You can see the 2 middles, hands on their knees, they're feeling the pressure, and you think that referee would have had the chat about that discipline, but there's a let-off for the Benelux outfit.
Yeah, some good effort by the right middle there from Luxembourg, defence-wise, and now just having a little bit of a small bobble of the ball, and now earning the penalty. So that's good play by Luxembourg to get out of their half.
And here they come into the Swiss half for the first time in a couple of minutes, and they're just getting a good roll on. James Hancock taking the touch, but loss of control just there, and Switzerland.
Yeah, they'll go to the ball back. They'll go to their box now for sure. Someone's missed their assignment there now, just missing his assignment. They'll go link ball, and then they'll have a mid runner. And sweeping on now, this is Thomas Blazer, who's probably the most experienced player. There's Matt, and Thomas will go through there.
Nice hands coming from the Swiss. Just a little bit of a heavy touch, but they're still playing quickly. Just half gets touched there. That was Matt Winton.
Just losing his space in the field. Should be making touches right in the 7 there. But Matt's also a very experienced player. I think Switzerland, Luxembourg done really well to stay in the grind here. They've really worked hard on their line defence, managed to hold Switzerland out, and Switzerland will just need to hope that they keep on banging at the door and eventually get an opportunity to score.
And here come the Swiss into the... Sorry, here come the Luxembourg team into the Swiss half. Amaury BA has been one of their key players so far in terms of playmaking, but this time that attack comes to nothing.
Yeah. Good transition there from Thomas Blazer. Gets the ball quickly and turns it over. Means they can get the ball moving quickly up the field again, and here they come. And they'll sweep on here.
Unlimited substitutions in touch, and it's all the more important given how speedy and physically demanding this sport is. I mean, we've got 20-minute halves, and the numbers of steps that a player takes during the course of the day is well into the tens of thousands.
Yeah. Well, we had our manager actually who had his Garmin on yesterday, and he told me this morning that he did 70 kilometers yesterday.
As a manager?
As a manager, not as a player, as a manager. Shows how much he's working for us. Roger Beck deserves a shout out from the men's 45 Switzerland team management. 70 kilometers yesterday. Just to see if someone can beat that as manager.
I think we should definitely have an award for that potentially at the end of the week. But here come the Swiss. Luxembourg shut down James Smith over on that left-hand side, but Switzerland have touches to play with. Referee's having a bit of a chat.
Switzerland are eventually seeing that they're standing up that right middle the whole time, and he leaves himself open for exactly that, and now a touch pass.
Yeah, Switzerland are leaving that single player. Sorry, Luxembourg are leaving that single player up in the defence close to their line, and surely it's only going to be a matter of time before Switzerland can really exploit that in terms of making him run around and creating that hole.
He's doing a lot of work now. He's just dropped the ball. I think he's really tired, that guy. He's done a huge amount of effort already, but he's got to keep it up the whole game, and he needs a bit of help up there. But the other middle's got to help him more if they get the far side link up. But he can't be doing that the whole game.
Thomas Blondel is the player, and as Mike has just said, he is absolutely feeling it on this sub box here. He is blowing. But they've only got 5 substitutes, so he's not going to be away from the action for very long. The Switzerland pile on the pressure once again. Benjamin Schoenfeld. Sorry, it wasn't. It was Jason Sturzenegger, number 6, got touched on the side. Just mistaken my 6, mate. I'll put my contacts in for the second half.
There we go.
It's unfortunate there for Swiss winger on this near side, Jose Nieto. Ball was just a little bit out of reach, frustratingly out of reach, but you feel that the breakthrough has to come for Switzerland at some point soon, and Luxembourg, this defensive work is really starting to absolutely take it out of their legs.
Yeah, you've got to give credit to Luxembourg. They have 11 players. And not just that, one of their players on the right wing, Nick Frank, is a stalwart of Luxembourg touch. He's possibly one of, I hope you don't mind me saying, the elder statesmen in the men's 30s division, and I hope you mind giving his age. He's 59 and is holding the right wing for Luxembourg right now and hasn't come off yet.
59. It's proper sport for all ages, and absolute credit to him. The scary thing is that he's quite legitimately old enough to be a parent of somebody in this division.
Yeah, that's good. He's going to come after a while. The right middle there couldn't do as much work. He got taken on the inside. The inside middle wasn't there to help him, and an easy score for Lucas Schmidt. But it was coming for a long time. But Luxembourg held out, and eventually Switzerland getting over for a touchdown.
Yeah, Thomas Blondel's been, he was doing a massive amount of work. He's been pressing the defence on his own. We saw him taking in some massive breaths here in the sub box, and he was back on. Said he couldn't take much time off, but I think the fatigue is already playing a part, as Mike Abramovich from Touch Switzerland and the Federation of International Touch, who is stood just to my right, and providing his insight and expertise through certainly for the first half of this game, between Switzerland in the red and Luxembourg in the blue, red and white.
It was a good effort by Luxembourg. They got the overlap on, just ran out of space in the corner, unfortunately. And now Switzerland, good drive up by Matt Winton, looking for a long deep ball. Now the Luxembourg have really got to work hard. They've got to do a little more work in the midfield so they don't get stuck on their line too much. They're just dropping back, probably because they're really tired. But if they do more work in the midfield, they don't have to do as much work on their line. And now they'll be cut open. Well done by the winger Nick Frank. That's a great shot touch.
Showing all of the experience of his 59 years, the elder statesman of the men's 30s division, as you were saying. But Switzerland now have space to play with, and that is space which is exploited by Adrian Villiers.
Great touch there by the middle. Lovely touch. He made it just on the heels of Adrian to stop that. Little bump ball that they played to get him on the outside, but that middle doing a really good job. Yeah, you can see the Luxembourg guys are tired.
You can also see the frustration in the Swiss midfield as well, demanding that players come and be aggressive in their defence. That's Adrian Villiers, who was denied the try, really stepping things up in defence, and Switzerland get their reward with a penalty, and will start 10 metres inside their own half. So great platform upon which to build, and they look to get fresh players on. James Smith takes the touch and then immediately works to the sub box, and they've got another penalty.
Luxembourg just getting a bit tired, hanging on to touches there. Just he got a bit of a grab going, but yeah, they've done exceptionally well this first half. I really hope they're able to carry on the second half, because it's going to be a long game with 11 players they've got in their box, or 5 in their box, 6 on the field. It's a long game for them.
Here comes Neil Walsh.
Step back. So that's just a very easy, quickie step back that Lucas said he scored the last time. Now he's not giving him enough space. He should be a little bit on opening up to be on the mid-link channel. He'll do it again. Now he'll step back again, and there it is, and score. Touch. Oh, well done touch. So
that was a fantastic touch, but if he'd have caught the ball first time, that was in. But again, there's that back and forth and that really working. Thomas Blondel, I think he'll be up to 70k by the end of this first game, but he's still got the energy to get Luxembourg going forwards, but he seems to have jarred himself, and he's just taking a bit of a breather.
The sun's coming out now. It's not going to make it any easier for Luxembourg. It's been some really mild conditions at Nottingham compared to a few years ago. We had the Touch World Cup in Malaysia where we were getting to 50 plus, so a little bit of breeze, a little bit of rain, really welcomed by the players, I'm sure.
And here come Luxembourg showing some nice hands on that far side. That's Amory BA, but it was on the 5th touch, and then he gets touched, and Switzerland's come away with it. And we'll talk a little bit about Malaysia just briefly at the half-time interval. But Switzerland still they're keeping their pace up very admirably.
Yeah, they've got 14 players, so they can do that, and you really would like to see Luxembourg pressing a little bit more in the midfield and not offering the scoreline to Switzerland each time, because each time they do that, it's so dangerous for them. Like now, and there it is.
That was the scoop from Thomas Blazer, and Luxembourg could not defend that whatsoever. And Patrick Stadler over on the far left wing had a simple job, an unopposed job of catching that pass and dotting it down in the corner.
Some really nice structured play by Switzerland, and moving the ball up nicely, getting the strike dump in the right areas, and one of their key strike players and attacking players, Thomas Blazer, really nice to get through a long ball to Patrick.
Patrick's long-limbed liquidity of hoofing the ball back as well is plenty to write home about. Here come Luxembourg, they're 3 down, they're going to need to get a try just before half-time, just over 2 minutes to play.
He's offside. I think he's... that the link was offsides. Yeah, that's it. Link was offsides there, stepping up too early, so penalty to Luxembourg.
And Luxembourg are now just going to take their time, just wind a little bit of the clock out and look to condition the Swiss defence with a couple of touches before running a strike play before the hooter. And here comes that touch, comes off the floor from Thomas Blondel, who's put in a massive amount of work. Simon Neal finds Jean-Claude Viart. I hope I've pronounced his name correctly. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And there's a dive through, but there's a touch there as well from the Swiss. And Simon Neal rolls the ball back to Viart, who's out to Blondel, and unfortunately the fatigue is starting to play havoc with his handling as well.
Yeah, he's put in a big shift, Thomas. It's a nice ball out there to the link. Should be putting the ball down. It's basics there to get the ball down so that team can come off as quickly as possible, ball off the deck. And now they're ball playing a little bit, and that's, she's got very good hands, but not such a good pass that time.
But Switzerland coming into this these 30 seconds before the break, what are you going to be, if you're the coach of this team now, what are you saying to them at half time?
Just keep doing exactly what they're doing, and eventually, unfortunately for Luxembourg, with the lack of players they've got, they'll be run over. If Switzerland's driving game is there, unless Luxembourg step up in the midfield, Switzerland's driving game will eventually run through them. Just to be a little bit more composed on line attack probably, and just to make sure that they're making the right calls on the right players. They're a little bit haphazard at the moment, but other than that, just keep picking their drive up, get into their half, and eventually the points will come.
And there goes the hooter, and I'm going to hand Mike over to Ian just for a little bit of a chat on camera just during the half-time interval. Switzerland leading 3-0 against Luxembourg, and we'll have a quick half-time interval, and I'll hand straight over to Ian in just a second, and then we might look at some highlights off the back of that interview with Ian having a quick chat to Mike Abramovich. In picture you can see how svelte he is indeed, and not showing the effects of a couple of days of touch. Anyway, over to Ian for a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. Now, Mike, you've just been running comms there with Chris, so thank you so much for your insight. But we wanted to get your face on camera as well, because you've got a rich history in touch. Have you? Tell us about your career.
So I started playing touch as a kid in South Africa years ago, and then started playing this version of Touch 6 Touch in 1995 in South Africa. Became part of the South African setup from 99 onwards, went to World Cup in Australia, then played for South Africa in 2003 in Japan, came across to the UK, was quite involved with England Touch for a long time, played with England teams for a number of years, mixed open, men's 30s, and was involved administratively as well from the high performance perspective, and then went to Switzerland, and where I find myself now, and subsequently coaching and playing in Switzerland, and now haphazardly on the board of FIT.
So it's true then when Jordan Melly says to me, what Mike doesn't know about touch isn't worth knowing.
I think Jordan's been quite kind. I mean, every day is a school day for me as much as anybody else. So yeah, the more you play this game, the more you realise as much you don't know.
Now let's talk about the game you have just been watching there, Switzerland and Luxembourg. It's quite hard on Luxembourg, isn't it? Because they've got quite a small squad. How are they coping out there?
Yeah, I think they're doing amazingly well for the squad they've had. I mean, I was chatting to their sort of coach manager Nick Frank, and who runs a bit of Touch Luxembourg, and to have 11 players out here in the second day, it's not easy for them. I think they'll find it hard going in the next few days, especially they've got a few more games. But to come out with the team, I mean, first of all, to be out here to bring a side across, brilliant for the game, brilliant for World Touch, and I really hope that they keep going as with the way they are.
You must be a proud man. It's lovely to see, isn't it? We've got Bulgaria making their debut here this week too. What does it mean to you to see everything come together?
It's incredible to see that the Bulgaria made its newest FIT member, that they've made the effort to come across. Stefan's done a huge amount of good work there in Bulgaria. Just to have so many teams out here, 60 odd teams from 17 nations through playing touch after COVID, which we decimated things for a while. Really proud of the effort the European nations have made to get here, and really looking forward to the JTC next week as well, where we've got in Vichy in France, hosted by Touch France, where we can then get the new generation of touch players coming through as well.
Superb, Mike. Thank you so much. I know you're back on comms for the second half, so I better let you go. It's a real pleasure. Enjoy the game. So let's hand back to your, firstly, of course, Chris, and then Mike for the second half of Switzerland-Luxembourg. Enjoy.
Thanks very much to Ian and Mike, who's about to join me in the box, and we're just having a quick look at that highlights. And it was Lucas Schmidt who opened the scoring for Switzerland, just having a bit of a ghost around Thomas Blondell, who ended up putting in a massive shift in that first half. And Schmidt would score a second, and here comes that second. Again, the unfortunate Blondell, the first time he was done on his outside, this time he's done on his inside with the step.
Yeah, that wasn't Blondell's fault to that start line. Certainly the other middle should be helping him out as much as possible. Blondell doing his job, taking away the outside from Lucas Schmidt, and the inside middle should be coming in. And that's the fumble, and a really good touch there by the link, coming in a little bit late, but he still made it in there. And here's Thomas Blazer going through, really nice scoop to go through, and good hands out to Patrick Sadler on the wing, the lighthouse.
It's a long way down from up there to score, but it's easy to catch. But sometimes, at this age group, you don't want to tweak a hamstring doing something like that.
He's got the arms to get up there, but it does take him 3 seconds to get down. But a great try by Patrick, really well deserved.
Switzerland going into today after the first day's action, because this is the first match of the day for both these teams. Switzerland was sitting third in the table, Luxembourg fourth, both teams having lost to England yesterday, but with Switzerland having beaten Belgium by the odd try in 13, so that was 7-6, and Luxembourg having been nilled by Ireland 8-0. But here they are on the attack for the first passage of play in the second half. And already they're just looking for a bit of extension. Oh, what a fantastic extendable arm really coming out from there.
That's their play, their 21 play that they were looking for the whole game, and I think that might be their first touchdown in the tournament. Is that right?
It is indeed their first try in the tournament.
Amazing.
And here they come. Just a little bit of a setup there, running on a short line, and an early dive from Antoine Pfalzgraf, and just extends his arm out for the try. Very, very hard to defend. Proper ankle biter. And Luxembourg have their first try of the week, but have just conceded a penalty for a bit of obstruction. Sorry, Switzerland have just conceded a penalty for a bit of obstruction as I look to reply back.
Yeah, that was well deserved try by Luxembourg. I'm really glad they got a tough try in there. It sets them up for the tournament. Let's hope they can go on a little bit, but Switzerland will be hoping they can lock them up a little bit. It's good movement by Luxembourg now, getting up the field nicely. Let's see if they can finish something off again. Maybe they go to their stock play 21 again.
Pulled play over to that far left, which paid dividend for them just a minute or so ago. And that's a 6-touch turnover. The Swiss hold out, and now they're going to need to go 65 metres if they're going to score in this phase of play. But they've made a good 10-12 metres with that first touch, and they're running that dummy line for their sub move. Matt Winton opting to pass to the second player, not the first. And all of a sudden now there's 4 touches or so to play, 3 touches to play with, close to the Luxembourg line. James Smith on the touch.
James just missing his assignment there, wanting to really get the ball down early, but just being touched and having to come back to the mark. And there's Adrian going through.
But that's a loss of control. Spoke in the first half about the ball being played at, or the ball just hitting the player, and that one really just hit the player, smack bang in the head, took his cap off.
Yeah.
And it's Luxembourg have the turnover and can come away from there close to their own line, looking to bring a few fresh legs on. It's rotating those players. That's exactly what they do. John Charles Villa finds Antoine Pfalzgraf, the try scorer.
That's a good touch by Jason Setzenegger. Really a diving touch to make that in there, and now they're on the 5th touch, pretty much on the halfway line. Really difficult to score from here.
Luxembourg spinning the ball left, but Viart puts it to the deck. And Switzerland now. Adrian Villiers takes the touch and then immediately works off. James Smith doing exactly the same. Those
A little bit of confusion there about who was driving the ball on. We've got Nel coming here again, nice and relaxed. There's Lucas Schmidt.
2 tries in the first half. We're looking to extend that in the second. Lovely scoop coming off the floor from Neil Walsh, who's looking for support now. He can't score as the half. Good mirrors defence from Luxembourg. Great defence on that far side.
Nick Frank there. The elder statesman making a wonderful touch there to stop that try.
And Switzerland only have the one touch to play with, but they look to create some space. Benjamin Schoenfeld just can't break through. Good defence once again from Luxembourg.
Really been solid. That defence really was, when they're fit and going, they really make it hard for Switzerland to score. It's just when they get a little bit fatigued that they drop off a little bit of the pace of the game. And now I made a small error. Not square roll ball. Bit of confusion by the Luxembourg player, not really anything that Switzerland be given the ball.
Yeah, it's one of those offences that doesn't get, well, now there's a little bit of confusion from Switzerland in terms of whereabouts to restart the ball, whereabouts to restart the play, because that's an offence that you don't necessarily see get given very often.
Yeah, it was clearly that it wasn't square, but there we go. Good touch there by the middle, saving middle there. That's what he didn't do last time when we watched the highlights of Lucas Smith. Here we go, setting up the same middle. If they bounce him out now, it's where it's difficult, and that's what he's always going to do, give away 6 more.
And that time the ball's played up by Thomas Blondell. Matt Winton and is interplaying with Thomas Blazer.
Fortunately, the player there, Blondell, getting involved in the ruck. He's doing a lot of work, but there we go, and that's try time. Yeah.
Fixes Ben Hudson with the dummy, and Switzerland have their 4th. Thomas Blazer, he set up 1 in the first half and gets reward for that generosity in the second. Lovely little bit of interplay from Wild. It was shaping for the interplay with Matt Winton. It just held the Luxembourg defence, and then another dummy.
Yeah, very good foot speed, Thomas, and once he gets outside the play, it's very difficult for that player to then recover to stop him. And Thomas goes through for a nice try.
That also created by the fact that they've played a lot of that interplay over the defending middle as well.
Yeah, I think that if you send one player up like that, it's really difficult for him to cover his outside and to be in the middle between the 2 middles. If he can't get that ball, he needs a bit of help from either from the link or his other middle to help him out, because he can't do that by himself. And here's Luxembourg stock play again, and they've scored.
Yeah, they have. Scored over in the far corner. That is Jean-Charles Viart. Wraps around from the link into the wing position, and Luxembourg have their 2nd.
Yeah, the Swiss coach Pete Ryden won't be happy with his defence there. Just losing their assignments, the wrong person making the touch, body shape was a little bit wrong, and but fair credit to Luxembourg for exploiting that and scoring a nice touchdown on try on the outside on the wing.
Yeah, Nick Frank just came off his wing, showed his experience to hold the defence, and it pays off with the overlap.
So that's great. 2 tries for Luxembourg, really doing well now at the moment. So it's their half for sure at the moment.
They sure haven't had to put as much defensive effort in so far, but Thomas Blondell's been run left and back, and all of a sudden, here you go with the long pass, and it's Gerald Ho is over for try number 5. The defensive winger stays out, and that leaves a hole that you could drive a combine harvester through. Gerald Ho with the score.
Really good ball by Neil Walsh there. It's a nice flat long ball over the despairing arms of the link, and Gerald going through for a nice try.
That was a Hail Mary, all or nothing defensive play if ever you saw one, and when it comes off it's brilliant, and unfortunately when it doesn't, it's the complete opposite, and that's what happened to Luxembourg on that occasion. Switzerland back to 3 tries in front, comfortable margin, but they won't be happy by the fact that they've conceded 2 tries to Luxembourg, who really didn't offer a massive amount in attack in the first half. But in the second half, they've really had a good, calm chat during half-time, and we can see that in the sub-box right now as well. Just out of shot, David Atkinson, number 5, is directing the other players in terms of what he wants them to do the next time they come onto the field.
That's a good transition there by Matt Winston, getting up to make the 2 touches on the middle and then getting the ball to turn over. And looks like overstepping. So going over the mark there, which is a bit unfortunate for them because it was good work initially, but Luxembourg with the ball, so let's see what they can do to see if they run their plays of 21 or 32s.
And here they come. That's James Hancock running the short line off his wing, and he's just working very hard to create a bit more space. Luxembourg send the ball left.
There it comes. Oh, just didn't control the roll ball, unfortunately.
They really do like that left-hand flank, don't they?
Yeah, that's the standard play is to come with a right runner into either 21 or 32. It's a little bit messy at the moment. Both teams not finding their feet, not getting settled into the drive. Both teams need to just calm it down a little bit and get back to the structure.
Yeah, Switzerland concede a penalty there. I think that's for a forward pass given by ref Dom Shaw. He's definitely earning his crust for the shuttle runs in that passage of play. He takes a well-earned breather, gets a glug of water on this near side, and Luxembourg go left once again. But now he's coming right is David Atkinson.
They're on 21 here.
Here comes Thomas Blondell, put in a massive shift in the first half defensively, dives for the line, and he gets reward for his efforts, just eluding the touch, and is over for a score.
Yeah, it's once again the same play, the same defensive errors, unfortunately for Switzerland, creating those touchdowns. But Luxembourg, to their credit, if something's working, don't change it. Keep going to the same place and keep scoring.
Yeah, just ghosted pass, agonising for the Swiss defender. They just couldn't quite make the touch on Thomas Blondell, who was attacking the retreating defender. You've got to get back to the goal line in that situation. It's a long way of 7 metres when you're having to go back quickly. And this is turning into a very interesting half of touch, because Luxembourg have largely eliminated the errors that we saw in the first half in terms of defensively, although they have conceded a penalty just there. But they've managed to shut down the Swiss without conceding repeat sets of 6.
Yeah, doing exceptionally well at the moment. And they've just got away from the player. Like a forward pass.
And a forward pass it is.
So that's just pressure from Luxembourg, Switzerland not being able to execute, and Luxembourg staying in the game. The longer they stay in the grind, the longer they stay in the game, the more nervous Switzerland will get, and the more chance Luxembourg have of tying this game up and maybe even sneaking it. But unfortunately, they're just making a small error.
It's a heavy touch, and that's one that Luxembourg have been penalised for. But we've seen a few heavy touches like that, and dare I say, where the shoulder's been leading rather than the hand.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to call for the referees. If it's a fair contest for putting both teams, then I think they let it go to an extent.
And Switzerland make Luxembourg pay for that. And Thomas Blazer is over for his second of the half, and he's got a good little turn of pace in that situation. It was just a little bit of a stop go, and just acceleration. Just there we go. See, fixes David Atkinson just with that little pause, and then just to go through the gap.
Yeah, very nice stutter step, and as I said, he's got a real pace to burn, and in this division, he's certainly one of the faster players.
Just over the midway point of this second half of this men's 30s round robin match between Luxembourg, who just I think they're going to get another roll ball here. Yes, indeed they are. Luxembourg in blue, white and red, up against Switzerland in the red. The next break in play, we'll tell you what's about to come up in the next hour and a half or so before our next mini break.
Switzerland getting a little bit better there on that defensive in the mid, getting up early, but offsides, not retreating in time. So Luxembourg getting another shot, and pretty sure they're going to stay in that corner to where they want to strike. They'll move the ball out to set it up. They looked up to send a sweeper for a change, but just lost the ball there in contact.
Yeah, quick loss of control there from Thomas Blondell. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we've got the men's 50s round robin. We're staying in, moving up into the Masters division. That is Singapore against Wales. It's great to see Singapore making the journey over from the Far East. Then at 1:50 we've got Portugal against Wales in the men's 45s division, and then at 2:40 it's back to the women's open, Belgium coming up against France. But in the meantime we've got 7 minutes and change to play here in this game.
And I thought that Luxembourg would be the team to drop off, but actually from an errors perspective, it seems to be Switzerland are the team that have sort of lost a bit of composure, more errors than Luxembourg, and that's just credit to Luxembourg keeping in this game and just really putting it all out there, because they've certainly made Switzerland work hard in the second half. Voluntary roll ball, unfortunately, which means he's put the ball down without being touched, and that's a penalty to Switzerland.
Yeah, David Atkinson was absolutely kicking himself after that, because he knew exactly what he'd done, because there wasn't a Swiss defender within 3 or 4 metres. So quite why he put the ball down, I don't know. But here come Switzerland over the halfway line, and you suspect that the coaches will have plenty to say after this in terms of with the second half, and plenty to work on.
We'll go through here.
As Thomas Blazy, he sat at one on the near side with Patrick Sadler in the first half, goes the other way this time, but the ball sails into touch.
I think he was touched before anyway. It's a penalty there to Luxembourg.
As I said, these teams, this is their first game of the day, and then later on this afternoon Luxembourg play Belgium, and Switzerland have the unenviable task of facing France, who were joint top with England on with a perfect record of 2 wins and no defeats from yesterday. Those are the games they've got coming up. Luxembourg will fancy their chances.
I mean, I think they've scored 3. There's no reason why they can't score 4 if they're running correctly now. Turned it back in, but nothing doing inside there. So Switzerland will be hoping just to settle it down a bit, get their drive back. As soon as they get their drive going, they are dangerous. There's Matt Winton and Thomas Blazer playing together. Nice drive up there and feed off to the wing, and now they'll just kick to sub on. Holding it up.
It's a fair bit of clock management going on now from the Swiss. 4.5 minutes to play. The sun's come out on the University of Nottingham Highfield Sports Complex here in the East Midlands. That's a good bit of defensive shutdown play from Luxembourg.
Yeah, Switzerland just losing where the try line was, and Matt Conway not dumping in the right area, unfortunately, and that just resulted in Luxembourg being back on sides and be able to make that easy touch for a 6 and a turnover.
And the score's been tied in the second half. 3-3. Yes, it was 3-0 to Switzerland at half time, and it's been 3-3 in the second half. So as you say, Luxembourg have come back off the canvas to make themselves very competitive, and they get a penalty for a heavy touch, and Donald Venkatapan will restart.
Yeah, he's just not he's not in control of the ball. All he knows is getting a. I initially thought that he wasn't controlling the ball, but it looks like the Swiss defender's been given for a heavy touch.
2 heavy touches and successive plays on the same player.
Actually, he's been given time, so that means that he can only come back after 4 completed sets of possession.
And so Switzerland are down to 5 players.
That's actually well done by Switzerland to get back and retreat there. If I was Luxembourg, I'd be moving this ball around a little bit more than just into one area and make the Swiss work really hard. There we go. Keep it going, and now they're going to try the other side. Just a bit slow off the mark there, and yeah, you want to get that to the open side as quickly as you can. If you're running a 32 short there, you want to give to the wrapper as soon as you can, so you can give a long ball out to the wing, and then you'll score for sure.
That's Thomas Blazer and Lucas Schmidt try scorers each. So Adrian Villiers on the defence in that previous one, but this time
he's going to give the touchdown try. I think
he is going to give the try. That's Thomas Blondell, his second of the half.
that's fair play to Luxembourg, getting over and making it half for Switzerland, but Switzerland being the West Indies with only 5 players. I'm pretty sure they can't bring up another player on now. They should still be playing with 5.
Yeah, you can just see Jason Sturzenegger on the naughty step over on that far left. He will come into shot in just a second. Switzerland need to hit back straight away, and they do exactly that. We've seen the danger that Matt Winton can pose through the course of the game so far, and he has his reward for that.
Yeah, very well set up by Thomas Blazer. Thomas and Matt as very experienced players together, played a lot of touch together in various teams in Switzerland, and that was then setting it up and an easy roll over for Matt.
And Luxembourg will be disappointed to concede that as 6 defenders against 5 attackers, as Switzerland extend lead once again.
Yeah, so Luxembourg have got at least this possession before Jason can come back. Let's see what they can do with it. Switzerland will only have 5 players. If I was them, I'd run their 32 short platform and feed to the wrapper early.
It's 7-4 to Switzerland right now. But there's a touch on that far side. It's 7-4 on the scoreboard, but it is 4-4 in the second half, and Luxembourg are definitely going to enjoy their lunch.
So Jason can come back after this completed set of possession. Then Switzerland will be back to 6.
But we're down to the final 30 seconds of the contest, so he may just be able to amble back onto the field in time for the hooter, as Switzerland look to finish the game on a high. And here comes Adrian Villiers. As Switzerland just have a bit of confusion deep in the Luxembourg half. We see Jason Sturzenegger head back to the sub box,
and you were right as he came on.
Luxembourg are looking to finish the game on a high. They're playing a bit of barbarian style, but we saw Patrick Stadler's ability with his arms and legs to finish off, and this time those long arms are able to make the touch, which brings an end to this contest. Switzerland winning, but only just, Mike Abramovich.
Yeah, really were great second half by Luxembourg. I didn't pick them to keep in that game, but Switzerland making a few mistakes, Luxembourg really putting the pressure on and scoring some really good tries. And fair credit to both teams, but Luxembourg, I think, in that second half with 11 players were fantastic.
Mike Abramovich, thank you very much for your time in commentary and just chatting to Ian at half-time there, telling us about all of your experiences and giving us your insight. Don't go away, because coming up we've got the men's 50 round robin between Singapore and Wales. Jono will be joined by Ben Meakin. So make yourself a cup of tea, grab yourself a smoothie, anything you like that, and rejoin us.
request to keep the substitute areas clean and tidy. For the spectators and playing players who are supplying it, food is available, food and drink, on the car park behind the auditorium. This consists of smoothies, coffees, burgers, chips, drinks, and cookies. If you have any more property queries, please make your way up to the control room upstairs in the newer pavilion. And ice is still available for our teams throughout the day. So if you require it, make your way to the ice collection point to the rear of the whole pavilion. Your water bottle, the water tent is available on the hockey side of the hockey entrance, on the hockey side of the venue. Should you require any information regarding today's event and for the rest of the week, make way to the information point in the marquee, just in front of the new pavilion, and also if you require any medical, same area. So the medical tent, just below the marquee. My apologies, this is your 30-second warning. Playing officials, 30 seconds.
Welcome back to Nottingham Highfield Sports Complex, part of the University of Nottingham. And it's game 6 of the day, and it's the men's 50s clash between Wales and Singapore. Wales in their traditional red and Singapore are in the black strip as we're underway. And it's Wales who have the tap off, and they are already at the 7-metre line. I'd say joining me on co-coms once again is Ben Meakin. Good afternoon, Ben.
Good afternoon, and this is going to be an interesting game. I've not seen much of the men's 50s yet, so we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, Singapore coming into this with a win and a loss, and Wales have 2 losses from the games yesterday. They lost 6-2 to Ireland and 8-1 to England. Singapore with a 5-3 victory over Ireland and then a 5-2 loss to England.
It's only a bit of jet lag since their flight from Singapore.
They've it's not a bad start at all, is it, for them? Also, I want to say a big thank you to their skipper Jim Layard, who sent this fantastic information on the team. It's really is appreciated by all the presenting staff and commentators here. So thank you very much for that, Jim. It is very, very much appreciated, as I say. And hopefully we can use some of the information he's given us.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't read through it all properly, so I don't know whether how much of it is appropriate.
Well, yes. Maybe we should vet it first.
So, no score so far in this one, as both teams really, I suppose, feeling each other out. It's their first game of today. Both the previous games were yesterday.
I'd love my first game to be at 1 o'clock, Jono.
Yeah, I say they've had a chance for a good amount of rest, but as you see, it's beautiful sunshine now. Looking at the sky, it looks like it's going to stay that way. Much fresher today compared to yesterday, but it's midday, also 1 o'clock, and that heat is just going to get more and more intense as the afternoon wears on.
Well, that's got to favour Singapore, right? Because obviously,
you would think so, yeah.
Where their training is based, I'm guessing it is in Singapore. They're going to be very used to this weather, and the rainy parts of Wales might not help them.
Now, I was speaking to Jim Layard, their captain, on Monday evening, and he was saying that the team is a mixture of expats and Australian and New Zealanders, so they are training out there. So,
and they've probably been playing for a long time as well, so they'll know the game, and you can see that already they're driving 70 metres every time. So let's just see how that transpires into the rest of this game.
This Wales who looking to drive towards their sub box, but excellent defence by Singapore so far, defending high, and they're really penning Wales into their own half. They've not made the 10-metre line yet.
No, it looks like it's fifth coming now, and actually the ball is down, so great defence from Singapore there, and they should get a great opportunity to try and put the first score on the board.
Singapore start again, one touchdown as they go over 10 metres. It's Wales' turn for a high defence. Bit of space opening up for Singapore now. Jim Layard puts the ball down, gets the ball back.
So they're just going to look for a 32 dump. It's going to be a scoop. Can anyone chop holes? He couldn't get to his hole quick enough.
Hwao Huang there, and I think he looked a bit frustrated with his teammates there.
You could see him beckoning that his middle to chop that hole a bit earlier. The chopping of the hole came. It was just a little bit late, and maybe that's got to do something with the age and the heat, and also probably warming into the game as well.
Okay, we are going to hand over to the studio and Ian, who is with a guest.
Well, welcome everybody back to the studio. I'm delighted to say joined by Sean Donovan here, player for Singapore, resting today though.
Yes, a well-deserved rest from yesterday. It's been a great competition so far. We're firstly I'd like to say thank you very much to the FIT organisation for inviting us over. It's a great privilege to be able to come over, and I think the other teams are happy that we're here as well, so we can have a great competition amongst.
They certainly are happy. Of course, Singapore, as we know, is definitely not in Europe, but it is the European Championship. But you've got a special invite.
Yes, we did get a special invite. We've got some good contacts at FIT and with the English Touch, and we were working with them very closely. We didn't know till I think it was end of April that we were going to be playing, so a mad rush for training at the end.
Well, it doesn't look it, because you had a very strong result against Ireland, picking up a win yesterday.
Yes, that was a crunch match, I think, because we knew a lot of their players from the World Cup in Malaysia. So there was a lot of determination from both sides to win. So we'll see how the second match goes in that series.
How are the chaps going to do here against Wales?
I don't know. Wales lost both their matches yesterday, but if I know anything from Welsh rugby, never write them off.
Never.
So I suspect they'll come out hard and fighting. I'm not sure there'll be any tries yet, but hopefully we'll get a win there.
Fantastic. Right, I'm going to let you get back. I know you want to go support. I really appreciate you running up. Best of luck. Enjoy the rest of the
tournament.
Thanks so much. And we appreciate your time today. Let's hand back to Jono in the studio.
Thanks very much, Ian. Appreciate all the interviews you're getting throughout the matches. Great insight into some of the teams, a little bit more in-depth coverage of the teams that are on show, and it's great to get the coaches up during the games just to give that insight.
Yeah, I think the extra insight that we've got today from coaches, managers, players, it gives you an on-field feeling as well, and that feeling's very different to what probably you and I think they feel. So it's good to see and it's good to hear.
No scoring so far. Singapore will probably, I think it's fair to say, have had the better of the game so far, but the Welsh defence are playing very well and have stopped any real grade A scoring chances.
Yeah, it looks like we're playing between the Singapore 10-metre line and the Wales try line at the moment, but Wales haven't really got any attacking options yet. Now, I'm not sure what's happening here. They've just walked back about 20 metres, but we've got on the outside, and it was last play, so if it's last play then he was just trying to get a bit more space. That didn't work, and let's see if Wales can now.
Hwao Huang again.
Yeah, he's got
some speed.
He has, and I think if you've got speed at this age, then you're going to take advantage of it.
It's going to be a huge asset in this category. And not me being disparaging to anyone over 50, as I'm nearly 50 myself, but as you get older you lose speed, so anyone with that bit of pace is going to make a huge difference.
Oh, absolutely. And then while we were just chatting there, Wales have just had one of their players forced up, so that was just one of their far wingers, just I think it's a bit of chat, he's been forced up, so he's had to go to the sub box and another player's had to come on to, it's cool off time, shall we say.
It's Wang again, he's touched on the way through. Really, really good touch. Mark Isherwood. I think he said something to the official after the touch.
Yeah, I feel like the Welsh are getting a bit of angst here.
Yeah. The ball's gone back to Singapore.
International touch though, you know, everyone wants to play for the country, and sometimes the emotions can get over you, and that's what seems to be happening here.
It's final touch. Huang goes long. Oh, it's an interception.
Pick the bones out of that one.
I think there's been an injury. It's Andrew Jones with his arm up there. So it was a completely accidental collision.
Yeah, so Wang's just picked up and gone open side, so he's gone to try and hit the winger with a 4-on-3. He's not actually got there, and the Wales wingers got there first, but he's collided with the. Here's the replay now. Yeah,
see the long pass.
It goes to the length, and he uses his nose to bump off the Singapore, and he's had to go and get some ice on the sideline by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks like it was completely accidental, but that is going to hurt.
Yes, absolutely. Singapore now. I've got a fresh set because of that drop ball from the Welsh winger. They're going to second touch. They're just playing a bit of a patience waiting game. Wales defence have to keep walking forward because they've entered the 7-metre line, and I think because it's so slow that the referee has said that they need to advance quicker, hence why there's a penalty. So Wales get a second set of 6 here.
Yeah, it's Singapore asking all the questions at the minute, but the Welsh defence really holding firm, but how much pressure can they take as it comes through? But the touch, I think, was made, as it was.
That was a nice little play by Singapore. They faked to go the 23 quickie on the link. The half picked up number 8, Roy Moore, apologies. And they chopped holes.
Huang goes through, but he was touched on the dive in.
Wales' defence is very solid at the moment. They've not had much attacking ball, but their defence is really good, and there's no clear-cut opportunities for Singapore at the moment. I would say Wales' defence is probably just a little bit better than Singapore's attack.
Huang again, everything seems to be coming through Huang.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Wales' defence was how strong can they keep doing it? I think they need to try and get up the field and attack the Singapore defence and see how they can go there.
Huang has come off. He looks like he's holding his upper leg, so I wonder if he's took a knock or got a strain or something. That'd be a blow to Singapore if he has to come off for an extended period.
Physio's having a look at him. We'll keep you updated on that, I'm sure. But you know, Wales are over the halfway line for the first time in quite a while after doing quite a few defensive sets.
Oh, nice speed!
Have we got one? No,
there was a touch made.
It was touch and pass. It was unfortunate there. I thought the winger tried to get through.
Singapore have the ball once again. They're on their own 10 metre. So get over halfway now. They'll make changes in their sub box. Huang still down being attended to, so he will be out of action for a while, I think.
Yeah, and I think he'll be a bit of a miss at the moment, but then we don't know. He's run everything. There might be other players on there that can run stuff now, so give someone else an opportunity. And currently it's not worked, so let's see if others can create a bit more of a clear-cut opportunity for Singapore to go 1-0 up.
Yeah, it seems Singapore are just trying to work out this Welsh defence and look where the gaps
got
are.
They've got
overlap now. Oh, it's not taken. Unlucky.
Wales are scrambling really well in defence. They're getting across. The wingers just got across really well there to make that touch. Didn't need a dive even, so he's scrambling really well. Just would like to see a bit more from Wales in attack, because they're struggling to get past that halfway line. I think when they do, they might create something, but again, they've not got past halfway, and it's another defensive set.
So Singapore have it in the Welsh half. Seem to be favouring this left-hand side. That's a nice backhand pass, but once again, the Welsh defence coming up, making the touch, giving Singapore very little in something clear to look at. It's the captain, Jim Layard.
Oh, they've got an overlap now, but the scramble defence is going to go on underneath.
Oh, and there it is, and finally they do unlock the Welsh defence.
And it was only a matter of time, right, John? Like when you've been attacking that many times, you're always going to concede at some point. It's a game of touches and an attacking sport. So what happens here? They go 3-on-2. They get on the outside. One defender's chasing inside, but no one chases underneath. No one goes for that second effort. And as you can see by the Welsh defender, he is struggling.
Yeah, it was John Francis. He went over towards the ball, which left the gap for Chris Rogers of Singapore to run into. And it's Singapore who take the lead.
Well deserved, I would say, as well, though.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. So Wales, who have had the tap off, will look to get straight back into it. But as we said, did not really show much attacking wise so far in the game. They might do now.
So that was the first time that Wales have actually got any go forward, and you know what, they got down there, they nearly made a score. It didn't happen, but it's good to see that they've got that go forward, and hopefully they can keep doing that to open this game up.
I think Lyndon Lewis thought he'd actually scored there.
I think he was running back to halfway, wasn't he?
Had to be told by the official no, the touch was made.
It was definitely the right call by the official as well.
Singapore 1-0 ahead, 15 minutes into the game, and if we had stats for possession and territory, I think it would be very much on the left-hand side of the field as we look at.
Yeah, if we had a heat map, it would definitely be in the left side as we look at it. And we spoke about Coach Killers again, and dummy half first touch got caught, so it's a turnover. And Singapore got the ball down, they've got it moving quickly. It's first now, so second touch coming. They've got 4 or 5 more touches to come.
Down it goes.
So they're going to run a nice quickie play here. Oh, no, they're going to run a scoop. He's going right short side.
He's in goal. Somebody open. Oh, it was Chris McNamara going into the end zone, and he just needed somebody open to pass to. Was looking right hand side, but was probably just a little over exuberant with the pass.
Yeah, I think he thought he was in field more than he was. The ball went out, but no, good set-up play, good scoop short side. It was the right option, just the wrong execution in the end.
As it is, still with his, is that an injury? I think it is. It's Peter Over, who just
Wales are throwing through in goal, so see what can come over there. So it's speculative.
that was just a real throw and hope, wasn't it?
Well, I think he did all the hard work and no one followed him. So if you rewind this and look at that bit again, he gets through, but all the Welsh people are actually players are all where they are now. So he had no one to pass to, so he just went, right, I'm throwing this over my head.
Throw it high and hope it comes down.
It went backwards. There's been a lot more forward passes than that. So, but that again, as soon as Wales go forward, they've got that impetus to go forward and score. There's an offside there.
Singapore just head back. They're going to have a fresh set of 6 from halfway. So the tap-off play that we often talk about here.
Yeah, they should run the tap-off play, but sometimes it doesn't work like that. They need to get down the field first. If you're running from halfway, you should have 2 attacking sets. So they've got hands on the outside. No, good defence by the Welsh wing. But if you're tapping off from halfway, you should get 2 real good attacks, and they didn't get that opportunity, unfortunately.
It's Wales who have the ball now at halfway. We've got a couple of minutes or so left in this first half, and possession-wise, pretty much dominated by Singapore, but they've only got the 1 try to show for it so far. And Wales at the 7 metre.
They got away with one there. That was dummy half court. So let's see if they can make that count. It's last touch. It's a flick. It's a flick.
Oh,
it's
that's brilliantly done. I think that's going to be given.
Referee's taking his step back. He's going to turn his hand. He has given the score. I would like to say that I think that was dummy half court, but after that there was a couple of great flicks. We're watching here. Scooper.
Down it goes.
Oh, flick.
Isherwood. Harris. Down.
Bit of a pirouette turn into that pass, and no one else was underneath. Very nice.
The hole really opened up there to dive into. And Wales are going to be delighted with that, because they've been pretty much penned in their own half for most of this first half. So to get a score so far into the first half with half-time approaching, they are really going to be happy with that.
Yeah, and if you're the Welsh side, you know, you've worked so hard in defence and you've only kept Singapore to 1 score, that you've now come back and you're now drawing. It's all level. I'd be very happy at half time. I think they can make a few changes in attack, and they might have a good opportunity to look to win the game. But Singapore, I've never seen 10 players in the middle of the pitch before, but we're at that point. It must be getting hot and tiring out there as we come towards the end of the first half.
Yeah, there's just 30 seconds left. Singapore with 5 on the left-hand side of the pitch. In fact, it looks like it's going to be Wales' ball.
There's a lot of talking to the referee here. That comes from someone that has talked to the referee a lot, Jono, on the pitch. But there is a lot of deliberating, should we say, or persuading, maybe.
And there goes the hooter to end the first 20 minutes, and we're all square at 1-1. And I think Singapore are probably going to be the most disappointed out of the 2 teams, because they had a lot of possession, a lot of territorial advantage as well, but allowed Wales to score that try in the last couple of minutes of the half.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in this second half. I always think a game of touch, you know, the first 20 minutes you should be trying to grind the other team out. I think Singapore have done that to Wales, and if they can continue doing exactly the same as they've done in the first half, I would say they come out on top. But this is international touch. Wales have defended really well. You can take a lot of heart from that, and that they've got that one opportunity and they've scored it. So if they get another one, they could build on that.
And the great thing about that Welsh try was some really good, quick touch passing, and to allow that hole to open up, and just went for it, and it was over.
Yeah, there was a few good passes, a few good flicks, bit of a pirouette and turn, and the hole opened up, and they took advantage of it. So yeah, we're for an exciting second half, and it'll be interesting to see who wants it more. I think that's probably what we're looking at in this second half.
We'll look at this category in a little bit more depth here. So, as I said, both teams have played 2 games yesterday. They've got 2 games scheduled for today, so they've got another one starting at 4:25. So, not a lot of recovery time in between the 2 games. England currently top of this pool after 2 wins. Wales we did see on here yesterday against Ireland, where Ireland coming away with a 6-2 victory. Ireland are playing England right now,
that'll be a good game.
Yes, that'll be a match that I think has a lot of significance on where people are going to finish in this round robin section.
Yeah, it's only the round robin section, then we get into the finals, I believe, on Friday, and it's all to play for, really. You know, if you come first, you're going to play 4th in that final round, and if you come second, it's 3rd. So playing to get top of the group is it's going to be crucial. And I think England have come out on top so far. I would like to shout out my father-in-law, plays for England, Mark Hobson. So let's see if he can come out on top. But I know how much effort he puts in, and he's over 10 years over the age category here as well. So there's some old bodies on here, but they're really running well.
Yeah, so there's 2 games today, another 2 games tomorrow. That'll finish the round robin section, and then they have another, I suppose, round robin final round. But that depends on what positions they finish in this initial section. And we will have the final game, first against second, here on Saturday at 9:40 a.m. So that is certainly something to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully we'll have a good grandstand for that as well.
So that is in the future. Let's talk about the here and now, as Singapore and Wales are all square in this one. It looks like Hwao Hang is back on the bench. Appears to be. He's just taking a jog now. He's seems to be moving okay.
Well, yeah, he didn't play that last 10 minutes really, did he? But he definitely made a difference. Be interested to see. He's definitely holding something down there.
It looks like groin from the way he's holding. There's someone else having work for Singapore as well.
I think the most important person in the 50s management team is the physio and medical team. They're definitely going to be crucial to get the bodies through these 5 days of touch. You know, we talk about every level, but it's 2 games a day, and these guys trying to get their bodies up and down between games, recover well. The physio is going to have a big job on their hands to get them doing it, and fair play, they do a magnificent job.
But it's Singapore who have the tap off in this second half. 30 seconds until we do get underway, and it'd be interesting to be a fly on the wall, if there were any walls down there in these 2 supplies.
Fly on the huddle.
Yes, because I think Singapore will have been disappointed, but they know that they had all that possession. It's just a case of them trying to unlock that Welsh defence a bit more.
Yeah, I think they just need to carry on doing what they're doing. Wales have scrambled really well, but I don't think any defence can scramble for 40 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if they can. If Singapore keep doing what they're doing in that first half, I think they'll get a few more scores and maybe take this one out. But if they don't do that, Wales can definitely come back into it and get the win as well. But we're all square. So it'll be interesting to see where we get from here. As Singapore go for a 32 dump, 32 scoop short side.
Quick pass in, touch is made, and that's all 6 used up. Wales have it, very deep in their own half though. Again, that high defence from Singapore. Whenever Wales have had the ball, it's been a feature of Singapore's plays how high they are defending.
Yeah, I think they're getting onside. They're even 2 metres behind the offside line, so they can rush up and do exactly what they've done now and get the half court, and it's a turnover. So Singapore have got a good good territory to start their set of 6.
Yep, it is Singapore coming over to this right hand side.
So looking at how Singapore attack, it's interesting. They go very much towards their sub box, and then they look to spread it, but at the moment they're not using the speed of the ball. They are going to try and do it now. But the man on, well, if they can get on the outside, have they done it? No. Good touch by the far link of Wales. Are they going to do the same thing where they come to the right, try and stack the field to the right?
Touch made again.
So this is now touch 5. They've got no platform to set this one up for, so they're just going to have to either kill the ball at their sub box, which they're going to do, and that's actually very intelligent play, because now Wales, to get off their to go towards their sub box, they have to go across the pitch and up the pitch. So it's the hardest time to get off the pitch. We'll see if they can do it. They've already lost 1 touch, but they're getting across nicely.
But I suppose that's the advantage of this 50 section, is you've got the experience as well, having played this game, and it's knowing where to go, knowing what to do, knowing where to be on the field.
Yeah, and touches, well, any sport really is about winning in the head, and these guys have been around, they know everything. You know, they know how to play the game as he's put the ball down backwards, but that was a turnover. And they know the game. Sometimes, just fortunate their bodies don't allow them to go as quick as their heads want them to. But that's why we have seniors groups, because they're all in the same boat.
Singapore come over to this side again, so that will allow them to get some fresh legs on.
So they're going for a 32 scoop short. Is he going to wrap? He's going to go step right back. Have we got a touch? Another touch again.
Yes, I think the touch was made there. It was Hugh Loghorn, I think.
Good defence by Wales. They stayed man on. There was no overlap. And the referee's calling something. I'm not sure what he called, but it's been turned over.
So Wales have it again. And a feature of the game that their defence has been so strong.
It has. I just would like them to get up the pitch, and I want to see how their go forward is in defence again. In attack. But we're having to watch them defend again.
Yeah, they've turned it over. So Singapore with a fresh set of 6.
The Welsh winger's back on. He's got some good strapping around that nose. I think he probably got a bit of a nosebleed in that block. Oh, and we've got a bit of contact in the middle of the park as well.
Again, that was purely accidental. And
he's still down.
So
a bit of concern for the Welsh player here.
It's John Francis who was down. Let's have a look at this again.
So we'll talk about the touch technique here. So as the Welsh winger actually goes in to make the touch, I would say he didn't use his hands, and as the replay shows, he didn't use his hands, and he just allows the player to make the touch with his shoulder. So I think, and the referee's probably made the right call. He's been forced subbed because he's not made the touch correctly. So a really good call from the referee. And I still think he's a bit winded from that one by the looks of it.
Yeah, it was Roy Moore going through, and I think it was the shoulder to chest, which will wind you. Roy Moore, he looks quite a solid unit.
And Mark Singh again has just made another hard touch for Wales. So that's 2 hard touches in a row now. So the referees will be really looking for that.
He's earned his place on the tour by strong straight running and fine offloads. And
well, there's a lot of straight running there, wasn't there?
There certainly was. Moore heads to the sub box to bring a fresh player on, and now there's space over on this right hand side. It's a good take. The touch is made by Andrew Jones. In the field again. Here's Layard.
They're going to run a sweeper move, so he's on the outside.
Space on the left.
It's again good defence.
They recovered really well because it looked like the hole was there for the try to be scored.
Yeah, Jeffrey Hanich got on the outside with that sweeper move, and Wales defenders just got across again. They've been scrambling all game, and I'm really impressed with their scramble game here because they've been on the back foot, but defensively they've been so solid.
Down on the 7 metre, this space on the right, but they've not used it. It was Alistair Wood who to me looked clear on the right hand side if they could have got the ball to him. Wales have it back again.
There's a lot of shouting going on out there, and Wales are going to have to defend quickly, but Singapore have gone quick. Can they spread the ball? The winger comes in, he nearly gets another blood nose.
It was a strong, aggressive drive out in defence though by Andrew Jones, and he's not letting that strapping on his face bother him. He's like his body on the line stuff.
Absolutely, and he did the right thing. There was an overlap, so he had to shut that overlap down, and he did exactly that. Yes, it gives Singapore another 6, but are they going to score? He's done it again. So exactly the same thing. There was a 2-on-1 on the outside. He said they had to shut that down. He's made the right decision, and Singapore couldn't get the ball away to score.
Yeah, it's twice that they've had Alistair Wood free on the right hand side and not using, but they might be in here now. I think they are.
They absolutely are. This is probably because they've been defending so many sets that there's a bit of tiredness out there. So they actually run a 32 short, and number one just runs into the hole. Nice little pop into hole one, and again because the Welsh defenders have been running from left to right, the holes creep in, and they've managed to score.
Captain Jim Layard hands it out to Chris Rogers, and Rogers puts the ball down. Rogers now in the sub box, hands on hips.
Oxygen mask on. No, that was a really good score, and I think that is an outcome of relentless attack and defenders having to move left, right and centre, so it was really good. Can Wales now get an attacking option? They've got an overlap if they go left. Oh, he boulders through, but two good defenders get there.
Touch was made, Jamie O'Connor just looking for the gap. It was closed quickly by Singapore, and they've not had to defend much, Singapore, but when they have had to defend, they've done so very well.
Yeah, so far so good. I think they've only conceded one score in 28 minutes, and that's, I'd be impressed with that in any game. It was good to see Wales.
We saw this was a feature of the 50s game yesterday, where Wales was on. A lot of, not just touching, there's a lot of actual, seems to be like hits.
So if you talk about, we're going to go quite technical with this next point. When you make the touch as a defender, you have to ensure that your arms are bent and you're touching the player. Currently, the last 2 or 3 hard touches from Wales, they're actually putting their shoulders in. They're putting their arms by their side and putting shoulders in. A bit like a rugby union contact, whereas you should have your arms inside your chest, almost at chest height, and you use their momentum to push you backwards, but that's not happened a couple of times, and the referee is right to make those penalties. Maybe he might start cautioning them. See, that last touch was a very good one. There was a good push off the chest, and that's fine, but when you start using your shoulder, that's where the issues arise. Good dive to stop that scramble score.
Yeah, it's still there for Singapore as they go left hand side, may have to come in field now, but again the Welsh defence really holding firm on the Singapore attacks. You would think with the possession and territory they've had, they should be a lot further ahead than they are.
Yes, absolutely, but it's more impressive. So here we go. So we've just had some chat back from the I'm not sure who it is at the moment, but he's now been sent for time. So if you've not seen a period of time yet, you have to you're in an exclusion zone at the opposite end of the pitch, and it's 4 complete sets that you're there for. So if it's 2 from Singapore and 2 from Wales, that's how long he has to stay there for, and it's a very lonely place up there. So it's now 6 on 5, and I think the referee's right to give that.
I think that's the first one we've seen on this pitch.
Is it?
I'm
is
pretty
it
sure it is.
That's good though. We're a day and a half in. That's the first one we've seen. And now, unfortunately, Wales have given 3 penalties away on their try line, which means another player has to be excluded. So we've now got a 6 on 4 situation. So they should definitely score, but Wales have got across for that one. So 6 on 4 just for this set. As soon as this set's complete, the Wales defender can come back on, apart from the one that's been excluded for 4 complete sets.
So 2-man power play for Singapore, but they've not taken advantage.
I like the ice hockey analogy there, Jono. You're absolutely right, it is a power play, you're absolutely right. And you know what, Wales had 4 players, their scramble defence has worked so well this game that they forced an error. They just need to get off the pitch now, they'll be very tired.
Well, they're back to 5, but they head to the box, but
that penalty helps, they can get players off, they can get players on.
So this is the second set of the exclusion penalty.
It depends what the referee says. It might be the third, because he gave a penalty and then he gave a penalty. That's actually a complete set. So we'll see what the referees say here, whether he goes it's 2 or 3 sets. So we would say that's the second or third one. We're not sure which way the referee's going to go with that.
Singapore who have it, they're very deep in their own half. 8 minutes remaining in the game.
Playing against 5 when you've got 6 players sounds like an easy opportunity, but as you know from the ice hockey, Jono, that you don't always score when you've got a power play, and you, as a defence you defend even better. So this is what Wales will look to do here.
Yeah, to use some ice hockey stats, a power play generally successful 20 to 25% of the time.
I get that, because you don't see many scores from a power play, and you would assume there would be with the amount of players, well, one less player. So. Oh, so the exclusion zone, yeah, we're back to 6 players now? I think we're back to 6 players, yes, so that was the 4 complete sets.
So, Wales back to a full complement. See, I was looking the other way.
Yeah, so was I. I didn't see a signal from the referee, actually. But we've just had a wait. Oh, hang on. Wow. Referee's having a chat with someone.
Seems to be having a chat with Ben now.
He's having a chat with John Francis, who was excluded.
Has he come back on too early, I wonder?
There's even more deliberating going on. So
yeah, he's going back to the exclusion box.
There's a lot of whistle blowing. There's a lot of.
No, I wonder if he's come back on too early.
I think he has, because I never saw the referee he's now allowing him to come on. You're trying to give the advantage to the attack, and that didn't happen. The referee didn't actually say you could come back on. I was watching them, and I think he just ran off and got back on. And he has to come on between the sub boxes, which I don't think he did either. So we're now back to a full complement. And Singapore are now moving forward to try and make this 3-1.
Yeah, they didn't take advantage of the superior numbers that they had there, really. 6 on 4 and 6 on 5, all almost an interception. And Singapore will get away with that, and they'll have a fresh set of 6.
Yeah, I think they had an overlap, and he actually picked the wrong option. The winger was man on, but there was a hole in underneath him, and if he'd have gave that short pass, I think there would have been a score. But they've got a fresh set of 6. I think there's been a lot of set of 6s for Singapore.
There just seems to be with Singapore, something I've noticed throughout the game is when they get in between the 7 metre and try line, they stop. The flow seems to go completely out of their game, and their mids are stopping and looking rather than just taking the pass.
So we're playing men's, and there's obviously the 3 different codes that we've got, and this is the first time it proves my point, and your point exactly right, Jono. When Singapore are running and they're getting on the outside, they create overlaps, and we've just had a switch there and we've caused an overlap and we nearly had a score. When they stop, it causes the defence to have a breather, and they can recover from that. But if you're running in a men's game, you should always be trying to run on the outside, because the more you run on the outside, the more you get tired, the more opportunities that will come, and that's not been happening. I think you're absolutely right.
And I think that's probably why Singapore have probably not scored more tries than their territory in possession would suggest.
But we're up here. I'm not 15. I've not run at this. I don't think I'll ever run when I'm 50 at this speed. So I'm giving them all credit for being out there. It's amazing watching them play, and with the speed that they're running at, it's really impressive.
Right, still 2-1 Wales, still very much in this game.
It's 5th touch. Can Wales create something off this 5th touch? They've got an overlap. Can he go? Can the winger finish it?
He's got 2 in front of him. It was well closed down by Singapore as well.
Yeah, again, it was good defence.
So Yardi puts the ball down, goes for the change. Singapore coming again through the middle. Goes again, and just flow seems to stop. 5 touches. They're going to go over to the right hand side. Needs an option.
Don't go. They're going backwards. Yeah, they've lost a bit of speed. It was last touch though, so they've killed it on their side. I said if you're going to kill the ball anywhere on the pitch, you kill it on towards your sub box, which I think they've done. Oh, here we go.
Nice dummy.
He tried it again. It was a good dump though, really good dump. So Wales have now got the go forward, and hopefully they'll get a score off this if they can.
No, they just ran out of room. Has it gone into touch?
Referee signalling over the mark, the sideline, over the sideline, but I think she means forward. Yeah, touch and pass. Actually, the referee signalled. So a fresh set of 6 for Singapore. They'll look to sub off. There's a few hands on hips, so they'll look to try and get off and get some fresh legs on.
Yeah, they've got to get over to the left-hand side, so they'll have to work it across,
which they do quite well.
That's one touch made, and now the changes will come. 2 touches, 3 touches at halfway. Yeah, they're happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. I think we said with Ian in our segment between the last few games.
It's called. It looks like it's a fresh set of 6.
Yeah, it's a hard touch again. It's exactly the same thing as what we were saying earlier. He's not using his arms to make the touch, and even if he's just putting his chest out there, he should be initiating the touch, and he should be making sure that he's putting his arms close to his chest and initiating that, which he's currently not doing, and the referees are picking it up every single time.
Comes back, still at 7 metre for Singapore. I think they have 2 touches left. Comes back into the middle.
I think the referees have refereed this really well, actually, with those hard touch calls. I think they've made every call right. So yeah, it's really good to see that they're picking up those small things and eradicating those issues.
There's been no quarter given by either team. It's been quite in the context of touch, it's been quite a brutal battle. It has been quite, I won't say aggressive, but there's been a lot of hard touches there. And
so I come from a men's background, playing men's, not mixed very often, and men's is all about aggression in the right way, that you can make the touch. So that touch was great by John. He's put 2 hands up. That wasn't a hard touch. If that was, not sure what he's got pinged for there, but there should be aggression, but controlled aggression. You should be looking to run hard. You should be looking to hold touches up and making touches hard to initiate. But again, it is touch. It's minimal contact. It's just how much the referee's allowed to get away with. And I think they've had the right balance here.
And there is the final whistle and the handshakes come in. It was a really bruising battle, but great respect between the 2 teams. I think Wales will probably be disappointed that they gave Singapore so much possession, but they're also going to take a positive by how well they defended.
Yeah, they defended really, really well, and if they can get past halfway and do the same as what they are in defence and attack, they'll be well away. And yeah, it was good.
So that is it for this men's 50 clash. It's Singapore who take it 2-1. Coming up next, we've got the men's 45 round robin clash, Portugal against Wales. Many thanks to Ben for joining me on commentary, and we will be back again very, very soon with Portugal against Wales. Don't go away.
As always, with the 5-minute pick to roll, we reach the end of the day, which is 5-minute warning for the next game. Halfway to the game, and obviously very successful for the students from the
Welcome back to Nottingham. Men's 45s action, and for the first time we've seen Portugal on pitch 1 here at the Highfield Sports Complex. They are in the black strip. They're taking on Ireland, who are in their Wales. I'm getting confused there. The green strip threw me. It is Wales who are in their change green strip. Delighted to say Mel Day is with me once again.
Fantastic to be here, listening to the men's 45s have some chats on the field, and it looks like we've got a score to open up from the Wales winger.
Yeah, my fault. I got completely confused by the colours. It's Wales who are in black and Portugal who are in green. So many apologies for that if I confused you at home.
Well and truly understandable. Maybe Portugal are wearing green and...
It's too many matches.
After calling the number of matches that you call every day, I think you can be forgiven for one slip up.
The odd mistake.
Portugal. Good stretching of the ball out.
Stretch to the right hand side. It almost paid off for them as well.
And going short side again, but they've just put the ball down. Yeah, fantastic to see Portugal on field 1. They're a country where touch is growing more and more every year. The European Federation of Touch to EFT that I'm involved in, we run a seniors championship every year, and it's been hosted in Portugal last year, and such a successful tournament. So they really are investing in the sport and growing the sport, and it's great to see the men's 45s out here for a run. It's a great division as well, the 45s. What they lack in speed, they more than make up for in knowledge of the game, their skills. It's a division I really, really enjoy watching.
Yeah, we saw that in the last game with Singapore against Wales in the men's 50s. And okay, the speed may not be there as much, but the experience most definitely is.
Yeah, the moves that they can pull off, and just an attempted intercept by Portugal here, unfortunately didn't quite come off.
Yeah, Diego Crespo there, almost getting hold of the ball.
But yeah, their skills, the plays that they do, you'll see a lot of wraps, a lot of cuts. Yeah, fantastic division, and Wales obviously representing a very, very strong country, so a lot of these players would have represented at Opens levels, 30s, 40s before, and yeah, it's fantastic to see them still engaged in the sport and having a good run.
It's at the 7 metre for Wales. Well, 3 minutes in, still scoreless at the moment, but I think that is going to be Wales' ball.
I'll tell you what, they definitely don't look 45. Some of these guys out here, they're looking very fresh for 45-year-olds. And you can see a 32 and a short play. You can see that short runner coming through on that line, and I think he's gotten the ball down before the touch is in. So great score from Wales here.
Yeah, you'll see that one again. And so it's 1-0 Wales lead.
And here go Portugal. Good call by the referee there, just a unfortunate ball down. Unlucky there as they were getting very close to having a real crack at the Wales line and testing the Wales defence, but
I'll give another apology as well. I said it was scoreless. Of course there was a score very early on by Wales while I was having confusion over the shirts.
Oh, great pass out by Wales. We've got a 3-on-2.
Oh, just a shame that he couldn't take that with him.
Yeah, unlucky there because he created a great opportunity on that line running. You just need to straighten up that little bit and connect that pass, but Wales definitely looking very strong here.
Chance for Portugal to get some attack going. They're over halfway.
Oh,
I
going
think
from half.
They seem to have some pace in this Portuguese team.
They really do. And I think that was a really good option from the player there to kind of go from half. He didn't have any defenders around him, and then just a quick pass off at the end to keep that ball live.
I think he was caught in two minds there. Ricardo Couto, he had the player running in, and he also had the winger. And I think he was caught whether to pass it short or pass it long to the wing, and in the end he sort of got in between the two. It's Wales who at 7 metres, and there's a player out wide, but the pass doesn't quite reach. But I think there was an advantage anyway, and Wales are going to have a fresh set of 6.
I think so. And a couple of shout outs to some of these Portuguese players. I've been told number 5, Diogo Crespo, he's very highly involved in Portugal touch, and another player to watch out for is the number 11, Luis Baptiste.
And also there has been another score for Wales, so 3-0. And while we await the tap off, it's time to throw over to the studio. Ian has a guest with him.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the studio. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Haroon, the doctor for the tournament. Hopefully, Haroon, we haven't had to use you too much, but how has it been out there so far?
It's been good actually. So yeah, we have not had anything drastic. We'll be pleased to hear, but we're getting kind of some regular customers coming in with kind of minor injuries and things like that.
What's the most common thing? Twisted ankles, that type of thing?
Yeah, so a few things. So soft tissue, so twisted ankles, knees, things like that. The most common things that you see in touch anyway.
Yeah.
Just with kind of the nature of the game. A few cuts from a few kind of close calls and injuries from boots and things like that. So we're getting some lacerations, some wounds to the face, some wounds to the arm, nose, that sort of thing from collisions.
But nothing too major, we hope. Nothing too major. I imagine you've had to deal with some pretty heavy stuff in your time, though.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a lot tame than some of the sports, which is a good thing. we're prepared. So we have everything we need, equipment-wise, in case we do get anything serious. But we're not expecting anything serious to happen.
Good. And you've got a great team of people down there as well, haven't you?
We've got a fantastic team. There's 2 doctors, there's a couple of physiotherapists, sports therapists, chiropractors, and then each team have their own physio and medical team as well. So we're well staffed.
And lots of ice. So lots of ice down there.
There's lots of ice. We've been going through kilos and kilos of ice. Yeah. So it's needed, and it's the best treatment that we can give really in the acute phase. So yeah, the more ice we can get, the better.
Fantastic. Well, look, keep up the great work. Hopefully, you won't have to deal with anything too major at all. Haroon, thank you so much. Let's hand back to your commentators, Jono and Al, to keep talking to the action.
Thank you very much, Ian. Welcome back to the field. So Portugal 7 metres out. So I think it's the first time they've really got this deep on their attack. And there, it's the pass. Just dies in front of Miguel Rodriguez. It looked the right option, but it just seemed to dip as Rodriguez was looking to run onto it and maybe put the ball down.
Yeah, the number 10 from Portugal, Eduardo Seabra, who's just going up to make the touch, was just going up to make the touch now and making this chase down the sideline. Will he make it? Oh, the speed from number 2 from Wales, Andrew Harrison.
Yeah, Andrew Harrison, 4 tries so far in the competition. That'll be his 5th, and really showed some great speed. It's like you say 45 or over, but I want to know what his skincare regime is.
And his marital status, for me anyway. But yeah, kind of something from nothing, and I think Portugal were expecting them to head to the box. Great dummy there by Andrew, another dummy back inside, and straight up the sideline.
Yeah, it was. He got away, realised no one chasing him, and he just had to jog over the line. It's 4-0 that Wales lead now, and Portugal, I believe this is their first appearance at these competitions.
Yeah, I believe so, but as I said, touch is just a growing sport in Portugal. They're hosting some amazing tournaments there at the moment, especially on the west coast of Portugal. It's a great country to go to, and you know, for people listening who aren't necessarily in Europe, it's fantastic to be able to travel to all these countries and experience touch.
We know how strong the sport is in the home nations and France as well, but we're seeing a score for Portugal, but we're seeing the likes of Portugal, Bulgaria, Switzerland, Italy, all these countries coming through and taking part in these European Championships, which just goes to show how much it is growing throughout the continent and worldwide as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great score there by Luis Baptiste, but yeah, it's fantastic to see, and especially when you get 45's age group, because there's going to be these guys, especially who are organising tournaments, who are coaching younger players, leading younger players, getting their families involved, and that's really how touch has evolved in Europe. And you know, the lifestyle over here is obviously to travel a lot, and that's how you grow. And great long ball out to the wing by Wales there.
Andrew Harrison again, his 2nd try of the game. So 5-1 it is. Wales getting a 4-point advantage back straight away. Just talking about this again, we mentioned about how it's growing throughout Europe and throughout the world. We've seen rugby sevens integrated really successfully into the Olympics and into the Commonwealth Games, which are obviously taking place in Birmingham right now. Is it an ambition that maybe touch could eventually be part of those sort of competitions, like the Olympics or the Commonwealth?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we are growing touch, and I think one of the key parts of that is firstly getting involved in schools, which it is getting very popular at school level as well. There's obviously been a lot in the news about head injuries in rugby and the, you know, low impact nature of touch. I think it just lends itself to people who still want that, you know, rugby environment, but, you know, without things like the head impact and the body impact. So getting involved in schools is the first thing. I think it's been certified now as a sport, so hopefully they'll try it. And with the Olympic Games happening in Brisbane, it'll be interesting to see whether they introduce it as a sport back there. But even as a standalone sport, the number of players that you see at Rugby Sevens who have a touch background, the Australian women's won the gold medal at the Commonwealth Games, and I think half of their team have come through the touch pathways with Faith Nathan and Charlotte Caslick. So it's just an amazing sport to get involved in from a social aspect, and then if you want to go further in a range of sports.
And I suppose it's the sort of sport that really does lend itself to that sort of competition, because it's 20-minute halves. It's not a long game. It's similar to Rugby Sevens. You can have a lot of games in a single day. You can have a tournament in a weekend, pretty much. So it does really lend itself to that sort of thing.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Travelling through Europe to go and play touch. In the last 12 months I've been to France, Spain, Italy. You can just go everywhere, and the great thing about touch is we definitely know how to throw on a decent after party, and I'm sure these Portuguese players have definitely served up a lot of sangria at their after parties. So yeah, it's fantastic to see them here and fantastic to see them on field one, and they're playing quite well. Wales is, as I said, a hugely experienced touch country, plenty of gold medals under their belt in a range of divisions, and to see Portugal keeping hold of them, getting a very good score against them, it's great to see as Portugal continue to drive up their sideline. And these Portuguese players, they've got good skills. Great initiating the touch, getting in the roll ball, good control there.
Yeah, it's Portugal 10 metres up into the Welsh half. Just slightly stopped at the moment. They need to get a flow on again, as this is last touch, but there is space opening up on the right hand side, but not taken, and the ball is turned back over to Wales after the sixth touch.
We'll see what Wales can do with this. They've been slightly hesitant in their driving as well, but it looks like they'll get up to the halfway line on their third touch, and I think they're in good shape to get a fourth and fifth, and hopefully get a very strong strike up on that fifth touch. And here they go here, fifth touch coming, touch in the middle, scoop from half, pass out to the wing.
Oh, good defence.
Impeccable defence. It's very tempting as that winger to come in, especially when you see the players come at you on a bit of a roll, but he's made a great chase out there, the Portuguese winger, and Portugal now driving towards their sub-box.
They're making the changes that they need. Back over halfway, and it goes into the centre. 7 metres out.
I think he's gone the right way here. They've got a 3-on-2.
Oh, brilliant! Now, what the touch is claimed. In fact, the touch has been given.
Incredible diving touch there by the Wales player. This attack from Portugal, you can see the step back has created a 3-on-2 here. He's gone for the link. I almost suspect he was trying to pass out to the wing there, and the link has just snapped it out of the air to try and get a score. But if it wasn't for that diving touch by the Wales winger, I think it was number 11 Jefferson Cruz. They definitely would have got through.
It's a try-saving touch, it really was. As Wales are on the final touch on their latest attack. In fact,
and here we go, Portugal. Bit of friendly fire on their way to the Wales defensive line. A great step here on the number 3, Ricardo Couto. He's coming into the middle here. They've got one more touch. And over the mark, unfortunately. They had some space on this side, Portugal as well. I think they've really stepped it up from the first 5 minutes. Portugal.
They've had a very tentative start, a really tentative start, but they as the game's gone on, they seem to have just gone into it more, and of course they'll have had a boost by managing to get a score as well in this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, for a lot of teams, your first game on field one, it can bring a little bit of nerves when you've got the commentators having a chat about every move. I met some of the Wales Open girls on one of the outside pitches just beforehand, talking to some of the girls. Apparently during the commentary I mentioned that she took the wrong option. She said she was listening to it and she was like, I know.
So you don't need to tell me.
I did meet Joanne Jones, the Wales Open player I've been raving about, so it was good to chat with her. But
yeah, because that was the last match we did together. What was the feeling in the Welsh camp? Because I know they lost 8-3, but as we said, it wasn't really an 8-3 game.
no, and I don't think they felt it was an 8-3 game. They were actually incredibly optimistic. I was chatting to Ella Trias and Joanne Jones, and they were feeling really, really positive, and they identified some things that they knew were things that they could change up in their game, especially their midfield defence. So I think they're feeling really confident, to be honest, coming out of that game.
It was a great game. We had a few games to go on here, and more to come today.
Absolutely, as we see Portugal mid dump. This is fifth touch now. Last touch
into the final minute of this first half. So Wales pretty comfortable, I think we can say, but they've not had everything their own way.
No, they definitely haven't. Here you can just see very, very static play from the Wales team. I think they got out to a 3-0 lead very, very quickly. So I think in the second, the last 10 minutes of this half, I think it's almost been an even ball game between the two teams. And I think that's reflected on the field. I think Portugal have definitely stepped up in terms of their defence and created a lot more attacking opportunities on the fifth touch as well. As we see Wales skipping from half, number 10 throwing it wide again to that wing.
Is that try going to be given? Yes, it is. So it is 6-1 that Wales lead as we go into the half-time break. So that will give them a boost as they head for a 5-minute rest. While we have the opportunity to have a look at this men's 45 competition. 6 teams in it, and each team has played 4 prior to this one. They've all had a game today. So to look at the Portugal results so far, they opened up with a 7-3 defeat to Scotland, then it was a 6-3 defeat to France, and then they lost 7-1 to Switzerland in their final game of yesterday, and then early today a 9-4 defeat to England. So although they've lost their 4 games, they've certainly not been embarrassed in any of them.
No, absolutely not. And I think what all those scorelines show is that they do have attacking weaponry. They are scoring against these teams. It's just a matter of tightening up their defence a little bit to prevent those scorelines against them. But the fact that they're consistently scoring 3-4 tries against these quality, experienced teams that have been to multiple Euros before it, so I think it's really positive.
To look at the Welsh team, they had an 8-1 victory over Switzerland earlier today. Then yesterday, they an 11-5 victory over France, which is a very good result. 8-3 over Scotland, and then one loss, which is 10-7 to England. England on top of this round robin group, 4 wins out of 4 so far. Portugal, they have 4 losses from 4, but it looks quite an open group in the middle there. Wales 3 wins, 1 loss. Scotland 2 wins, 2 losses. France 2 wins, 2 losses. Switzerland 1 win and 3 losses. That middle group of Wales, Scotland, France and Switzerland, that's going to be an important 4-team series, I suppose. It looks like England are away at the top, but as far as the semi-finals are concerned, it's the rest comes from 3 of those 4.
Yeah, absolutely, and some really tight scorelines, and I think all the teams will be focusing on their defence. Like, once again, listening to the scorelines, none of these teams are finding it particularly difficult to score tries, but they're all letting in a decent number of tries as well. And you know, I think with this game, 6-1 to the Welsh team, but if the Portuguese can bring what the last 5 minutes of that half into the second half, I think we've definitely got some promising signs of them closing the gap.
In the 12 games so far, there's been 3 double-figure scorelines. England 10-7 against Wales, so it's still conceding 7. It's still a close game. Wales 11-5 against France, and Scotland 10-4 against France. So they have been. It does look, as far as scorelines go, quite a close race.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it's a division where defence is going to win it.
We've got the men's 45, England versus France.
As for this game, Wales getting that late try in the first half, so that is going to give them great momentum going into this second half, especially as they have to come on and defend Portugal with the tap off.
Yeah, they were definitely favouring those right to left passes. I think they were just peppering that far wing. So if I was Portugal, I'd just be very focused on making sure you release the winger on this side of the field very early to try and make those chase outs, because if they can shut down that long ball option, I think that's going to definitely limit a lot of the scoring opportunities that Wales are taking at the moment.
We're just awaiting the hooter to start the second half. Both teams ready. There's still 30 seconds to go until we start again. Sun just hiding behind a cloud at the moment, but it is a very, very nice afternoon here in Nottingham. Lots of blue sky, a few clouds dotted about, and thankfully a lot fresher than yesterday.
Definitely nicer than yesterday, for sure. It was a tough day, even in the commentary box. It was, I think I've worked harder on the fields in some Euros than
There they go, it's Wales who start us off in this second half.
Already down to the Wales touchline. They need to pull the Wales defenders out here, try and get some off-field defenders that have to make it back that whole 7 metres so that they can have a few offside defenders to attack. Good strike dump on the 7, but just no half in place, and unfortunately that's just impacted that attacking opportunity there. But
they've used their set of 6, so Wales have possession. They're not actually moving forward as a line. They have got a few changes from their sub box, but 2 players here on the left hand side. They've just started now, but they were moving forward very slowly.
Yeah, quite impressive of the number 9 Christian Reese. He's double shifting out there, and unfortunately a little jink to the left, and the Wales player has just inadvertently stepped into touch.
Andrew Harrison just trying to dance his way to stay in play, but unfortunately went out into touch. It gives Portugal the ball again.
And awesome subbing by the Portuguese players. They had 2 players off before that restart had even happened, so that they've got a fresh 6 on, and I think that might only be 3rd touch. So once again, really good field position for a crack at the Wales line, but you can see the Wales defenders very, very structured. Those mids staying really close together, which is exactly what you want for a mid pairing. And then chase out is on. Brilliant defence by Wales.
It really is. They gave Portugal absolutely nothing to go for there. Really closed the holes up, and as a result they have the ball themselves on their 7 metre line. They've already used 1 touch though, and that's the second one.
And they're making these touches so that France are finding it hard to initiate that touch and get that quick roll ball. Taking a lot of time in the roll ball. This is going to be third touch and they're nowhere near the halfway line. So if they can step up again, this is going to be fourth touch.
It's fourth touch, and now they're over halfway. But this has been a very good drive.
Oh, very good drive. Oh, out to the wing. Great hands. Oh.
Forward pass. Let's have a look at this one again.
I thought he was a bit unlucky here to get called. I think it might have been a touch pass actually. Oh, yeah. Referee has a view from the back to see
It
when
was
that
actually
touch was
the
made.
penultimate pass, not the pass out to Williams on the wing. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. And unfortunately, just an average pass just going to the player's feet.
So Wales have the ball again.
And for both 45s teams, some fairly skinny sub-boxes for this division. These 45s are going to be putting in a fair shift today in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it's 6. So they've got a full change, Portugal, but just 12 players. It's a squad of 16 allowed, isn't it?
It is, with 14 allowed on any one game. And Scoop from number 9 Wales, that link was wide open, but the wingers more than made up for it with a fantastic step back score.
So Wales 7-1 ahead. They get the first score of this second half.
This is going to be a great replay. I think this ball carry, he had multiple options. I think the player right beside him was into a cracking hole, and instead he's gone for the winger, but step back there, and you're just unlucky as that winger. Obviously you've got to protect the outsides, and unfortunately he just didn't have that link defender going, coming through as cover defence, but great score by Wales.
Yeah, Daryl Williams there, just great footwork as he got the ball to evade the defender and pops the ball down. 7-1 it is.
Oh, I think he might have been half there.
Yes, it is Wales. Touches mate, ball goes down.
Yeah, I think he was half.
Yes,
so
he was.
that level 4 badge. Still glossy, still glossy.
Yes, for those, so just explain so that the half, so whoever picks the ball up from the touch, they cannot score the try, can they? They have to be able to pass it upwards. You've seen it so many times as Portugal, I think, going to get their second, and they do.
What a stunning pass from Portugal, middle of the field. He's on his left to right. Usually it's a player's weaker hand, but you can see ball in, pings it out. He's got plenty of time to pass that ball as well. And
Hi Neto with the pass, and it was Dante Storti with the finish.
Cracking set of play. They'll be stoked with that, Portugal, their second score on the board. But yes, when a player makes a touch, the next player who picks up, we call them the half, and basically they need to pass that ball to become a live player themselves. So if you are that player, you can't get touched or attempt to score, otherwise that's going to be a turnover, as we see Wales go through. But no, excellent touch there by the number 5 from Portugal, Diogo Crespo. Just incredible covering D there.
Yeah, it was, and we've seen it several times. Just going back to the half, where they're running into the end zone and they're looking around for someone to pass to because they can't put the ball down themselves. If you're wondering at home, if you're new to touch and wondering why that happens, it's because they can't score themselves, and so they have to find somebody open to pass to put the ball down and get the try. And that is another fantastic try by the Welsh. Played into the hole, and the ball was taken and popped down, and it is 8-2 that Wales lead.
This is class. You almost need 45 years on the board to score a class touchdown like this. Great hole. Just fantastic hands as well.
Christian Reese with the pass and Stephen Higgs with the finish.
And you often see that half pick up and go because they're just right there. They've got the speed and momentum to target that offside player and to just try and run straight past them, and everyone loves a good scoop.
Portugal certainly not been overawed in this game, and they've got space on the left hand side now, but good defence by Wales. It looked like all he had to do was put the ball down, but great covering. Despairing dive trying to catch the ball, didn't quite come off for the Portuguese there.
They have got the penalty though, which is fantastic.
Dante Storte again.
Joao Neto, the number 13, he's got a great ball on him over on that far side link. Fantastic pass. You can see them going again for him. He'll come, he's got a great left to right, which he's going to, he's gotten through as half, he's pinged it. Fantastic.
Dante Storte again. And they're really enjoying this, Portugal. He's loving that. Fist pumps, tapping his chest.
Look at him go, a little jink to the left, and then just sees the gap between those defenders straight through his left to right, which is just gold. Fantastic work.
Neto as well. If you watch that replay, it's the way he pointed to himself as I want the pass, and then realised he was covered, and then pointed out to the wing. So even though not involved with the play as such, he was directing it.
Yeah, those support players, they're just invaluable. When you got the ball, and especially when you're scooping, you can't remember your own name, let alone know where to pass it to. So when you've got those supporting players just shouting wing, link, it just helps invaluably as the ball player.
So Wales have had the tap off. They're on the attack straight away, and it looks like they've got the ball down once again. This time it's Simon Enoch who gets the try.
Yeah, just a little pop from half. We call that a short runner when, the half will just pop to a player who's running very closely to that ruck, and they are just targeting those offside defenders. And sometimes defenders, they'll just angle their run as they're getting back on side on an angle, and sometimes that can just open up holes, which Wales have just exploited there for their ninth score of the game.
It's Portugal. Now, was that charge down?
Yes, it was. 6 again, probably quite unnecessarily, I think. I think he could have just made that touch, but 6 again we've got this left to right. Neto again, he's on the ball. It looks like they're trying to structure a lot of attacking plays around him. He's got the ball now, just passing off to the mid player. Picking up from half, going for his left to right again, charging that link hole. What an absolute beauty.
And yeah, that is a great score. Neto putting the ball down, but once again, it was Dante Storte. He's really living this. He's loving the Portugal scoring these tries.
Just that left to right is just poisonous from that Portuguese player. And the fantastic thing is the Welsh team will be understanding this as well, and they'll automatically go to that right hand side of the field when they see him play the ball, and they'll start to get conditioned that way. So don't be surprised that in that next attack he might just jink the other way, and then there'll be options on the left hand side of the field. But yeah, 3 for the half for Portugal.
Yeah, let's not forget it was 6-1 Wales at half time, so 3-3 in the second half, so a much improved Portuguese performance. And they've scored tries in every game that they played, so and they're finding the try line in this second half. It's very, very good performance by them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let's take nothing away from Wales, though. It's been a thoroughly professional performance by them as well, as they look to get a 10th on the board.
Unlucky that it's quite a good step back from the last attacker there. I thought it was a good option, but the ball just going down. Portugal will be very happy to defend that one out because they'll be confident that when they get down to this Wales line now that they do have plenty of options for scoring.
Over halfway. They just look a lot more confident this half when they're coming forward, Portugal. They was quite hesitant in the first half, but the tries they've scored seems to have really given them some confidence here. This is great handling.
It's almost gone through the full complement of players for Portugal. Great handling skills from all of them, but the Wales defence, rock solid there, just shifting across and quite a slow restart, and Wales have already subbed off 3 players who are now running back on, so I suspect they might just go in direct through the middle of Portugal now. Unfortunately, just a lack of a supporting runner there for Wales. And Wales on the back foot now in terms of their drives. Just once again that little bit hesitant, but some go forward created here.
It's just called back.
Maybe a bit of fatigue. It just seems like they're losing a little bit of urgency with their driving and play the balls, but here they go, direct again. I think it's going to be 5th touch coming fairly soon.
Through the back, and it's still alive.
That's 5th touch there. Yeah, not a great set of 6 from Wales, unfortunately. With this, they just seem to lack a bit of that momentum in the first couple of drives, and it just affected them through that set of 6. And Portugal, first touch well into the Wales half, so very promising start to this set of 6 from Wales.
Good into passing there. Just avoiding the touch there at the 7 metre now. Dumped down and now. Oh, it's an interception. And I think that is Andrew Harrison once again. Indeed it is. And he's just going to jog his way in once again. The second time he's ran the length of the pitch to score, and I think that's his hat-trick as well. So Andrew Harrison with Wales' 10th try. Unlucky because Portugal was just looking for that. Hopefully you see it here, and Harrison gratefully takes the ball and shows some great speed for the second time in this game, and then also for the second time in this game when you realise there's no one in his vicinity, he just manages to jog in and put the ball down.
Bit of a slow-mo breakaway from the men's 45s. But yeah, I think Portugal were a little bit slow to sub on there and didn't quite have a winger in place, so the person who was coming out in that wing was kind of running an outline which enabled that defender to come in and make that intercept. But here they go, very good strike done from Portugal. He's taken off at half. I'm looking not to get an offside there. I thought the defender who made that touch was close to being offside. I thought there might be a penalty. Yeah, good to see. I agree with that from the referee. It just looked like that defender inhibited the attack and just never made it quite onside. So here we go, Portugal 7 metres out.
Down in the middle. Another touch. And they're really, I think the most I've seen from any team in these first couple of days so far. They're really encouraging each other and really getting pumped up when they're doing something good or getting close to the try line or scoring a try. It's really great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. The sub boxes from both teams, you can see all the players right on the edge cheering on the players on the field. It's awesome to see, and just consistently nice positive crowd around the field here on field 1.
As Wales start again. Andrew Harrison pops the ball down, gets it back.
Nice recovery from a fairly slow start to this play. Very good driving here from Wales. They're definitely making up for that last set of 6, but they've made 20 metres on those first few touches.
And there are Just under 3 minutes left in the game. Wales are going to take the win here, but Portugal can be very happy with their efforts in this game. We've certainly not been overawed.
No, absolutely not. Great choice going back the other way. I love a good speculator towards the end of the game and almost pull it off there. I think if he almost just kept on running, it looked like there was almost a gap between the defenders there. I think it was the good option to attack that side of the field.
Certainly was.
And it'll be a roll the ball for Wales. They'll get another set of 6 from here, but also this is where these teams need to be practicing like game management. You know, there might be situations where Wales are, down by 1 or 2 with 2 minutes to go, and this is where teams really start practicing that. 2 minutes to go, they will have in their head, we've got to score to, get ready for those moments in some of the future big games as well. A scoop from half. Oh, great inside ball.
You know what, I don't think he was expecting that, which is, I think, it was like last minute.
We certainly weren't expecting it from the commentary box, so I'll pay the player for not expecting it either.
Yeah, Jefferson Cruz there.
Great name, by the way, Jefferson Cruz. One of my favourites of the tournament so far. Class name.
Wales who still have the ball though. A minute or so left.
Yeah, little switch out. They've got the 2 middles here, targeting this middle player here, feeding back the dumper. Oh, he's through there. Good call.
Yes, indeed. So Wales with their 11th. So, let's try in the last minute. 30 seconds to go. See how quickly Portugal can get going again. May have one last opportunity at the line.
Unfortunately, no half in place. A very relaxed start to this drive.
Certainly is.
Sometimes a style of 45s, just to take a breather and be relaxed. About 8 seconds left on the clock. Last play of the game. Oh, that right to left.
And there is the final whistle, and Wales take the victory by 11 scores to 4 as the handshakes come in. But Portugal certainly making a game of it in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever they spoke about at halftime definitely worked and had a strong impact to that second half. Yeah, some great attacking plays that they've got in that team. Some of those left to right long balls were absolutely cracking in that second half, but Wales absolutely solid. I thought their defence was very, very strong. Need a little bit more intensity on the drives, but yeah, relaxed drives for the 45s maybe. Maybe that's a motto for the division.
It's Wales who take the victory by 11 tries to 4. Many thanks again, Mel, and I'm sure you'll be back along later. And next we have the Women's Open round robin match, Belgium taking on France. Do join us for that. That'll be along in a couple of minutes' time.
Children and teenage boots for donations to the Seychelles Touch Association. If you have any boots, hand them into the information desk and the merchant for the donations be taken. As we count down, everything is going on. Make sure you take a lot of any balloons with you if you're out and about on the juicy things. They are all over the place. University of Nottingham doing a fantastic job of keeping them empty. Between the Sea Village. Pictures, you can get it from Australia's copies of Grills and Chips. Also got ice cream. Ladies and officials, this is 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, your 1-minute warning. Ladies and officials, 1-minute warning.
Welcome back to the Highfield Sports Complex at the University of Nottingham. We're about to go again. The game's coming thick and fast, and it's the Women's Open clash now as Belgium take on France. Belgium in the red with the tap off, and they're playing from right to left. And so Belgium with the strong start, France defending well. Still good possession by Belgium as they head towards the 7 metre, but they've had their 6 touches, and France will start again from deep in their own half. They'll go towards the sub box, I think as the afternoon wears on and the sun continues to beat down, those sub boxes will become more and more important, getting fresh legs on. And this is a good drive by France. Back into the middle, they're just checking back. Down it goes, this space on the right hand side if they choose to use it, and they do, and it is the opening try for France. Marielle Thibain pops the ball over. It was a great pass to the right hand side, and it is France who take the lead early in this one. Let's watch this again on the replay. The ball goes down here, and then it's the great pass from Cécile Maz to Marielle Thibain, and France lead 1-0 early in this one, getting a score on their very first drive. Belgium will want to come back quickly. They're already at the 7 metre. And if you saw their 6 touches once again, France starting from a pretty similar situation from where they scored from. This is great driving, and there's a hole opened up, and Mathilde Henry goes through and pops the ball down, and this is a fantastic start by France in this Women's Open game. Already 2 to the good with 2.5 minutes played. We'll watch this again. Henry receives the pass and then just puts on the burners through to no touch attempted. Mathilde Henry has made it 2-0. So work for Belgium to do, but they turned it over again. France, 2 drives, 2 tries. Are they going to make it 3 from 3? Already over halfway, 2 touches so far. Comes to this right hand side, down in the middle. This is really good stuff by France. The touch was made on Ila Huguet. They've still got 2 touches left, France, here on this drive. Back inside, but this time the pass doesn't find its mark. Belgian defence holds firm. It remains 2-0 to France. Three touches up to halfway. That's, in fact, no, that is 6 touches. France dominating this game so far, allowing Belgium very little, are looking really dangerous when they're on the attack. That isn't a rare error from the French in this game. It gives the ball back to Belgium. So Belgium have a fresh set of 6. Goes to the right hand side. And again, Belgium just struggling to make any headway at the moment. France once again coming forward, great speed that they're showing. Oh, it's put out to the right hand side, but nobody there. I think Cecile Mas was expecting Marielle Thévein to be there. It's just beyond her though. It remains 2-0 to France. Getting over halfway, but really not penetrated this French defence yet. And once again, they turned it over for 6 touch. This is again a really good drive once again by the French. This 7 metres out. Delighted to say, as France look to try and score their third, but it's a fumble. Jordan returns to join me on co-commentary after some interview duties that we'll see a little later.
Yep, just preparing ourselves for the. I think we previewed it this morning as the game of the day, and I'm sticking with that. England v Ireland men's opens after this one at 3:35. Just having a chat with John Ennis from Ireland and Will Saracle from England. Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
We'll look forward to that interview. It will be coming at the end of this game as we look ahead to England and Ireland, which is next here on Field 1. But let's concentrate on this one. Wales away. France taking a very early 2-0 lead against Belgium. Belgium struggling to penetrate the French defence and attack. They're really finding it difficult to get really beyond the 10-metre line at the moment. France with some great speed and showing some great attacking flair.
Really quick to the box already, and they've got space there, and something that I noticed already, we were talking about it in the break at lunch, about teams transition and their subbing, and already France look really quick to get to their box, and obviously forced, something we talked about as well. If your subbing's half decent and your transitions just as good, you're going to either get a repeat set, or you're going to get a score, and France have got a repeat set there.
France
good
again.
Great footwork.
Oh, nice quick passing, but the Belgian defence just holding firm there.
Really nice little setup from France. It looked like Belgium had a little bit of a pocket defence going. They did have one middle quite far back, and they are looking to do that, but the space on the left, that's a pill and a half. Great ball, right to left.
Straight
Beautiful.
over to the left-hand side.
Cecile Mas with a great right to left. She steps on the outside, so it's a quickie play. She gets over the middle to come in. It's a nice little setup from half, and she sees that space on the left straight away. And not only to see it, the next step is to be able to execute it. And that's really nice play.
3-0 France lead, and they've been pretty dominant in this opening 9 minutes or so. Belgium really struggling to get any purchase towards the French try line.
Belgium looking to, they're dragging over to the wing, which is fairly unusual. But they'll come back to the middle for the standard strike play, and it's a 33 pick-up from half. And the ball will be turned over right in the far corner for France. So they've got a little bit of work to do to get towards the box, but with 3 passes straight away, that is awesome. That is what you'd want. Touch 2 and you're near halfway. Touch 3, they're going to be over halfway, and now 4 and 5, you're going to see that transition that we talked about in the break. So they're going to drag across to the link. 5th touch will probably be a middle scoop, which it is. You've got actually a sweeper play, so that play is live. Step back in. Belgium look like they defended that quite well and recovered, but France have still got the ball.
Still there.
And that's the turnover.
And I think this is the difference we've seen between the two teams, and certainly what I've noticed in these first 10 minutes is how fluent France are when they're going forward.
Yeah.
So fast, whereas Belgium seem to be just stuttering that little bit, thinking about what they're doing, stopping to think, and it's not just got that flow that what the French attacks have.
Yeah, like I said, it's something I noticed when I came over there. Now I've only seen 2 sets of the French subbing, but they find it really easy to get over to their box, and it's really nice. I mean, Belgium aren't helping themselves. They're not putting France under a great deal of pressure. If they did, those 3 passes would be hard to execute, especially on touch 1. But at the minute they're having a lot of joy with it. They've got space on the left again. Really nice again, and it's that left-hand edge. It's really crammed in for Belgium, and France are having a lot of joy on that left edge.
4-0 France lead now, and it's looking ominous for Belgium even at this early stage of the game. France dominating the play.
It just looks like to me, especially the online defence of Belgium, you talk about how fluid France are looking, and a lot more composed. Online D for Belgium, they've had quite a bit of joy in that corner, that far corner, and it's down to the you kind of want to split the field into 2 when you're defending. You've got 2 teams of 3 essentially. That far middle in that second team of 3 over there, it's just, the winger and the link is just a little bit too tight, especially when their middle's making the touch. You want to be covering your short side corner really, and that's where France are finding the space. But like we said, they're not only seeing the space, they've got the players to just execute as well, and that's really good. The space is there again. They've got a right to left there. They do go to it. Corner. Good dive.
And in. No
good dive.
made. and it's 5-0 the France lead, and they've looked like scoring every attack that
you can see that space on the replay, like you can see all that space in that corner, and I think at some point that far side for Belgium, they're going to have to realise that France, you normally defend like that if your opposite team hasn't got much of a long ball threat. France obviously do, especially with completing 3-on-2. So it's a tough one so far, and the hips aren't square on that roll ball. France are running riot here at the minute, and
I mean, this is the thing as well. Another feature is how fluent France are in attack, but also Belgium just struggling to get anywhere over the 10-metre line when they have the ball themselves.
That was lovely. What France are doing really well. They're picking off Belgium shooters really well as well. So when Belgium are putting France under a little bit of pressure, and like you see here, the France players, three of them got really high, and 3 of them have backed off and doing what's called pistons or shooters, and it's just to put Belgium under as much pressure as possible. You see them 4 back, 2 of them are shooting up now, 4 of them are back at the minute. They're going to go on this next one, and that's really good midfield defence. We talk about how important that is. That's 5th touch, and they're way in their own half.
Yeah, this is
really good defence.
This is just a dominant performance by France.
Yeah, dominant, definitely. I think if I'm France, I'd probably be looking to be a little bit more clinical on line attack. You can easily go into your shell here a little bit, and maybe not drop down to Belgium's level, but take the foot off the gas a little bit. And I think if France are aspiring to be up there with England and Wales, they want to be clinical in these positions, and they've not been on that set.
Belgian defence holding firm there. Now let's see what they can do. They're starting very, very deep. They need a couple of drives where they get some really good yards, but they're just not doing that. The French defence has been superb.
Yeah, and that's one of the few times that they've not got the midfield deed right. France, the reason Belgium aren't able to get upfield is it's not through a huge step. It's not through a huge fault of their own. France are they're not allowing them to breathe, and it's really good. It's really good midfield deed. They've obviously spotted that's something that will be effective on Belgium, and it's obviously effective against other teams as well. If they can bring that against the top level teams, they're going to do some damage. And that's half-court. They're just happy to turn it over in that corner. So they'll probably go 3 pass again here, France. 2, 3. They're going to try and get over to that box. That's better from Belgium. That shooting's much better than what we saw before. They're going to have touch 3. Oh, that's nice. Good heads up touch. So yeah, touch 3 in their own half. France have done well to salvage that this set of 6, and they're going to get a strike play. So that just shows you France, they're not panicking. Until then, that's my fault. Sorry.
I think that was a communication thing. I think the ball was going for Marielle Payne on the right. Probably didn't shout for it, which allowed the link to reach up and.
Yeah, and the thing was, I don't know whether they were forced into doing things like that and sort of kind of chucking the ball about, because that's not what they've been doing for the first half. That's half court. When Belgium are able to put them under a little bit of pressure on touches 1 and 2, they've not been able to there. It seems to me that France are trying to salvage it on touches 4 and 5, which is why they were forced into that error. So if Belgium can just up their midfield D a little bit, they're going to see some joy from this game. But it's that left-hand side again. Now, they've not been able to exploit it that time. So 5th touch strike option is going to be a 32 short. Good left foot step. There's your hole. Ball down.
Yes,
that's
it is
nice.
indeed.
Really nice.
Cecile Math, who puts the ball down.
She looks to be their strike player for me. They're kind of on-field coach, their general. She comes on that short side option, she's not on left foot step. That's a mega step. That's really nice.
Yeah, she enjoyed that. 6-0 to France, and after Belgium had regrouped a little bit, not allowing France to score, they do finally get their 6.
Well, like I said, it's that midfield D does play a big part, and the time that Belgium did put France under a little bit of pressure, they did make that error. If France can just come back to put in, if Belgium can just come back to putting them under a little bit of pressure, I think they'll see some joy from that.
Down it goes, 7 metres out, Belgium, but
France playing quite tight here. There's a lot of space on that right hand side if they can work their way over there. Doesn't seem that they have those strike players, those on-field generals that seem to dictate the play. They've got a lot of talented girls, and they've obviously they're quick, they're skillful, but sometimes you do need that on-field head to kind of just sort of direct those athletes around. And wow, that's really nice work. Good heads up touch, that's nice. And she's got it back.
We haven't seen that this week so far.
That's it, standing.
Elia UK.
Good heads up touch for her. Like, she skips away, beats 1, beats 2, and then it's a 3-on-2. They're not able to execute the 3-on-2, but I'll take that back. Beautiful.
And that's the thing, as long as it goes backwards, doesn't matter who picks it up.
Yeah, no, it's nice. It's like when you play 5-a-side in the soccer dome and you can play the ball against the wall to yourself. Just play it into a player, get it back, play on. Off we go.
So 7-0 France lead. One of the tries of the day there.
I think just while we're on the topic of score of the day, maybe score of the tournament, I think we saw it on field 2.
Is that the somersault?
About half an hour ago. Toby Phillips scored a blinder. If you get chance,
yes.
I think it'll be floating around social media, or you can wind back on the live stream. Field 2, England mixed open v France. England they actually have 5 players in attack, and he still manages to run a counties play with his winger, step 3 people, jump over 2 people. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, Mel got it as she was watching it. As I was wrapping up my last match, and then showed me. And it was just away from an almost standing somersault over the last player.
It happens every so often, and there's a really good clip of a high-level touch player, Pete Norman, an Australian men's opens player. He did the same. I think he's done the same thing twice, probably 4 or 5 years ago, and that was special. I think Toby's is better to go over his head. I mean, not to inflate his ego too much, because his ego is way too inflated as it is already. But yeah, I think if you get the chance, if you're watching this game now, just during half time, have a rewind back on that game, because that was special.
We've seen the tries from the game so far.
Like we said, France just run really hard. Look at that. That's just heads up play, and that comes off the back of their transition and their subbing. They've obviously got a framework that they like to stick to. It's that 3 pass to the box, and then they can drive up the box for touches 2 and 3, 4 and 5. They're working to their strike play, but they've got players and they've got athletes that, if they see space, they are more than capable of running into it and executing 2-on-1s, executing 3-on-2s, seeing space, and if they can keep this up and take this into days 3 and 4, we're going to see him challenging England and Wales and Scotland in those games, because they just look really sharp early on.
Well, let's have a look at the Women's Open as a whole so far, and if we look at France in particular, they opened up with a good win, 7-3 over Ireland, but then a couple of defeats, 10-2 to England, and then earlier today a really close game against Scotland, 2-1. So France won 1 and lost 2. So above everything else, they really need the win here.
They do, and I think it looks like I think they'll be disappointed with that Scotland game, because we saw Scotland yesterday and they were still sharp against England going off the scores, and I've watched them a couple of times now, twice on the live stream and a couple of times out on the fields, and England Women's Open do look a cut above everyone else at the minute. It's theirs to lose. Everyone else is kind of playing second fiddle to them at the minute. But there's teams like Scotland, there's teams like France, there's teams like Wales that are able to challenge, and maybe it's just about taking a bit of momentum from these kind of wins and these kind of performances into the next few days that are going to help.
As for Belgium, they a couple of heavy defeats on their opening day. 10-0 against Wales, 12-0 they lost to Scotland. Earlier today they lost 10-2 to Ireland, so at least they got a couple of scores on the board. But I think it's fair to say they're probably going to finish bottom of this round robin pool. So for them, I suppose it's how much they can develop and what they can learn throughout this tournament.
That's the thing. I mean, the thing about the European Championships is, and it's the same goes for World Cups as well, not every team is going to be challenging for the top, but not every team is going to be challenging for medals, and Belgium will recognise that this is a learning process, and you're right, it's about taking as much from this as you possibly can. Touch is, I've been playing touch for the past 16 years, and you can never ever stop learning, and it is about learning from your mistakes and just doing everything you can to make sure that those kind of mistakes don't happen again. And you do that game by game, day by day, session by session, year by year, season by season, and it never stops. And the thing about this Belgium team now is, if they can keep this nucleus of players into the next European Championships, the World Cup the year after, that's when they'll start seeing a lot of joy from moments like this and experiences like this. The trouble is when you put these teams together, and then the year after it's a fresh new set of faces. That's when things become tough, and it's about staying together, it's about learning with each other, it's about encouraging each other, and making sure that the year after you can take that next step. And I suppose you can't not really. I suppose if you're able to keep that core group of players, obviously the other teams around you are going to improve as well. But you never know. Next year there might be different countries who are able to enter, and Belgium will benefit from entering this year as well. They've got a small squad, so it's about adding to it and just improving year on year.
Well, here France go from the tap off, and not their usual flowing move that we saw in the first half so far, and maybe that has been something that Belgium have said that they
good hands, really nice.
As soon as I say that, out it comes to the right hand side.
They'll want you to be saying that even more. Tell them that their attacking players broke down. It's a 32 shot, and it's their on-field general again, Cecile Mass. She's managed to skip to the outside, and it's that tight space again. Oh,
there's Marie Nuri.
I don't think that score was given.
Oh,
what's that? I don't know what's happened there. I was enjoying the replay. That was interesting. I didn't see that. I was watching the replay. I was certain that was a score.
Yeah, we'll see if we can see the replay.
Yeah, I didn't see anything untoward. I didn't see any referee. I didn't see any hand signals from the referee. That was a strange one. Yeah, but like you're saying, France look quite sharp there, and they've worked their way back down.
Yeah, they're still back at the 7 metre. They're just.
So they're going back to that 32 shot. It's a long now, and they're sketching the outside
on the left.
She knows it as well, head in the hands, and so they varied it up a little bit there. And so this is with the replay before. They drag it over middle on middle. Cecile Mass comes on that 32 shot and spots that space on the outside. Referee's calling play on. That look, I don't know what's gone on there, because the sideline referee just before that replay ended, he was going back to halfway. The referee looked like he was rolling back. Maybe this sideline referee called something that we didn't see.
I don't know whether the ball rolled. When it was
Could have been.
down
Yeah,
right,
could have been.
roll forward.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they called it back.
So I was looking for the two referees on the far side. It could have been this sideline ref here that spotted it. So we move. Belgium survived for that one, but it was interesting to see that France varied up their line attack when they came back down. They went to 32 longs. Just a little bit of a variation on the short, I suppose. Just changing things up a little bit to try and get to the outside and exploit that tight Belgian defence.
Jet for France with a rare error for them. Gives Belgium the ball.
Far corner in the shade. England men's opens warming up for what should be an absolutely belting game in about half an hour. Just doing a little bit of diving.
And we've changed our commentary console over to allow 3 to commentate on that game.
Exciting.
So Chris Weirmouth will have the call for that one. And it should be a great game.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Space on the side again. Good execution. That's good skills from France. And again, I think that might have been Cécile Mass as well. She is at the heart of everything that France are running. You see here, she'll pick up on a middle scoop. She'll get to the outside of her middle, just 3 on 2. The wing has got to come in, 2 on 1. Beautiful. Well done.
Marielle Thiefeng with the second try. Remember in the first half she scored a very, very similar try to that one. Over on the wing.
She's got good finishes as well. Like, as much as Cécile Mass is running everything, she's got to have the players outside her that can help her orchestrate what she's wanting to run and eventually finish what she's running. And both France's wingers are just able to just finish off some really nice little plays.
Belgium.
It's unfortunate that they did create a little bit of space on the open side. So France a little bit close to their box now, and they've slowed down their subbing a little bit, maybe a lack of comms there, but they break back into that speed, and that's what the good teams can do. And the referees
turned it over that, so opportunity for Belgium to at least get a chance on the France time.
Yeah, they should get a couple of shots on their line here. You just don't want it to be wasted. This, so obviously already that's the one touchdown. You only get 6. You got to use every single one as best you can. That's 2. A little bit of a 23 shot, and one of the Belgian. Oh, nice little flick pass out the back, but Belgium would brief for down to 5 players there, so that won't help. And again, they're down to 5 players. So this is stunting their line attack a little bit.
It's just that lack of experience with
it is, yeah, it is,
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, you're tired and you want to get off, but they do get a fresh set of 6 here, so hopefully they get another shot on the line.
See, I'm not so sure of the tactic of changing here.
So it's a tough one, yeah. I mean, there's a couple of things that could be going on. Players obviously are tired, and you want to get off. But that's a shame. Obviously, and what you might want to be doing as well is getting your strike players on, or getting your more experienced players on. So that's the other side of it. But you're right. It is a shame that you're subbing on that, because, like you said, you've only got 6 shots on the opposition's line.
Down it goes. Oh, and it's down on the far right hand side, and France go 9-0 ahead. So France dominance continuing. Rose Huget with the latest try.
Similar to a few games yesterday now, I think what France can do now is they can either look to execute, and they can look to be clinical for the last 15 minutes or so, but or they can just pull it back a little bit. They're going to have some important games tomorrow. I'm guessing they'll want to be meeting Scotland again at some point, because that looked like a tight game. But yeah, they can ease off a little bit, I suppose.
They can, if they want to, but it doesn't look like they're doing at the moment. They're still attacking with all the fluency they've shown throughout.
But credit to Belgium here, their midfield D looking much better there, putting them under a little bit of pressure. That's unfortunate that's back to one. She's got in the passing channel, but she's blocked a certain try there. France will be disappointed with that.
Belgium come again.
And they'll work their way to the box, and hopefully we'll get a little bit of strike play on touch 4 and 5. So that's third touch, and they'll work their way back to the midfield. And there's a loose carry. So we're making our way into the last 10 minutes now, and we'll see if France can either turn on the flare, and that's nice, good yards. So they run really hard when they're coming up. They've got the space here on this side as well. I think its chance is probably just gone. Good feed from Cecile Maas. She'll run that quickie play on the other side.
Now
Space, what a pull!
Oh, what a ball!
Woo!
What a ball! And it's double figures for France as Marie Nui scores her second try of the game.
Wow, what a ball! Tell you what she does really well here. Belgium are bent out of shape, and all we mean by that is the defence is scrambling all over the place. So rather than either tip the ball on or panic or stop the play completely, she's run a move on the back of that misshape from Belgium, and it's a simple play to run because you only need 2 players to run it. So she ran a middle quickie, and then again we keep saying it, but not only to see that the space is there, but to be able to pull that off while she's running at high speed, that's top elite level skill. Off a left hand as well, not many players are able to rip that pill off left hand, and it was really nice, really nice.
Wind just picking up as it did yesterday at about this time. So
that famous sea breeze, the afternoon sea breeze in Nottingham.
Yeah, the seagulls will be died bobbing the
good feet!
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
France are putting on a show here. She's done that a few times.
Marie-Henri
has done that a few times. She sees space really well, comes off the left foot, there's your space, and she's got the speed to finish it off as well.
Completely wrong foot to the defender.
That's so nice. That's like a seven score, just seeing space and trying not to roll back into your structure too much, because if you're seeing space and you're able to execute it, that's so nice. And France seem like they've got a good balance in this game of Cecile Maas running good touch plays and executing well, and players like Marie-Henri where she can just beat people. Belgium looking a little bit smooth here. Good hands, great pick up. France are offside here. They can attack if they want to. That's the turnover. That was really nice from Belgium. Good heads up touch.
It's probably the best attacking play we've seen from Belgium all game there. And they've very rarely got to that France 7-metre line.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You want to have as many shots on your opponent's line as possible, and if that's being limited, then your scores are going to be limited, and that's what France have done really well here. And again, they're putting on a clinic of subbing and transition, so they'll break their way into 4 and 5 again now, and that's a shame.
It's just, I suppose in a way it might be a bit of a danger of moving forward so rapidly and playing so rapidly, is that when you put the ball down you've got momentum and it just carries it forward.
Yeah, and it's a skill you've got to practice, and your skill you've got to perfect, and I was talking about you've got to be learning all the time. That's something that people like myself are always trying to look to improve on, and it's about control, and good feet. That's a shame, they had a little bit of space on the right hand side there. Yeah, just going back to that ball control, it is a good one. We saw it yesterday morning when it was a little bit greasy, and it's still a factor now, even with the weather being good touch weather to play in. You want to be able to run 100 miles an hour, but you need to control the ball, and it's about finding a good balance. Sometimes you want to be at 100% completion, 80% speed. So it's just about finding that good balance. And Marie-Henri as well, striding, pill to the right hand side. Beautiful. Great score.
It really is a clinic that France are putting on now. It's Marie-Henri again. I think that's a hat-trick for her.
Beautiful. Well done.
12th try for France.
It's Marie-Henri again, so seems like she's taken over from Cecile Mass as my favourite player in this game. Left it, she's got a lethal left foot step and a lethal right, left to right as well. That's really nice. Good finish. And when it breaks down a little bit there, like I said it before, they look like a sevens team. They're just picking people off and 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s. Yeah, they're being ruthless here at the minute, France.
That's France again.
Good feet. Space on the left edge here. Cecile Mass steps inside.
Everything coming through Cecile Mass.
Yeah, so she's down to the 7 now. This is her territory. So she'll run a quickie on the link, 3-on-2 on her left hand side, yes. Right to left. She can pull off both hands. That's so nice.
13-0 France lead, and once again it's Marielle Fiafain pushing the ball over.
She makes it easy for herself by running that quickie on the link and being a middle. It just gives you an extra player. That's where that extra player comes from. The fact that the link's making the touch and being quite aggressive, but she's actually making the touch on Cecile Mass, who's a middle. So when Cecile Mass gets it back on that quickie play, she's got her link outside her and a winger outside her, and a player of her calibre, you can't give her that space outside because she'll just complete it.
These Belgium have looked quite strong on this drive from the tap off, but
they are creating a little bit of space now. There's a little bit of space opening up on that right hand side, so we'll see if they can exploit it later on.
This is all going to be about learning for Belgium, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Like they're going to look at where France are scoring their tries, and I suppose it's then taking for the rest of the tournament, closing up them areas and making sure that those areas are covered.
Correct, yeah. I mean, it's, like we said before, it's about learning, it's about development, it's about experience, and it will pay. These types of games and these experiences, they pay dividends if the core group can stay together for I suppose another cycle, or within this cycle in the touch community, as I suppose we like to refer as the build-ups to World Cup as one continuous cycle. So if you're building towards the 2024 World Cup, you are at the start or at the beginnings of your current cycle. If this group can stay together for the rest of this current cycle, that's when they'll see these starts of experiences start to pay off. And like we said, it kind of all comes undone when players drop off and new faces have to come in, but that's the nature of amateur sport, and that's the nature of some of these developing nations. They don't have the luxury that teams like England have in terms of their setup, but you know, she's straight through. Let's see if they can lose a mirror. Is that back to one? No. Good defence from the French. One of the few times they've been exposed, and Belgium have been able to cut through them.
Clara Drew's going through then, and just as the half needed someone open that she could pass it to put the ball down.
Yeah, just couldn't find somebody free, and that's a shame. But good to see that Belgium haven't stopped playing, or they're still trying, they're still going for those holes, and they've still got 4 minutes here. If they can run those types of play again, I'm sure it'll come open for them. Henri, speed, I think that's a hat-trick. Brilliant.
It really is a
brilliant,
fantastic display by France. 14-0.
No, she's really good. I mean, there's been a few teams that, especially in the Women's Open, I'll go back to the Scotland Women's Open. They run a lot of players through Hannah Crisp in one pod, and then it'll change for the other pod. France, a little bit similar in that way. Cécile Mass in one pod and Marie-Henri in the other pod. They seem to be their two strike players that everything kind of goes through, and the better teams do have those. They'll have at least one in each pod. The top teams, the teams that we're going to see that will be here on Saturday afternoon, they'll have 3-4 of those players that just can do anything at any time, and that is what separates the better teams, I suppose. Good ball.
It's a comparison I used yesterday, I think. If you go to England Open and London Galaxy as well, you look at John Weston Stanley, Louis Treyes and Camille Chapdelaine,
Josh Henderson,
the way they play together.
Yep.
I mean, one of the reasons for Galaxy's success in the mixed tournament that we've just been through was those three and the way they played and they stuck together.
Yeah. Good touch. Oh. Yeah, I think that was well deserved. Good defence of Belgium. Yeah, like we said, I think you could name, any top team that you can think of either here today, men's NTS, mixed NTS, and you'll find that the teams that are probably 1 to 5, they will have at least 2 players in each pod that can affect the game in ways that most players can't. And that might be through experience, speed, ball playing ability, vision. They can influence the game at any time. The elite teams, the top 1 and 2, they will have, let's say it's mixed, they'll have 3 boys that can all affect the game. The girl link will be able to affect the game the same level as a boy could, really. And like the women's yesterday, like you just need to look at the England Women's Opens. The reason that they're torching everyone at the minute is because every pod has 4 players in the middle that can just do it all. Good hole from Marie-Henri.
And it's another try for France. 15 they have on the board without reply.
Great way to finish the game as well. I think that's given her 4 scores. She has been mega in this second half. It's like Cécile Mass thought, I've had a pretty good first half. Marie-Henri, you can take it for the next 20 minutes. Off you go.
Go on, Marie, crack on.
Off you go. Off you go. Yeah, she's been awesome. I keep saying it, but she looks like a sevens player. Like she really big stride length, great left foot step, great hands, great vision. But like we said, obviously France have been great. They've been clinical, they've been ruthless. But Belgium, they'll have learned so much from that experience, and to be able to look back on it, learn from your mistakes, that's just invaluable in any sport. And you've got to take that through. You've got 3 more days to improve on it, and then Euros again next year.
And this is the thing, they've got the ability of looking at the stream. They can use the video from that and say, right, this is where we need to improve, this is where we need to tighten up, this is where we need to be better in this area.
And they don't have to listen to us as well. They can put it on you. Put it on you. You don't have to listen to us. But yeah, like I said, they've got the ability now to look back, and that's something that is still relatively new, I suppose. I think the first Euros that was fully live streamed to kind of this degree was only the last one. So NTS, it's only been happening for 6 years, so it's still a relatively new thing that we get to look back on games, stop them, talk about them with a coach or a more experienced player, and go, do you mind talking me through what's happened here? Did I do the right thing? Did I do the wrong thing? Could I have been better? So it's so invaluable, and that, I think we've seen the skill level in this sport skyrocket because of it. So we're going to see Belgium back with that same team next year, but for now and this week they've got 3 more days of learning and experience to go through, and it's invaluable for them.
Well, thanks very much once again, Jordan. And as France leaves the field after a superb 15-0 victory in the Women's Open over the Belgium team. We look forward to the next game.
The big one.
The big one. It's the Men's Open. England against France.
Ireland.
England against Ireland.
The bigger one.
Oh, there goes the build-up, doesn't it?
Oh dear.
England against Ireland coming up in the Men's Open. Chris Wearmouth, you'll be glad to know, has the call for that one. But earlier, Ian caught up with a couple of players from each team, and here is what they had to say.
Well, as you can tell, the atmosphere and tension is building here because very shortly we've got the Men's Open game between England and Ireland. As you can see, we're joined by John and Will here. Let's start with you, John. How's the tournament gone for you so far?
It's been really good so far, yeah, good setup. The weather has played ball with us. Yeah, it's been good so far. We're very early days, obviously, but we're enjoying it. Yeah.
Fantastic. How about you, Will? How's it been going?
Yeah, I think it's similar to John, sort of so far so good. Just looking to build over the 5 days and be a team that sort of play well and improve throughout the tournament. So we're ready for hopefully a final on Saturday afternoon.
There you go. He's already put himself in the final there. What about Ireland? Come on.
It's hard to say. Like, it's very early days. I will say that England are definitely the favourites for the tournament, reigning champions.
Just putting the pressure on other teams. I like
undefeated at AIS. Yeah, so it's their tournament to lose, really. Yeah, we'd love to make the final, but there's a lot of footy to be played yet. So.
Well, is it exciting to be playing Ireland? Of course, there's always history, isn't there?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I think you want to play these tournaments, these big tournaments, to play the big games against the big teams. And I think obviously we had a really close game with Ireland in the autumn, and through the AIS, the NTSs, Old Wesley coming over, a load of Ireland players there. Like, you can see that they're a strong team and they're going to put a lot of pressure on us. And I think it's going to be a really good game this afternoon.
Now, Jordan, I know you've got a
as well. To be fair, well, to begin with, John, it was just to touch on what Will was saying with the NTS. I know you spoke about it before on live streams previously, but if you just want to talk to the viewers, just a little bit on how that's brought not only a club forward, but obviously that's both teams all across all divisions. It's full of internationals. How's that helped?
Yeah, well, massive thanks to England Touch. We don't really have a domestic league or nothing we're talking about, so when we applied for Old Wesley to be in NTS, they graciously accepted. And our Old Wesley team has probably 7 or 8 men's open players in that squad, so it was really good for us to come over and run together against top quality competition. But also the setup here and the refs and the pitches and everything. That's really what you want to be doing if you are playing touch.
And we'll touch upon obviously the AIS last year. We had 2 cracking games against you boys. I think you can disagree if you want, but there's quite a bit of niggle in those games. Do you think that's something that we're going to see at 3:30, or is it going to be a nice, calm game of park touch?
Listen, at the top level, you should be having niggling games. Otherwise, what's the point? The key point is that you shake hands after. So on the pitch, give it everything, go at each other, attack each other, try and wind each other up if you can, and
good
then
answer.
Shake hands after.
Great answer. I don't think you would have answered like that. I think you would have been all niggle. Last question before we let you go, and this is one for we'll do you first. I want you to name one good thing about Ireland.
Aside from Guinness,
that's a given. So, yeah, think of something.
I think, speaking about the touch team, I think the intensity and athleticism that they have across the board is phenomenal, and I think that's what makes the games we have against each other such a high quality, is that everyone's running fast, everyone's competitive, and everyone's giving everything, and then, as John said, everyone shakes hands at the end and we all get on.
Some good answers here.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, let's ask you the same question, but let's put a bit of a spin on it. It can't be anything to do with touch, alright?
Okay.
What's the best thing about England?
I know what I want to say. Yeah, look, I think I'm going to go back. I'm going to talk about touch, unfortunately, but the England Men's Open over the last 4, 5, 6 years, that's something that we look at as a goal to match, or a benchmark. Their professionalism and what they've brought in terms of infrastructure and elite setup, we're trying to copy that or mirror that, So definitely, those guys being there is bringing everybody else up.
I've got to say, Jordan, there's a lot of respect here. It's really
Too
nice
much-
to
too
see.
much respect.
Almost too
Nice.
much,
Yeah.
isn't it? But
Not what we're after.
it's almost time to get underway for England against Ireland. We're going to let you guys go. Of course, no pushing and shoving down the stairs, though, chaps. Okay,
Chill out.
keep it
Chill
clean.
out,
Keep it
you.
clean.
After you, John.
Let's go back to our commentators for the game. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Thanks so much.
Well, after all of that build-up, my name's Chris Wearmouth. I'm joined with Jordan Melling, current England Men's Open regular, and Sam, and we are providing the bread for the meat, which is Peter Walters, Mr. Touch from New Zealand. We'll talk to him through this first half. But after having given all of that build-up, gentlemen, is this one that could very well? Is this going to live up to expectations, or is it a danger of not?
I really hope it builds up. It lives up to it. We played these boys last year in the autumn in Manchester. It was a belting game, back and forth. Ireland just run so hard. The subbing, the transition, they don't relent. They don't let you breathe. England will try and do the same. That's what they built themselves on for the past few years. They didn't start to that level yesterday morning, but against Scotland for the first game today, they're back on it. Yeah, this is going to be a cracker.
Yeah, England come into this game sitting third in the Men's Open table, having played. So they're behind. Their one loss yesterday morning, as Jordan mentioned, came against France, who topped the table with 5 wins from 5. Ireland are 4 wins from 4. England 3 wins and 1 defeat from their 4 matches, having put 11 past Scotland without reply. Ireland have had 1 game so far today. That was a 17-4 win against Wales, with England having followed up that loss against France with wins over Belgium 24-0 and Wales 18-1, and Ireland beat Belgium 17-0 and Germany 13-3 and Scotland 10-5. Peter Walters, we'll come on to your history in the game in just a few minutes' time. But first off, as a travelling New Zealander coming up for the European Touch Championships, how excited are you by the prospect of this game?
Hugely excited. Look, it's day 2 of the tournament, and just seeing all the 19 countries here and everyone in their colours, and these 2 teams, especially in the Men's Open, the Premier Grade, they both look very fit. They both look very strong, and you can see they've done a lot of work. Looking forward to seeing Ireland, on the big stage finally, and they've come to some game. Yeah. They've come to play, so looking forward to this one.
They've been building to this. I wouldn't say this is the pinnacle of what they've been building towards, but I remember in 2018 they probably weren't there. They were a mid-table side, but they still had that fire, and they get up for these games against England. They've been slowly building towards this, month by month, session by session, season by season. This is what they've come for now.
And we were watching that little preview interview that you did with Will Saracold and John Innes from the respective teams earlier on, and you were trying to get them to be chippy against each other up here in the studio, but they're going to do it now.
We're going to do it now. We just touched on it slightly then, but we are just behind the Ireland subs box. They're going to have a loud box, and you can see the crowds building already.
And here we go, Ireland on the attack with the second touch now, just building up pressure inside the England half. Ben O'Connell, number 4, he feeds it off to Mark Phelan.
Good day from England already. They're pressing really high from middle, and straight away, good feet. So straight away they're looking to get on those 23 quickies, those punish plays, link on link, and they've done it one side, they've come back the other with Phelan.
And here they go, Ireland looking for a score.
Person that's it now, we tried the punisher on the link, cookie the short side of the link, and England up to the task on D.
Yeah, but I think both teams will look to do something similar. So England into their transition now. What England like to do is hit a 32 on their first play, so they hit away from their box. So Will drive in here, look to tip, and then they can work towards their box on touch 2 and 3.
Yeah, first couple of touches by Ireland, they're very strong.
Yeah. You can see it already, their midfield D is just relentless. They're going to press, and England are now breaking to their fly play on 4th.
And England now through John Weston Stanley and Sir Horatio Price. Dancing feet. He was stood out in the University National Touch Series for Exeter a couple of years ago, then stepped up into the National Touch Series with Raptors. But you've played against a lot of these Ireland teams and a lot of these Ireland players, playing against Old Wesley in the Elite Men's National Touch Series this year. How difficult is it to play against them?
Just the highlight of their game is speed and fitness and physicality, and they don't seem to let up. They just keep coming. They keep coming, and if you're in a tight game towards the end, that's when they'll pick you. So yeah, they love that. They love that running game.
Yeah, and they've had good input. I mean, their coach here from Australia, Chris Johnson. I mean, he's done some good with them from New South Wales. He's done some good work with Ireland. As has England had some input from, I imagine, Peter Bell in the time he's been here in recent years.
Talking of Australia's player with experience of playing in Australia, Dom Tripp, he made the crucial touch from Link earlier in that play, and he's now helping England get away with it, taking a touch now.
Dom is so good at that. When people talk about Dom Tripp, he's got a left to right, he's got a right to left.
Four sub for Ireland for a heavy touch already.
What he's really good at, and it's not highlighted enough, is his goal line defence. He can snipe on plays that people haven't even thought is coming.
It's England now building in the Ireland half. Ben Grinter and Max Howard here with the smouldering eyes in his headshot.
He's a very handsome player, as Max says. Josh Henderson on that punish play.
England needed to strike early, and that's exactly what they've done.
Pete, do you mind just if we talk about that link punish play?
Sure.
You say that this Ireland defender has made the touch with his wrong hand, so when he comes,
So Josh has tucked one on his inside. He's taken him hard to the corner, and the defender went slightly straight, which means he couldn't handle that corner. He needs to pull a harder corner and get help from his middle underneath.
Great finish from the Galaxy London and University of Bath player. It's meant to think he's still at university, as is Louis Trez, who's in the middle now for Ireland.
Ireland looking to reply with the exact same play. This is going to be a punish off all for 40 minutes.
And this is Field, the number one. He's one of the top performers, really good on attack.
Really light feet, good right to left. That's forward. So what you'll see from the England box side winger at the minute, but Vaughan Meredith, really fit, great defender, reads plays really well. If Ireland manage to get a score on that left hand side, that's going to be a well worked score if they get over there. So England back into their subbing pattern, and they're going to work two up this box, Ireland's box side this time, and then they're going to work their way over. Louis Trez with a little bit of a burst of speed to get over.
Louis Trez looks like he's done a lot of work this past 12 months in the gym. He's very powerful and he's quick off the mark.
Yeah, obviously his body shape's changed dramatically. He used to be really slight, and he obviously has put on quite a bit of muscle to deal with the physicality of men's opens.
Talking about physicality, there's a shoulder coming in from Ireland, and England are going to start with a penalty on the 7-metre line. That's that Galaxy London duo of Louis Trez and Camille Shahabdin, as you say, working the box on this side. And it's another Galaxy player, John Weston Stanley. I saw it, by the way, just while this is building up, he's playing in the 2015 World Cup. Ben Meakin showed me the team photos, and that's a lot of young faces.
Watch out for this guy, Will Lupton, counties play incoming.
Talking of a young player, he is still just in his teens.
Still a baby.
Played in the World Cup at 17 in the mixed open.
Yeah, he's got really light feet. He's got a great right to left as well, and he's got a mega dive. He's so dangerous on these counties plays, and that's what he's looking for.
Wow! Dancing feet at go-go, strictly come England touch.
I thought I bigged him up too much there, but that was brilliant.
Yeah, ran a counties play there, dumped on the middle, split in field, stepped back to the short side, and the angle he ran put him away from the defender. It's a great touch there.
What Ireland will be wary of there is obviously he's a tall guy, but he can get to the ground so quickly. He can get to that snake in the grass dive so quickly.
One of the key players in Nottingham's Rise Up the National Touch Series this year. His partnership with Clark Hobson. Clark unfortunately injured for this European Championships.
Defence.
It looked like a good touch to me, but all the players are generally getting in front, two-handed touches to the chest. It's aggressive. It means that the ball carrier needs to control that ball and not make error.
Correct. I agree, Pete. The ref got that wrong.
We're not biased in any way, shape or form here in England, watching England.
I just want touch to be the winner.
But this is already setting up to be a cracking game. England have been the much more clinical team so far, but Ireland always dangerous. And that is a fantastic shot there on the defence from George Henderson, who scored at the other end.
Well, yeah, he's read that well. I mean, there is a little bit of space on that left-hand side for Ireland. Good feet, and again, Josh Henderson's read it. He's gone. He's gone.
Oh! Although
I think the referee is pulling back. It looked like the Ireland player was calling that he was saying that he'd called the touch when Josh sort of like as a simultaneous touch on that interception. So it could have been pulled back anyway, but it looks like Josh has just dropped that cold.
Stephen Troy having a bit of a chat with the referee. But yeah, I think a little bit too much sunscreen on the hands, or maybe he was just wondering about what his dive was going to be like. But Ireland have just had a massive let-off, and back they are on the England line. And that rebound from
Dom Tripp again. We talked about that snipe play and how invaluable he is in defence. He's read that play to perfection. Obviously, he did get in the way, and it will be back to 1. But Ireland now are put off running that 33 counties play because they know that Dom is just going to shut it down. They go back to the punish, a little bit of space. Good dive, good D.
Dom Tripp with the touch, and that was Sean Balance on the dive, but the touch wins out.
Seeing good play on both sides of the ball here. That's what you get with the top level games. That was a great punish, a good dive, and Dom Tripp's just covered that really well.
And here come Ireland again.
Counties.
Yeah, that's going to be given. That's never. Dom.
We're back in it.
Yep. Misha Hamdeen's not made the goal line in that one, Pete.
Yeah, I think it was an offside call, so play on, didn't get 2 feet on the scoreline.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Camille's off.
Good refereeing there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. If Ireland can go back to exploiting that, then we've got a game here.
Just quickly, while we'll come back to why you're wearing Sweden kit in just a second, as England through John Weston Stanley goes back to, he thought he dodged past the touch, but no, it's been called, and he goes back 3 or 4 metres. Just takes the wind out of England's sails just temporarily.
Yeah.
Although he gets to start again with the penalty, I think. You can see he certainly had been touched, but he just taps and goes.
So they'll work their way back to Will's pet play, and it's probably going to be a counties here. He might step. He's going to go to the punish this time, long back the other way with Horatio.
And Ireland this time through Ben O'Connell were alive to that danger and managed to shut things down, but England get a fresh set of 6.
Yeah, I noticed the referee, that's Jay from USA. There's 3 referees from the USA that actually travelled over for the tournament. Good to see them here.
Referees also from South Africa, Australia, across Europe, as you say, the Americas as well. It's a properly international tournament.
Good D.
That's great defence from Ireland, lifting high up.
And this is turning angsty already. There's a shove in the back coming from Horatio Price, who then receives a ball thrown at him by Sam Bewley for his trouble. And the referees are going to have to pour a little bucket of cold water on this one.
Yeah, the teams have to be really a bit disciplined. They don't want to get on the wrong side of the referee and then all the 50-50 calls will go against them.
Yep. I think we've got to remember as well, this is a really young England team. Like, we're talking about them being the favourites and they're the team to beat. Like, there's a lot of players in this team who are playing their first Euros, the first international tournaments. It's the first game kind of on this scale, Field 1, live stream against another team that are up there with them. There's a decent crowd on, it's hot, it's been built up a lot.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see how players like Horatio and Will Lupton, people like that playing their first few tournaments, how they deal with it.
Well, Horatio Price has been sent to the naughty step for his trouble, but Ireland is still up to 6 despite having thrown the ball back at him. But so, can they capitalise on the extra play? And it's not just until the try, it's also they've got 4 changes of possession before England go back up to full strength. So that could be anything from 1 minute up to 4, 5, 6 minutes maybe.
Yeah, I think it was a smart set by Ireland there. I thought they would have put in a bit of finish there.
Yeah. I think if there's a player that you want on defending in the middle for England, if you've got 5 on, it's probably Louis, maybe Ben Grinter, somebody who can kind of cover ground really quickly, and you're obviously only 1 middle, but it's kind of cover the ground that 2 middles would cover. So they're quite lucky there, England.
Here comes Will Sericott on the scoop, and Dom Tripp's going wide.
Good
touch coming in there from Ireland. Pete, in terms of that, with England now down to 5, as a coach, what are you wanting there? What are you calling for a team to do?
Well, they've got to work hard right through the field. You see here, they've got to work hard in this area when Ireland's coming off their line, so that Ireland will have their strike dump at least 15-20 metres out. They seem to be doing that right so far. There's touch 3 there, coming up to 4. lost control.
Those are the tough errors at the moment.
They'll slow it down now and then pick the pace up. They still need to get forward and get down all the way to the try line.
Midway through this first half, England are 3-0 to the good. Ireland, as yet, have not been able to capitalise on the extra player. There's one more change of possession before England are back up to 6. Horatio Price in the naughty step.
England are
Here we go.
idea. It's good D from Ireland. That's really
that was good D. That is good defence.
Will's trying to bounce him around and get a little bit of movement in those hips, but Ireland defenders roll back, go inside. Touch.
But England, you'd say, have definitely come out the best from that sin bin period.
Yeah, they've done well.
Definitely, yeah. Done really well to survive that.
Great ball.
What a ball.
Great ball. Mark Phelan, the strike attack player, throws a bullet to the winger.
Absolute laser, right to left. So they're working to that middle play. He has no right to get to the outside of his opposite middle, but what a dart!
Dara Forster with the finish, but Mark Phelan has got a pass with more fizz than a lake full of champagne.
Very impressive.
And Ireland are off the mark. It's a good response from them, having conceded the 3 early ones. I know they've been targeting this game as one of their absolutely crucial games of the week.
Yeah. England will have done the same as well. I mean, they are favourites, and John Ennis touched upon it before. Ireland I'd admit England are the team to beat, but England will have marked this down as a game that they want to prove something.
And as we said before, is that a lot of these Ireland players are now no strangers to their England counterparts, having come up against each other in the elite men's national touch.
Great play.
Brilliant. Two Galaxy players. What they've done really well, England here, they're trying to manipulate the two middles to then get back to that punish play on the link.
Yeah. Well, I think they condition them
so they get a middle, and they've got Louis thinks, right, I've got to go back to the other side and rip that long, and John Weston Stanley knows exactly what's coming. He's on the outside of his middle because the Ireland defence is quite compact and done really well.
Yeah, Pete, how important is that club relationship when it comes to this level?
Well, it gives you familiarity with each other's play, so it's huge. If you can form combinations over a period of 1, 2, 3, 4 years, because you play club stuff together, it's nothing but all positive.
Here comes Ben Grenzel, one of the England youngsters. England are keeping this alive superbly.
England are getting miles better at that as well. Ireland's strength is that midfield D and that aggressive style of touch, and England are just picking them off at the minute.
Camille Shahabdeen takes the touch. Louis Treyas is the Galaxy pair. Dom Tripp from Scorpions.
On that punish play again, Louis will come back to the open side. Wow. That's a score and a half.
Yeah, some clever options there running off that 32 platform.
It's the next progression of what they scored off last time. So Louis goes to the punish play again. He's going to look infield to Camille, which is what he did to John before. Actually step back and come back to Dom Tripp, who's just ready and waiting.
And with an overlap as well, that was a 3-on-2 on that far side.
It was. They got him on that short side again.
Ireland are rocking, but they're building pressure again. And the shot comes down, touch comes in on Matt Kennison. Ireland need to strike at least once, if not twice, before half-time.
You feel we'll try and get that punish. Here he goes.
I tell you what, Matt Phelan gets behind his touches so well. He's got great footwork. He swipes and gets in behind his link, and he looks really dangerous on that. I'd just like to see Ireland run the next progression from that punish play, which is what England are doing so well, which is why they're up. Matt Phelan just needs somebody at half who has the ball skills to run that next little play.
A little bit of behind the back magic from Vaughan Meredith.
He's just...
And England get a penalty as well for play the ball coming from Ireland.
Vaughan is one of the most relaxed players on the field I've ever played with.
He does have a touch to rival most of the time. Has a touch to rival the pair of you.
I wouldn't say it's not as good as Pete's.
Not as well established as Pete.
But Vaughan does things in big games that players wouldn't even think of doing, and to just think, in one of the bigger games of the tournament, to just flick a pass out his back while England's transitioning. So England in a good position here.
Max Howard, ball in hand.
Will Lupton on this side on the counties play.
and England.
Oh!
The ball was bobbling, but it was picked up with no problem at all by Will Lupton.
That's a tough one.
Ben Grinter is over for try number 6 from England.
That could have been Ireland ball. I think it was a bit of a ropey roll ball, but if you want to see how to execute a 4-on-3, Will Lupton's held up the play really well. Little bit of a bobble there.
Counties. He pumps. He throws short.
Beautiful.
Runner hitting the hole. Good touchdown.
And you can see Ireland calling for that loss of control at the play the ball, and maybe they just switched off like that. England are in.
Had a chat with John Ennis earlier in the week, and he mentioned about the fact that, I mentioned about the fact that it's going to be a mental thing for them because they've never gone to these tournaments, the Euros, and actually won, whereas England had.
Yeah.
So they're now on the big stage. Luckily for them, they've got a whole week or a few days to learn and grow.
Correct. Yeah.
From this performance. The game's not over yet, but certainly England, well in front at the moment.
Yeah, that's one of the huge things for these types of games. If you can learn from it and move on to Friday, Saturday in a better position, then you've done your job.
It's just a late pass there from Horatio Price finding Charlie Thompson. This is coming back for a penalty restart for Ireland, but also is that these teams play each other twice during the course of the week. So Ireland are that they're going to be hoovering up what England are throwing at them at the moment and trying to learn from it for later in the week.
That's one of that's a huge point as well. I mean, there's been a lot of tournaments in the past where you maybe don't save things for the final, but you have something else in your back pocket. You never know. Ireland could be doing that. Ireland could be playing game plan A here against England, and then hoping that they make it to the final on Saturday, and they'll bring out the plan B or an extra move or an extra progression. So we'll see.
And here they come on the dive, and they needed the try that they have just scored. Sean Ballance dives at the ankles and goes over to give Ireland a sniff of the chance.
So we're just talking about Ireland keeping things in the bag. This is the first time they've actually gone into their playbook.
Yeah, they've won this play a couple of times. It's a little in between play.
Yeah.
Trying to catch that retiring toucher.
It's the first time online attack that they've not really gone into that punish play, and they've changed it up a little bit, and they've seen a little bit of success from it.
England now back on the attack. Try scorer Ben Grinter finds Max Howard with the smouldering eyes. Try scorer Will Hobson finds Howard. Grinter comes in on the short run, but there's a shot from Ireland on the defence. Matt Kennison. Ireland staying patient this time. Of course, there's a thing about placings between England, Ireland and France, because two of them are going to play each other in the semi-finals. You feel?
There's an interesting one from Lupton there. He looks to run a punish play, but he actually went on the middle. He had to come field. That's a tough touch from Ben Grinter. I think he'll get a hard touch there. Stepped in a little bit too hard,
but it's taken the wind, it's taken the momentum out of Ireland, even though they will start from another. And there we go. That is a heavy touch from Ireland in the attack. We saw this in the men's 30s earlier. I was watching Switzerland-Luxembourg, and exactly the same thing was happening. They're the older fellas, this kind of forgiven. These youngsters out there, and that brings the half-time hooter. Peter, just have a quick summary of that before you go and have a quick chat to Ian.
Well, look, England have dominated that half. They had a good selection of options on what plays they were running. They did some good conditioning with the punish plays and then changing up and turning and bouncing up and going back the open side. I thought they played really well. When they were down a man, they held out. Ireland didn't score for that couple of minutes. A really good half by England.
Thanks for joining us, Peter. Jordan will just talk through the rest of the highlights, and Peter's going to have a quick chat with Ian in just a couple of seconds' time. Jordan, just talk us through the rest of these tries.
Yeah, so like we said, with that counties from Will Lupton, we pointed out that it would be dangerous off it, and he definitely was, like on that first play. And Ireland replied with a counties of their own. Camille caught offside. England kind of kicked on from here. They just look like they're just digging into their progressions a little bit more than Ireland are at the minute. Like we said, Ireland have not had to dig too far into their playbook, or they've not wanted to. Whereas England, they're running these types of plays. They're going to the punish, then they're coming back to the open side. We see Tom Weston Stanley getting outside his middle from a long from Louis. Louis runs something similar on the next play. So he's got Dom Tripp running his punish this time. They'll look in field to throw that long play. He's got Camille this time, and instead of throwing it, he steps back, he comes back to Dom, and that's where the space is. And it's just that extra little progression.
Just we're talking about how England are going to be, we're talking about how the teams are going to respond to this, is that even if England do go on and win this game, Tim Osborne and Jeff Bimpton and Martin Wright as the coaches are not going to be going over the top with this, are they?
No, not at all. I think I'd say that with Ireland as well. I think whatever the result here, I think both teams know that they're going to be there and thereabouts on Saturday. France are there as well, and I wouldn't say they're saving things for Saturday, but it's definitely something that they'll keep in the back pocket.
We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time with Jordan Melling and Ben Meakin replacing Peter Walters, who has gone about 6 feet to our left to have a chat with you.
Well, you've heard his voice. I'm delighted to say now we're joined by Peter Walters. Now we can see your face, Peter. Now let's just touch on that first half very quickly, because you've done a lot of analysis on it already. But how important was it for England to get that fast start?
Well, both teams were wanted the fast start, and obviously when England's way, they're very clinical. They're very smart in the options they chose. They start off running. Actually, both teams start off running punish plays where they cookie the link, and you can see the condition that was happening. And then they turned and they went back the other way to the open side, and they were successful on a couple of occasions. I thought they did really well when they had a man in the bin for 2 minutes and they only had 5, and they held Ireland out for those sets. So, been defending well, been attacking well. They certainly took control of that first half.
Yeah, let's talk about you a little bit. You are known as Mr. Touch, of course. What you don't know about the game, it really isn't worth knowing, is it? But how proud are you to be seeing this tournament? We just spoke about it off air, didn't we? Actually, Bulgaria making their debut here, Luxembourg are playing with a depleted squad, but they're all here competing.
I know, it's so good. 19 countries, over 1,000 players, and a lot of these developing countries like Sweden, who I'm helping out coaching the 30 men's, a lot of these guys haven't played touch before. Some of our boys was their first game of touch yesterday, so you got to take your hats off them for being part of our sport, and they obviously love it. They tried something different, something new, and they like it. They love the skills of activity and agility and flexibility and running and catch and pass. It's so good.
You might have just answered my next question, actually. And next, I was going to say, anybody watching this who's perhaps not played the game before, why should they get involved and start playing touch?
Well, there's a lot of benefits. It's fairly cheap and inexpensive to play. You just need a ball, you need a bit of grass, and you go with a bunch of friends. That's the good thing about it. You can play with your partners because there's mixed touch. There's so many benefits to the sport. It's great.
Peter Ward, it's been a real treat. Thank you so much for your time. I know you've got lots to do this week, so we'll let you crack on, and I'm going to hand back to your commentary team for the second half. Enjoy.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks to Ian and Peter Walters, Mr. Touch. My name's Chris Wearmouth, and I know a small atom about this sport compared to Peter Walters, who has been replacing the commentary box by Ben Meakin, who is alongside Jordan Melling as well. Now, gents, just before the game starts, how good is it to have Peter up here, even if he's in the slightly unfamiliar colours of Sweden, or because he's in the unfamiliar colours of Sweden?
I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he still gets around the field, to be honest. It's amazing to have him here, isn't it? Because people have seen him play for years and years and years, and then he's now running around at European Championships as well for Sweden. So no, it's good to have him, and it's good to have, like you say, his knowledge here wherever it is on the pitch or off the pitch as well.
And we just got so excited earlier as Will Lupton just gets it down to make it 6 tries to England. We were a little bit excited up in the graphics department, giving England a 4-try lead at half-time. In fact, it was a 2-try lead to England at half-time.
I thought Will was running back to the accommodation.
I don't think he saw the big white line at the end.
I think if he hadn't have put that down, he'd have been thrown into the lake that's halfway.
I think he just kept on going.
Yeah, I would have gone home if I was in.
Will Upton, the try scorer in each half for England, to go back to 3 tries to the good against Ireland. This has been a fascinating game of touch between 2 of Europe's leading nations in this men's open division. England in the traditional red and white, a new look kit for this year, the return of the European Touch Championships. Ireland in new stash as well, so it's great to have everybody here and play some good stuff.
Right into, can he go all the way? He's got Josh inside him. He's going to get chased down. Oh! That was 0 touch as well. They would have had a full set of 6 on the line. Ball's not going to enjoy me saying that, but
he was aware to Mark Phelan's fantastic passing, and this time intercepted, and
It was a really good read, really good read. But like Meeks was saying, that's zero touch.
He put the afterburners on from Ireland though. What speed he had to recover from there.
Outstanding D to chase that down.
Yeah, credit to Sebastian Caldwell there for stretching his legs and managing to shut down his opposite number, Vaughan Meredith.
Oh, what a ball, what a hole! Ireland back in it.
Straight through hole one, and like we say, that was probably made by the Irish number 10 winger who was zooming back to get that interception caught by Vaughan to get him.
Just a 4-on-3 pick-up, and England were in quite good position there. He's held the ball up really well, similar to one of the England scores in the first half, and it's just opened up that hole. Really nice ball.
Conor Murphy who was setting to line up for a howitzer, but instead released a really gentle pass for the try, deceiving the England defence, as you say, Jordan. And so a little bit of a heavy touch coming in on Horatio Price.
Referee's he's not dropped it. Referee's not a bit sure what's happened here. Horatio had the outside. He stepped back actually. I think the referee's got a bit confused. I think he thought he dropped it, but
I thought Ireland defended that too. Really well. They did Dom on this side with when Dom was trying to run a punish. They held him up well and they didn't give him the outside edge. And they come back to the middle with Horatio and done the exact same. And we called Ireland.
And we called the heavy touch, and hey presto, there it is.
Yeah, I think Ireland will feel quite hard done to there, but they come back to Will Lupton with that punish play. Great feat.
Good defence from Ireland, shutting him down. James O'Donnell killing all the space there.
Yeah, as he made the touch, he got the outside shoulder, which actually wins his touch. He does it again. He actually lunges in this time. And England got the outside, and Dom goes down. Does he know he gets touched? Referee's pointing to the ground. He's not. It's definitely a touch.
Yeah. So England working through those progressions again. They've done the punish this side. They've realised that Ireland have locked that up, and they've come back with the long play this side. They've locked that up. What have England got next? Early release? No, they're going to come back to the short. It's good D from Ireland.
Ireland's link defence is having to work ridiculously hard at the minute to keep England out. They are spreading the play right to left. We've seen the experienced veterans of John Weston Stanley and Dom Tripp.
It's a big set from Ireland, this. Oh, they're going to be devastated with that.
And Horatio Price is heading back up to Cripps Hall on the University of Nottingham campus.
He is hop-stepping and jumping all the way back to the accommodation, isn't he there?
Ireland are going to be really disappointed with that. I think that was one of the first sets where I was thinking, I think Ireland might D England out for a whole set of 6.
Yeah.
And that would have been huge. But to let a score in on last touch.
Oliver De Silva just gets rounded by Horatio Price, who spent plenty of minutes in the naughty step in the first half. Lost his rag a little bit. He's kept calm on that occasion. And Ireland needing to strike again. Here they come. Mark Phelan, one of their key playmakers. We've seen that in terms of his distribution, just keeping the ball in hand this time. He gets the ball back as well. Finds John Ennis, who takes the touch. And another intercept.
Well, Circle's gone. He's got the speed. He's being chased down. Great D from the Ireland winger.
Play on it. You've got to play on it.
Zero touch from England. First touch coming on the Ireland
drop back.
Well, he's done one better than Vaughan, hasn't he, this time? He's managed to keep a hold of the ball. So England have got a full set of 6 now on the Irish attacking line. But I back Ireland's defence. They've defended really well so far the second half.
Don't forget, Will was a really good winger at one point.
Oh, he was. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, he's
the only middle link winger in European touch.
Yeah, I believe so.
And a massive credit has to be said to James O'Donnell for the way he chased back.
Mega chase back.
I think England needs to do some speed training.
Yeah,
been caught twice now.
Here comes Dom Tripp diving in.
That's good D from Ireland.
Time working the outside of the mid shoulder. Ben O'Connell there getting down to make the touch. Here comes Grinter. Just opts to take the touch rather than feeding.
Just a settle play.
Max Howard, but Howard gets the ball now. Ireland have got 2 defenders up. Tripp takes the touch. Back to Howard. Tripp goes wide.
Forward.
Ref's called forward. Fire referee's called a forward pass, which it looks like it. So Ireland have got a full set of 6 here.
Ben, you've been able to relax and watch the first half. What were you able to take away from what you saw?
Firstly, I wasn't relaxed watching this game, but what I took away was whoever makes the least mistakes is probably going to win this one. Obviously, as Jordan's already said, they're probably not going to show absolutely everything this game, because they're going to play each other again in the round and potentially in the finals, whether it's a semi or a grand final. So it's whoever makes the least amount of mistakes will win this.
Already we're 6 minutes into the second half. 40-minute games. This is punishing. The pace, the physicality, the sun. We're into the mid-20s here in the East Midlands now. And that's a penalty that England have got for Ireland coming back through the ruck. We've seen that on a few occasions so far this game. Slows England down, but it also gets them fresh set of 6 on halfway. And now they go into the Ireland half. With Hanno Russo scored 5 tries yesterday.
Louis Will is going to try and do something here. Is Will going to get the ball back?
Up inside link channel.
Oh, he's done well not to get caught at half there. 32 counties to Will.
Good D from Ireland again. They seem to be getting better on line D every time.
They're a bit less hesitant this time. So Will's tried to hold the ball up, and he's gone through hole 1, and the link defence of Ireland is just. Oh, they've done it. Oh, he's dropped it. Josh Henderson could have gone 8-4.
Josh Henderson had a great finish in the first half, but he's dropped a couple in scoring position since then.
Just
from Ireland,
just going back to what we were talking about before, we talk about unique aspects of touch.
And that was forward, actually. Sorry, Jordan.
Would you say a unique aspect is actually saving stuff in a regular game for the final day?
Yeah.
And it's an interesting one that you talk about that. We've both been in teams that have probably saved a little bit. How much do you reckon Ireland or England are saving here for something?
How much do I think? I think Ireland are saving a bit more than England, personally.
I agree.
I think the setbacks that England have had this week, or in the first 2 days, especially the game against France, they probably want to prove a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I think they can. Yeah, they're looking to show a bit more. I think Ireland actually haven't shown much currently. Whether they're what's going on here? Looks like one of the spectators is being told to walk away.
Unsurprisingly, it's Mark Aldous.
Oh, I'm not sure he's a spectator, guys. I think he's associated to England Men's Open, so I think he's probably just talking a bit too much behind.
Good D from Ireland again. They're starting to read those open side longs from the Punish players really well.
How much were England looking to prove a point after the French game yesterday in this one? Considering that Ireland have got to play France as well today.
For me, it's not proving a point to anyone else but themselves. You know, they want to build through this tournament, and whatever happened in that game 1, they were still going to look to build. But I think it's about themselves that they can do it. And yesterday they proved that. Today they want to prove it, but it's all about them doing it to themselves, no one else.
And in terms of proving things, Ireland are going to have to prove in defence now. They are down to 5 for the next 4 sets of possession, because Ryan Rupana-Rasinga has been sent to the sin bin, presumably for a bit of a heavy touch.
So that's a lucky first set for Ireland, where England got one on first touch, they throw the ball away. It's a bit unfortunate. They had the overlap, it was the right call, it was just bad execution. So Ireland just need to go up the field to try and get rid of one of these sets of 4 to go back to a full complement.
Ireland going back to doing what they do best, and it's running hard. Obviously they've got a man down, so they've got to step it up a gear, but they're still looking sharp.
Late pass given against Mark Phelan there, and he gets another 10 metres for their trouble as well, for the little bit of slapping the ball around and just not leaving it there. And England will get a penalty restart 8 metres inside their own half. Here comes Dom Tripp, the experienced veteran. At the opposite end of the spectrum is Horatio Price. He's there with John Weston Stanley.
Space.
Josh Henderson, another youngster. Ben Meakin to my right was a youngster when in that photo you showed me earlier.
I did, and Josh has actually taken my number off me, so gone from one youngster to another one oldie to another youngster. So playing against 5 is really difficult, because sometimes you think you've got overlaps, and saying that, Josh Henderson taking the number 12 and throwing the ball straight into the link hole for Will Selacott to go straight.
You can only wear number 12 if you can throw a pill.
Honestly, if I've got hair like him when I'm No, I don't want hair like him.
There you go.
Just say one thing: John Weston Stanley was coaching Josh Henderson in the England boys 18s team nearly 3 years ago.
And that's the best thing about England touch. You know, we've had players as a developing country. Well, a couple of years ago we were a developing country. I say we're trying to be better than a developing country now, but our Opens players are now coaching at boys under 18s. You know, if we can get our under 18s to be as good as they are now, then we're going to have a huge success in the future.
Yeah. Midway through this second half, England have got double the lead they had at half time. 8 tries to 4. They were leading 5-3 at half time. So we can see Peter Walters and his Sweden team warming up in the shade. It's now starting to...
Is that a warm-up? I thought they were doing yoga. Ireland are back to a full complement now, so 6 on 6.
England look really good here.
Although Ireland have only got... Oh no, they've got 6 players on.
Yeah,
I can't count.
It's a novel. They look a lot more composed than they did in the first half.
Louis Treyas on the scoop, puts a bit of pedal to the metal. Oh, great hands from Josh Henderson. This is play on. Not that time. I think Camille Shahabdin was kind of half waiting for the whistle to go for a late pass there on Josh Henderson, but he then makes the touch. And Ireland look to get fresh players on.
Would have been a penalty for Ireland there. England in the ruck a little bit, and the referee's caught one of the Irish coaches complaining.
I don't know if the camera can see this. The Ireland coach has got his hands in the air. The captain's now walking over. I think he probably said a bit too much. Yeah. It's been both sides though. Both sides have been chatting all the way through, so I don't think it's just Ireland. I think it's both sides. And
I refereed with Sylvain, who's having a chat there as the on-field referee. I refereed with him at the Development National Touch Series a couple of weeks in Banbury a couple of weeks ago. The way he just takes the fizz out of a situation like that, it's actually quite remarkable. Just the control, and all the referees because this is such a high pressure game, the referees have officiated this superbly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you can take, you say it is high pressure, and sometimes you can say the wrong thing and do the wrong thing, but if you've just got someone looking at you with that stern look and actually not saying anything, it actually gets rid of all those angry thoughts. I've been there, done it, got the t-shirt.
England, having restarted, are now got touches to play with in the Ireland half. Try scorer Will Sericold took the touch there. John Weston Stanley,
32 pick up into Link Cole. Good intercept by the Link.
Oh, well,
great basketball play. Great play. That's touch 0 here.
England recover really well.
Vaughan Meredith on the touch on this near side. But Ireland have saved themselves really with that interception and are now building nicely in the England half. The danger man, Mark Phelan, one of many danger men for the Irish, he feeds it off to John Ennis.
Done well to get down to the 7 there, Ireland. Field's complaining that backing off early. He's going to break into his punish plays.
Oh, we got another intercept by Charlie. And that's 3 from 3 England have been caught. All intercepts have been caught today, which I'm very disappointed about.
To be fair to them, the Irish interceptor was caught as well, so I think the defensive scramble's been fantastic for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been 4 and they've all been caught, and
really good attitude from both teams.
I think Canada got caught as well, to be honest. It's been going to picking up. They had the momentum there. I think Ben should have just carried on with that drive, but he decided to slow and see if they can get one more attack. Is this 5th touch coming, or is it 4?
I think it is. They've got Will on one side, Dom on the other.
So Dom's going to pick up.
Early release, maybe.
Early release.
Flicked. I'm not sure if Will intentionally flicked that on. If he did, that would have been pretty amazing.
Hometown boy Will Lupton scored a couple of tries in this game. He's been on the score sheet regularly throughout this competition for England. Another player, as we said, he was playing in both the Junior Touch Championships and the World Cup 3 years ago, and is now very well established within the England Men's Open setup. Here come Ireland though. They have plenty of familiarity at club level from Old Wesley. But on this time, Sean Balance there gets touched as the half. Turnover for England.
It'll be interesting to see now. If either team, England probably, well, definitely will. If Ireland dig into their playbook a little bit more, or if they're just happy to kind of see this game out, because the game's probably gone for them. 4 minutes left, 4 scores down. England can kind of coast to put this game on ice, but it'd be interesting to see if Ireland dig into their playbook a little bit more, or if they just kind of wait for round 2 against England.
With the game being 4 minutes in, personally, I would decide to just carry on doing what they're doing, and let the game. I don't think the result really matters.
We'll just give you a quick rundown, just in the last couple of minutes, just of what games these teams have got coming up. Ireland-France is another must-watch. That's at 6:05. You can watch that on the Field 3 YouTube, or alternatively, you can watch all 4 fields in one hit via
on the quad box.
Federation on the quad box. And then tomorrow, England playing Germany at 8:45. Then Wales and Belgium. That's their day 3 tomorrow. That's their day 4 tomorrow. Day 3 tomorrow? Yeah, day 3
tomorrow.
Ireland play Belgium as well as Germany and Wales.
What a pill. Great pill over the top.
And they're going to try, it's probably too late to win this one. That is Sebastian Caldwell on the finish.
Just before that, Vormode have actually got Simbin, so England are actually down to 5 players. They send a sweeper, he steps back, and the 4 and 3 was there, and he got that ball away. It's a good finish.
Ireland couldn't capitalise in the first half when they had a man to the good, and this time they do. And then these 2 teams will meet again on Saturday morning at 8:45 a.m.
They could, depending on the results, they could play each other back to back. So they could play each other and then play each other if 1 and 4 or 2 and 3. So that's going to be really interesting in terms of tactics.
It's interesting to see that's the first time we've seen Mark Phelan throw that long ball, because we know that he's got that in his locker, and he's obviously been running those.
Lucky JD West has just got through there, John Weston Stanley should I say, and the ball went to ground.
It's just a roll ball restart. England stay 8-5 to the good. Minute and a half to play, or just over, and here come England. They do not want to concede anymore. Ben Grinter on the shut there. He touches Conor Murphy. And Ireland are now, I think, maybe will want another score, but this is just consolation time now for the men in green.
What I will say today is England have won this by their midfield defence. What we know Ireland for, I think Jordan said it at the start of this game, Ireland normally sub on with so much intensity, and they normally get on the outside of teams. Every single time Ireland have subbed on, they've not been able to get on the outside of the outside defensive middle of the link, so it's been quite impressive from England's midfield defence.
Will Upton's done some world-class falling.
Honestly,
we're in a 5-on-5 drop-off, lads.
You don't see that.
And it's only day 2.
You don't see that very often, but you do see Will diving around like he's just done all the time.
Yeah, sometimes he's diving to score, but he's been diving just falling on the floor today.
What can England do with a little bit more space to play with, even though they've only got 5? But they're just killing the clock now in the final minute.
Yeah, they'll put this game on ice now, and Louis might look to run something on the last play.
And they'll get a penalty on the 7 to start. That's Horatio Price has drawn that out of the Irish defence. I think when it comes to Saturday morning, Ireland might be feeling a little bit aggrieved at some of these decisions.
Yeah, and I don't blame them. Mel Day isn't happy with the officiating.
Less than 10 seconds. Well, personally, I think there's been a lot put out on the pitch, and I am really excited for Saturday because that first game, and if they play again in one of the finals, is going to be a lot of fun.
Well, there's going to be a penalty though, because England have got a penalty, and the game can't finish on a penalty. Louis Tress is just telling everybody else to calm down and counting. Just tap the ball and take the touch, Louis.
Now Louis and Horatio, they'll do something, and that'll do us.
That will do. The cookie has crumbled, the fat lady has sung, and both teams will have quite a bit to take away from this. What we'll do is we'll let Ben Meakin have a chat to Ian in the studio, because there's not a massive amount of time to go until the next game. Jordan Melling, thank you very much for your time, and it's just handed over to Ian to chat with Ben Meakin.
Field 1, we have Wales 35, Wales versus Ireland.
Right there, what a pulsating game that was. England emerging victorious, but it wasn't all their own way, was it, Ben?
No, I don't think it was ever going to be either. Ireland have done what they've done in every single game. They were hard, they were fast, they were coy at times. You know, they tried to be niggly, but England were as well. You know, England got four times exclusions, and so did Ireland. So it was very niggly, and I'm really excited for the Saturday games now. I'm really excited for that.
It's set up nicely, isn't it? It was the most aggressive game I've seen so far, but did we expect that?
Yes, absolutely. Looking at it, yeah, I think so. But I think the team that will win out in the end will be the team that can eradicate those big pushers, niggles, and use their mind over their bodies to win.
It's the type of game you need, isn't it, sort of relatively early on, because I imagine both teams will learn a lot from that, and they'll have learned where their weaknesses are and where their strengths are.
Yeah, we were talking on comms just then, how much does each team hold back? Personally, I feel like England were not holding back as much. I think Ireland were holding back a bit more. Normally, when they come out of the sub-box, they fly on and they come on with a lot more intensity. They didn't do that. England's defence actually won that battle. Are they going to change things up? I think Ireland will. I think England will, knowing them as I do obviously. I think they play quite well with that at times, and I don't think they've got much deeper to go, but I think if they continue doing what they do, I think they can just get over the top of them.
Well, they scored 3 early doors, England, didn't they? Yeah, kind of almost took the wind out of Ireland's sails, and it never really got back into a bit of a spell at the start of the second half, but the game was not won then, because there's still an awful lot to play, but you could maybe the heads dropped a little bit.
Yeah, I think so, and like I say, they've got another game on Saturday morning, and then they might play each other in the semi-final or final, so I think they won't be worried too much. I think for England to get that win on the board against Ireland early, everyone was here, was a massive crowd as well, so everyone was anxious for it, everyone knew it was going to be a good game.
The crowd as well, by the way.
Absolutely.
Massive crowd.
Yeah, absolutely, and Saturday it's going to be even more, it's going to be even bigger, so that's going to even hype it up even more, so I think Saturday it's the heads that are going to be the winner, not the bodies.
Fantastic, Ben, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us on Close for That one too. It was a cracker. Still another 3 games to come this afternoon, so let's hand back to your commentators to take you through the action.
Many thanks, Ian and Ben. Welcome back to pitchside here at the University of Nottingham Highfield Sports Complex. And coming up next, we've got the women's 35 clash. It's Wales against Ireland. I'm delighted to say joining me on commentary once again is Mel Day.
Good to be here. Good to see a big crowd on field 1 for that men's clash.
Yeah, there was a lot of easily the most people I've seen around the field for that one, but it was a highly anticipated encounter, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think a lot of these opens clashes are drawing fairly big crowds. I was on the backfields for the round before that, where a couple of women's open clashes were happening, Wales versus Scotland, England versus Ireland, and massive crowds around there as well, so good to see.
Certainly capturing the imagination, and this should be another good clash as Ireland in the green take on Wales in the dark grey and red trim. I've got the colours right this time, thankfully.
Portugal ladies versus
So it was Ireland who will have the tap off in this women's 35 round robin. Of course, this is a category that you know a lot about. We commentated on the game yesterday between England and Wales, and England very strong in this competition. So I suppose this is a game. This is a game that's about setting up positions, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so. England do look very, very strong in this division. Unfortunately, the wing are just putting it down on the far wing there, but I watched the 35s play a couple of rounds before this, the England ladies play, and once again they just looked unstoppable. I think they won 7-2 in their round game before this, so yeah, this is definitely going to be an impactful game when it comes to semi-final places and things like that.
Yeah, we'll take a look at half-time like we normally do. We'll go a bit more in depth into the previous results and the table as well, but it's Ireland who are on the attack. They're at the 7 metre line.
Oh, if they just put it through their hands here, if they go left, there's space out there.
There's diving through was Maria Ryan.
Yeah, I think a bit of an opportunity missed for the Irish team there. You could see Wales were very short on defence on that far side, and Ireland had plenty of numbers, but they just had to look up and put it through their hands. But they've got a couple of strikes at the line here, trying to get through the line from half, but yeah, touched at half, so a turnover here.
It's Wales who have the ball back in hand. I think there was definitely space on the left there for Ireland if they wanted to use it. I just not quick enough decision making, really.
Yeah, I suspected the ball play maybe didn't trust their right to left pass, because the space was definitely there, and we've got a touch here, but its play on was from an offside player, so Wales with the first score of the game.
Yeah, it's Rachel Letman bursting through, and 2 minutes gone, and it's Wales who have first blood in this clash.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I just think it was fairly broken defence. Amelia Hollywood making the touch there, and you can see it just breaking through. Yeah, touch was being made. I think she's quite unlucky there. She looked back a fair distance, but referee shouting play on, and Wales play it straight through for the score.
Yeah, it's good dodge. Looking at, I don't think a touch was made. Actually, looking at that,
quite possibly. Maybe she withdrew the call afterwards.
I mean, obviously the play was through. Letman was through, so we didn't see if the Irish player put a hand up and said, "Actually, I didn't touch." Because there is great honesty in this sport, as far as that is concerned.
Yeah, there is. It is a game of fingernails sometimes, and sometimes you'll reach out for a touch thinking you've absolutely got them, and you might shout it early. But yeah, very good honesty, and well managed touch by the referees there. It looked like just a clash between players, both equally going in, and referee just calling the touch. We've got Jack Harris, the control ref at the moment, a really skilled touch referee.
And, we know Jack well from the NTS Development and Elite Series. Often pops up on commentary on those as well.
Pops up all over the place, Jack Harris, in the touch circles, in the nicest possible way.
I wouldn't be surprised if he is popping up here at some point during the week, and Ireland think they're through, but I think the touch was made over in the corner there. Indeed it was, as a play called back to the 7 metre. In fact, no, it's a Welsh ball.
And Wales putting it through their hand. They'll be driving towards the box on this play. These players have been on for a little while. Nice pass out to the length there, taking it up. Nice drive by this Wales player. Oh, exceptional drive.
Nice whistle back. I think Rachel Letman thought she was through again there with a clear run to the try line, but not this time.
Yeah, Michelle Cowan, the number 14, claiming that she's touched a jersey there, and it happens often where you'll touch someone's jersey and they just won't feel it. So great touch by the number 14 from Ireland, Michelle.
Wales working over. Well, he was working it over to the right hand side. They might do now. Now they come back in field, but they've used all their touches, and Ireland will start again.
So it'll be third touches coming up to the halfway line.
Driving through the middle.
It's fantastic to see the Irish 27s here for this competition. They're driving real depth in their women's touch in Ireland. They've got a lot of women's only competitions happening over in Dublin quite regularly. So it's great to have them over here. Great touch by Amelia Hollywood. I used to play touch with her for South East Sharks before she's pulled out the Irish passport to represent here today.
Wales getting towards halfway. Over now. But that is 6 touches, so Ireland will have the ball back. just that one real chance for Wales, which they've gone through and taken a couple of chances for Ireland, but grade A scoring chances are a bit of a premium at the moment. It's a game of defences.
Yeah, and it feels like that's coming from the midfield. We can just see both teams, they're just not really creating that broken play in the midfield to help them get the yards and have a few strikes at the line. It also speaks to each team's defence, actually. They've been really disciplined in defence. They're not giving away cheap penalties on their line, and we haven't seen many repeat sets on the line so far from either team. So, yeah, Wales going again. Great pace by the number 8, and she's just lost the ball. I think she's claiming there was an Irish hand in that ball, and I think the Irish player is claiming that. So, as you say, good honesty in the game again.
It's Wales who will start off on their own 7-metre line. So a good drive needed if they're to get a scoring opportunity.
Yep. Good touch there by Claire Camilleri. Once again, just a touch on the ball, so they're just going to count that as the touch, and so this will be touch 2. There's a bit of energy in some of these touches. But the referee's calling a penalty now for a forward pass.
So opportunity for Ireland. There's 6 fresh touches. About 10 metres out now.
Oh, I think she was half there, but playing on, passing out to the link and going on the outside. So I think this is a good option from Ireland. She's almost through there, but touch was in. I think if she just threw that ball a little bit earlier, I think there were opportunities on that wing, but it was a good option to skip from half.
From Wales again, but again there's a whistle.
I think both teams so far, I think they have to work on their rucking technique. I think a lot of players are going into that ruck very upright, not beating them to the bend, and it means they are getting stood up in a lot of touches, and you can see a lot of touches that look very physical, but I think that's a result of these attackers going in a very upward fashion and not initiating that touch and getting a really clear roll ball. And 5th touch, it's the first time up at the Irish line that Wales have been here for a while, but it's 5th touch, so they have to create something from this opportunity, and I think they've got a 6 again, that's right.
Yeah, there's a charge down, so a fresh set of 6 for Wales on the 7 metres, so a really good opportunity for them to stretch their lead now.
Yeah, Rachel Letman, the number 8, just passing the ball now, she seems to really have some pace, so I think we'll see her. Here she's running a short line, targeting the defenders, good pass inside. It'll be interesting to see if they set her up on some sweeper plays, because she does have some pace, the number 8, Letman.
And she's got the ball again.
Here she is guiding play. And 5th touch.
Yeah, so they've had to go back again. So something needs to happen here. There's space right out on the right hand side. There's a winger gone into a lot of space, but it's if they can get the ball over there, which they won't be able to do now. Ireland have the ball back. Good defence by the Irish there.
Yeah, really good defence, and to be honest, the defence weren't challenged very much. The Wales team were focused very solely on those middle defenders, and those Welsh defenders were staying nice and tight, supporting each other. I feel like Wales just need to be a bit more expansive in that attack. Run some 32s, which means that middle, spreading that ball to their link and dumping for their link, and that just gets the middle defenders moving away from each other and does create some space. And Ireland passing it out wide. Here they go, they'll get a strike dump in the middle of the field, but once again just need to initiate that touch and get that ball down. But as we can see, I think that Irish attacker thought it was 6th touch.
Just over 10 minutes gone in the first half. Wales with the 1-0 lead. Ireland being forced back, and they've turned the ball over for 6 touches.
and just not returning the ball to the mark has given Wales an extra 10 metres. So here they go. They're going to get the opportunity to get some fresh legs on. Second touch in, so they've got plenty of touches up their sleeve as they take third touch.
Goes across to the 7 metre line now. Down it goes. Once again, the Irish defence plugging up any holes. They're not giving the Welsh any opportunity to see a gap to go for.
In the corner right side, if she goes long here, she's gone for that link hole, but I think you should just pass that ball out long. That winger was unmarked out to the side there. Number 14 from Wales, Rachel Stevens, or Claire Jones, sorry. Yeah, she was in acres of space out here.
So, Ireland again. Up to halfway, and they've got fresh legs on from the sub box. It's turned over. It's a Welsh ball. It's been quite a scrappy half so far.
Yeah, it has been, and I think that's it just feels like their midfield attack for both teams is just breaking down that little bit in terms of really initiating those touches, getting a smooth roll ball. It seems that little bit stuttering play and not really creating a great platform to attack from, but good scoop by the number 8 from Wales. I think she was appealing for an offside, Rachel Letman, and I think she was a bit unlucky to get it, to be honest, because it did feel like those offside defenders were interfering with the attack. But here Wales go trying to defend this Irish subbing play.
Once again, there's another whistle. Fresh set of 6 for Ireland on halfway, so chance to have a tap-off move.
Yeah, good call. Very off the mark there, unfortunately, which is such a shame when it's so early in the touch count. And I think the referees are actually managing this game quite well. You can see that they're creating space for the attacking team to work some moves with. And when you have a very low-scoring game like this, you do need to look at the space that you are creating for the attackers. But I think the referees are managing that really well in this game.
It's a good drive so far by Wales. They've got fresh legs on now. Ball goes to Amelia Hollywood and
Rachel Stevens straight through.
And now is there space there? It was back to Emily Pollard. Did she get it down? Yes, I think she did. 2-0 Wales lead.
I think if I was in the Wales sub-box, I think my strategy would be give the ball to Rachel Stevens. She's got some pace, doesn't she? Straight through.
Yeah, there you see, and they went back to Camilla Bruton, who popped it down. So Wales 2 to the good.
And Ireland with a repeat set.
7 metre count. Ireland get back within 1.
Good dive there by the Irish player.
And they were going back to 7. It was Emily Pollard diving through.
Oh, she gets the ball out to the wing here.
It was well covered by the Welsh defence, to be fair. It plugged up that gap very quickly.
Yeah, great desperation by that Wales defence over on that far side.
Not happy with the touch over there.
Yeah, I think there was a bit... I think that's a bit unlucky for Ireland. Obviously we're making these touches with minimal contact, but with the speed at which people attack and drive into defenders, there is going to be some physicality in the touch, and for me that play just kind of lost their footing a little bit, and pretty lucky to get that penalty and to give them very good field possession that they're now taking advantage of as they get it into the middle.
Goes down again, and Ireland have possession, but they're deep in their own half, so a good drive required to get the scoring opportunity. They use the opportunity to get fresh legs on, but it's been turned back over to Wales.
Yeah, a lot of penalties in this game. It's quite tough when you have these penalties. You've got to start, I think, talking the players out of the penalties and really starting to play advantage. When you've got these offside players, call them offside nice and early and just let the attackers just run straight through them.
Good handling so far by Wales, and now there's a bit of space opened up on the right hand side, but the pass just in front of the diving winger. It was Claire Jones. He looked to go full length to just try and grab the ball. It was just a little bit in front of her.
Yeah, good drives up here by Ireland. They've got some real momentum coming into the line now. They've really created some momentum on this drive, creating some good running touch. I think that's probably been one of the best rucking sets by Ireland.
That's Wales.
And here go Wales, passing out the back here.
Yeah.
Fifth touch coming. Rachel Stevens set up the last try. She'll be skipping from half here. It's going to be fifth touch. Going to the right. She can put it through the hands. Just unlucky on that dropped ball there.
Yeah, Ireland with possession. So Ireland make the change.
Get a penalty for offside.
Ireland start again. 6 touches. They've already made their changes, so they don't have to worry about getting fresh legs on. They can just concentrate on getting as close to the line as they can to set up an attack.
And they've brought the ball into the middle, which is exactly what they need to do. A strike dump there. A little fumble from the half by the looks of it. So Wales driving here. And unfortunately in over the mark. Both of these sides are just going to be ruining these penalties. These offsides, over the marks. They really need to get rid of that from their game, because you know what, they've both been penalised equally, and if one of them had the discipline to, you know, get those out of their game, they're going to really take advantage of this game. And I think we've got an offside defender. They've played advantage, and a try to the Irish.
Try to Ireland, and right before half time as well. That'll be a great boost for them. So 2-1 it is. So Wales pegged back to 1 within a few seconds of the hooter going. It's going to be half time. There is the hooter, in fact.
Ooh,
Wales
nice
doing well.
by Wales. Ball out to the winger.
They've kept the ball alive really well. Oh, this is fantastic.
What a
What a great.
It's been a bit of a dour first half affair, but Wales have just turned on the fireworks at the end of this half, and we've got a penalty which they're going to play. And I think Ireland might just take the touch here.
And there is the half-time whistle. Wow, a little bit of excitement at the end there.
Yeah, it's been tough that first half, but great to get a bit of excitement there to end the half.
And here are the 3 tries that we had. So this is the first one from Wales. Rachel Letman bursting through.
And I think you're right there. I think the player did initially call the touch, but then admit that no touch was made. So great heads-up play. Excellent scoop there.
Rachel Stevens to Camilla Bruton. He put the ball down. Great play by Stevens to set up the opportunity. And then right at the end of the half, was Ireland's final attack.
Yeah, and great call. The number 3, unfortunately, never made the line. Natasha Matthews and playing advantage for Ireland to get their first goal.
Yeah, Amelia Hollywood with the try. Let's head over to the studio. Ian.
So welcome back to the studio, everybody. As you can see, we're joined by another guest. We've got Clark Hobson with us now from the Men's Open England setup, but unfortunately Clark not playing because you got injured a few weeks ago. Is that right?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'll take that. There you go. Nah, it's a bit, not giving me the mic, are you? It's just a bit of an unfortunate timing. About 3 weeks out, fractured my tibial spine. It could have been a lot worse, so just fortunate to be able to be walking around and part of the setup this weekend. So yeah.
Absolutely. Now, Jordan, I know you've got a question for Clark about the game. We've just witnessed England-Ireland. Of course, it was a feisty affair, wasn't it?
Yeah, quick game. Obviously, something that Ireland has been a strength of theirs for a few years. Now is their subbing, their transition, the intensity in which they run it. How much of that was a focus for you? Do you feel like you achieved what you set out to do in not shutting it down, but going some way to shutting that down?
Yeah, one of our focuses, like you say, was on their transition because it is their strength. We'd identified that before, and we wanted to ensure that we were able to be physical. We were able to ensure that we try and stop their momentum as much as possible, basically, because obviously it's all about field position, and if we can make sure that we keep them from our line as far as possible, then that's going to give us good field position when we go back up the pitch. So we made that a focus, and I think that we went some way towards it. And I know that obviously we've always got improvements to make. Ireland are going to make adjustments. We'll make adjustments, and we'll see how it goes because we've got to play them at least once more, haven't we? Yeah, Saturday morning. So yeah.
Well, Clark, thanks for joining us so much. The second half about to get underway. Best of luck for the rest of the week as well. So let's hand back to your commentator, John Oaten, now.
Thanks very much, Ian. Great insight as usual, and
they almost caught us with our pants down to each other.
Figuratively, not literally. Let's have a look at the women's 35s overall. 14 round robin. England 4 wins out of 4, and we saw them yesterday, and they do look very, very good.
They do, and I think in comparison to the game we're watching at the moment, I think England just have gone to that next level in terms of their ball skills, their exceptional passing, and their rucking. But
yeah, I mean, England have played both these teams. 9-1 they won against Wales, 12-1 they won against Ireland.
Ladies and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take some
Wales, they did have a 4-3 victory over Ireland, and earlier today they had an 8-2 loss to England, but Wales starting the day with a 9-1 win over Scotland. So Wales and Ireland both two wins, 2 losses. So they're both at 50%. England 100% at the moment with 4 wins from 4, and then Scotland with 4 losses from 4. So really you would say that these two teams need to put down a marker. I think it's safe to say England are very, very likely to get to the final of this women's 35 competition, and it's probably between these two teams as who they play.
yeah, I think so. As we see an excellent score going, we saw in that first half it was a little bit stop and start, not a real great momentum, of each team coming into their line, but Wales have just turned it on in this half. You can see the dump going in here, coming from depth and coming at speed, and great dive in there. It looked like the number 13 Rachel Stevens again.
Yeah, she's really orchestrated everything by her pods on the field. Ireland with work to do once again, and we thought they may take that momentum from that final try into this second half, but so far it's Wales who have that early second half strike. Ireland going through now, but the touch was made on the way through, and Wales have the ball once again.
I think you're right though. If we're using England as that barometer, there have been similar score differentials between these two teams and England, and I think in that first half these two teams were quite evenly matched. I think Wales do have the slight advantage in terms of a couple of key attacking players. We see playing across in Rachel Stevens driving the ball up there. Unfortunately, an over the mark penalty with Ireland on the run again, but Ireland just need to create some momentum with their drives. We need to see these girls really initiate that touch, get the defence rolling back. You can see on each of these touches the defence is pretty well set to come in and shut down these plays, and it's why we haven't seen kind of this momentum in each team's attack, but we can see them feed the ball back in. There's a lot of space being created on this side from this. If they feed that sweeper and the ball in, I thought initially the touch was in first, but referee's conferring.
It is a score. Yeah, good try. So Ireland bring it back within one again. Let's watch here. Pass off was from Michelle Mulcahy to Niamh Kelly, and Niamh Kelly puts the ball down. So Ireland within one. They have used that momentum a little bit.
Yeah, they have, and let's hope that just gives them a little bit of confidence, because I think that momentum does come from confidence. As we say that, Wales turn it over right on their halfway line. Hopefully Ireland have practiced some tap-off plays that unfortunately once again just over the mark, and I agree with the referee there. You can just see another couple of steps forward, and
that's unfortunate. Unfortunate slip. And that gives the ball back to Ireland. So
when we referee, we talk about our 7-7s when there's a turnover or something like that happening, or a penalty, and I think the referee's getting plenty of exercise with their 7-7 urgencies in this game. Striked up right on the 7-metre line, but apparently another over the mark. This is, as a coach, when you see these over the marks, you really need to drill in your plays, initiate that touch. Instead of steaming into that touch at 100%, maybe just take the gas off a little bit, come in into it at 7%, control when and where that roll ball happens, and it's going to eliminate a lot of those penalties.
So Wales again work towards their sub box, they get fresh legs on. Down they go, over halfway.
They really need to spread this ball. We can see Ireland usually only sending up one defender on those touches, and they just need that check-off option, Wales. So when they're attacking, just make sure a player does have a passing option to go to, because I think there are lots of opportunities, as Ireland have just demonstrated. Great check-off there. Fantastic spreading of the ball by the Irish.
Down they come again. And Ireland only one score behind.
Oh, fantastic ball movement.
Final touch. Can they get the ball down? They cannot. Good defence by Wales, and 3 players over on that left-hand side, ensuring that nothing could come from that wing.
Yeah, the option is to spread that ball. They've just got to trust in their passes and the players receiving that ball. Unfortunately, over in that far corner, it looked like they were playing on a postage stamp in terms of area, so it's quite easy to defend. So they just need to spread that ball, and whether it's through passing or just running a little bit more laterally to move that defence. And here go Wales, driving up the middle of the field.
Men coming through. Pass not quite completed though. And that means Ireland will have a fresh set of 6. there's a little more flow to this second half, but as I say, that the ball's turned over again.
Yeah, and both teams are consistently doing it, and I think that's the thing that we're up here at the moment going, if one team can just eliminate that from their game, they're going to have so much possession. Great switch in here by the Wales players.
Yeah, Natasha Matthews with the pass to Rachel Letman. It was a great switch, but thankfully the Irish defenders were switched on to it.
Oh, I see what you did there, John.
I have a lot of games to commentate. I need to get it in. So back it goes to the 7th.
And going the short side again. It's very hard on that 5th touch to create a lot of opportunities. So to kill that as far away from the Irish box as they can, I think is a really good option. But Ireland, what a drive. Control that dump. Excellent work by the number 10 from Ireland, Laura Edwards. One of the best driving performances we've seen all game, Laura Edwards, and unfortunately it's just come undone. Unfortunately, all that hard work, it is a coach killer, isn't it?
It's just, it has been a game that has been strewn with errors, unfortunately, which has really restricted the flow of the game. A little more flow in this second half as Letman goes through again, but again the touch had been made. But it really does stop the flow of the game. Wales pass out to the wing, but all their touches used, and Ireland have the ball again. Now let's see if we can get a really good drive.
Yeah, good check off there. Excellent passing work by Ireland. Second touch, they're really creating some momentum, steaming on. Third touch on the halfway line. This is exceptional work from Ireland.
Good change as well.
They need to try and get it into the middle for that strike dunk, because this is going to be 5th coming up. And a forward pass they've spotted in here. But that's the kind of drives that you need. Those consistent drives, creating momentum, excellent ball skills.
Because while they didn't really create the scoring opportunity, they still drove it deep, which makes it harder for Wales to get back and create a scoring chance of their own.
Yeah, absolutely.
And once again there's another turnover which gives Ireland the ball back, and they are in the Wales half. Can they take advantage of this?
They just need to be patient, control those controllables. We always say from the commentary box, I've been telling everyone that from up here I'm the world's best player, the world's best referee, the world's best coach.
We are all experts.
All of the above.
To make a serious point on that note, it is very easy to talk a good game, isn't it? It's a very different perspective from up here than I suppose it is down there.
Oh, absolutely. I was watching that men's open game from the sideline, and I was really missing. Oh, here we go. Pass out to the wing.
And it's down. And you can see.
Oh, I think it's going to be a touch pass here. Unfortunately, the referee's going to call this back. Oh, that was quite a celebration from the Wales players as well. I think they're feeling the tension in this game, the lack of opportunities, and that just seemed to be a stress relief, but unfortunately called back.
It was definitely a relief celebration there, wasn't it? Unfortunately, that they have their hearts broken.
But yes, watching that men's open game from the grandstands down at ground level, I was really missing the perspective that we're getting up here, and what the viewers are seeing on the camera angles. You can see all the holes and all the opportunities. But I think one thing that we know the players and coaches watch these games back when they're preparing for future rounds, as we see some great work by Wales, jumping very close to the Irish ball, but picking up from half just that little bit too close to the line. But as I said, the coaches will do a lot of video analysis on these games and watch these videos back. And I think the coaches of both of these teams are going to look at this and they're going to see the missed opportunities, but then they're also going to see the future opportunities. Those things that if they just coach and drill, they're going to get so much more possession, so many more opportunities to attack. And you can see both of these teams, massive areas for improvement, but that's a really, optimistic thing to take out of the game.
Yeah, and it's like you say, if one of the teams could even cut out 50% of the errors, it's going to lead to much more flowing passages of play, much more attacking passages of play.
Yeah, 100%. And we can see both of these teams, they do have the capability to play really strong, exciting running touches. We see Ireland coming into the middle, getting some yards. Now, after getting these yards, they've just really got to return. Unfortunately, I think a loss of control in the ruck there, but they're making the yards and kind of doing it through the side of the field. When they're setting up for these strike times, they've got to come back into the middle of the field because that's how you are going to create space.
This is a good high defence from Ireland. There's a good run through there by Joanna Seymour. She comes off. Stumble by Sarah Price.
Once again, a bit unlucky. I think there wasn't a lot in that touch, and I think it was more, overbalanced by the Wales player. But here they go, attacking the Irish line. You can see those Irish defenders, they are getting turned around. They're turning their back to the scoreline, and Wales have got to take advantage of this.
The touch is made. A desperate touch, but one much needed.
So on the line, we'll see the defenders come out. They really want to make that touch and then retreat, profile back sideways to the line, not take their eyes off the ball. But we can see those players are getting turned around and they're kind of having their back to the ball, and that's going to create opportunities for the Wales players in terms of, taking them on their blind side.
They've used their touches out and have the ball again. We've got 6.5 minutes left in the game. There's still just the one score in it.
Oh, nice work there from Michelle Cohen on that far side to get that ball from half.
She was touched on the way through. I don't think she thought she was because she carried on her run.
And this is where they just need to spread the ball, put it through the hands, or unfortunately just putting it to ground. And I think there was a forward pass in here.
It's Wales who start again, but not making any real ground at the moment. Good defence by Ireland. Still not over halfway. That's fifth touch.
Oh, good work by Rachel Stevens.
It was the right idea. It just not quite quick enough. But you've got to pay credit to the Irish defence there as well.
Yeah, great scramble from the girls and really getting up high and making those touches and just not giving the Wales girls any time to actually make those passes and drawing that touch pass penalty.
It's
pace.
Oh, great pace.
Oh, she is incredible. We've seen this pace in the drives, but she's just used it to scoop through. Perfect pass to her supporting attacker in number 12, Abigail Doyle. What an absolutely cracking score.
Laura Edwards there making that all herself. What great speed she showed. A real short spell of quality from the Irish side, and they brought it back level 3-3. And you can see, we can see the reaction on the in the Welsh sort of sub box that's right in front of us, and that has really knocked them for 6.
Yeah, Laura Edwards, she has made a couple of extremely good drives over to the Irish sub box. She makes great yards, as soon as I see that as a coach, I would just say set her up on some scoops. Some great Irish defence picking off that scooping half, but set Laura up on scoops, even if that strike dump is happening 20 or 30 metres out, just like that one did. Just get her to scoop through, target that offside defender, because she's got the speed for it.
Well, there are 3.5 minutes left in the game. It's all to play for. You've got to credit Ireland though. They come back twice into this game, and now they're all square.
Yeah, they look to have been, I was about to say that, they look to have been very composed, but unfortunately just put the ball down here. There is plenty of time for 2 or 3 attacking sets by both teams. Very good defence here, once again by Ireland. They're getting set, able to send up these shooters.
Here they come again. Wales driving, it's good, lovely pass out into the corner. Oh, great touch. Great touch. Katrina De Power just getting the touch in the corner. It was a great move by Wales, to be fair.
Oh, fabulous. Rachel Stevens, standout player for Wales. She's just got a hand in all of these attacking plays, and she is just using that pace, but she's got incredible ball skills as well. That left to right there, really urgent little pass, really perfect. But here we go, Laura Edwards back on the field.
Yeah, here she is.
This is going to be 5th coming. She's getting set up for a scoop. Go, 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 go. There she goes.
The pace. She's looking for the passing option though, and that just held her up a little bit.
I think there was just that little bit of uncertainty which way to go, but it's great that they are setting her up for those scoops. That's really what they need to do going forwards, and they've got to be very careful of this touchline Wales. They're getting very closely to that sideline, but a safe set of 6, that's 5th. Taking off from half the number 8. Great defence.
Yeah, really, really good defence by Ireland there. 90 seconds remaining. You feel if either of these teams can get one over the line now, that is probably going to take the game.
I think so. It does feel quite appropriate for this game if it ends in a draw, to be honest.
It is. And there's nothing to separate them in the table either, so there's still be nothing to separate them if it does finish like this and Ireland's latest drive is brought to an end. So a minute left. Is this an opportunity for Wales if they can get a good drive going? And they may be able to snatch this game. They've led 2-0 and 3-1.
And the Box will know that there's only a minute left on the clock, so they will be trying to get their attacking players in, as we see Rachel Stevens following that ball like a radar, picking up from half. She's going to want a really good strike dump here. I think she's going to go from half here. There she goes, going to the right. It's hands on. Just caught, unfortunately, and 30 seconds left on the clock.
And now Ireland's turn. They need a quick drive. The time is running out. Oh, and there is a huge opportunity now for Wales with time running out. They've got about 10 seconds, but they're at the 7 metre with a fresh set of 6. They probably won't have time to use them all. But the hooter going to go any second now. There it goes. And they cannot take advantage. And that is the full-time whistle, and it does finish as a 3-3 draw.
I think probably the right result based on both teams' performances. I don't think either team are going to be happy with their error rate, and I don't think they'll mind us mentioning that on the commentary. I think the ladies will know a lot of missed opportunities on the field. But that said, a couple of real highlight plays from both teams. Laura Edwards, I thought, was spectacular for Ireland, and Rachel for Wales. I think they were the attacking weapons, but yeah, plenty of opportunities for improvement for both teams.
Well, thanks very much, Mel, and we will no doubt see you again. We are back very, very shortly. Couple of minutes time, we'll have the mixed 30 round robin. The first time we've seen the mixed 30s on the Field 1 pitch, and this is going to be France against Scotland. Do join us for that very shortly. Welcome back to Highfield Sports Complex at the University of Nottingham. Penultimate game of the day, and it's our first time we've had a look at the Mixed 30 competition, and it's Scotland taking on France, both in blue, unfortunately. So this could be tricky for Jordan and myself.
We've got vests v t-shirts, so that's a plus, I suppose, if you want to. But yeah, you're right. I feel like we should have gone old school. One team inside out.
or skinsy.
Skins, yeah. Maybe not, yeah.
No.
Would have been tougher mix, but yeah.
It takes me back to school's football. A quick look at this round robin. 4 teams in it. We've got the England Lions, France and Scotland. And it's a very, very close group. Some very, very close scores so far.
It is, yeah. It's a bit of a strange one. Like the mixed 30s category, you're normally used to a good 6, maybe 7 teams, and it's a shame this year that we're limited to essentially 3 countries. Obviously, England have got England and England A, but it's essentially a three country pool that we're kind of limited to.
And of course, that stops it being a true European Championship, but they do have Test match status.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and going off the game that I saw before, so England France was at 12:10 today, and I watched all of that game. 5-5, really good game, and I think England will be tough on them, probably a little bit tough on themselves tonight. I think, speaking to a few of their players, I've got 2 Wigan teammates in that side, and I think they'll be thinking that they really want to meet France again. So yeah, that'll be interesting. And obviously these two have met before. So yeah, I think this is going to be quite a good game.
Indeed.
Passive to begin with. That's how they set it up anyway, and it's not really worked for Scotland there.
It's France who get the opportunity to field the ball for the first time in this game.
So it did look like Scotland there were looking to run what's called a hammer with a passive link runner at the back. All we mean by passive line is that link hole hitter on the open side. He's not actually chopping a hard hole. They're actually quite deep. And it just makes it a little bit harder, a little bit extra to defend. Good feet, straight through.
So has he got someone there with him?
Great defence from Scotland to recover there, but
now
that was quick going through.
Just a point I want to make here, because he passed it straight back to the Scottish player. Did he get confused with the shirts, do you think?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it was quite good scrambling defence from Scotland, but there's maybe a case. I mean, like you said before, it's very similar colours. I mean, the only distinguishable feature that's a difference is the fact that it's vests and t-shirts. So, yeah, it is a strange one. We got a touch pass there, so France will work their way up the box, and they'll probably get an extra touch that they can strike with if they play this well.
Well, we are going to take a short break from this game. Let's head to Ian in the studio.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the studio. As you can see, I'm joined by another guest. We've got Claire Camilleri here from the women's 35 Irish Open. In fact, you're captain as well, aren't you, Claire?
That's correct, yeah.
And you've just come off a tough 3-3 draw with Wales. How was it?
Yeah, it's a tough slog, so that's our third game for the day. So had England in the morning, Scotland, and then Wales. So to draw 3-3, look, we're happy enough with the result. Gives us a fighting chance for the final.
It was a tense finish as well, wasn't it? And of course, Wales did actually beat you yesterday 4-3. So
thanks
there's
for the
nothing
reminder,
to choose between you two. Yes,
Yeah.
I do have to mention it. Of course. Now, actually, I wanted to talk about schedule with you because that's something I've noticed. Now, yesterday you arrived. Your first game was at 1 o'clock against Scotland yesterday. You've just finished up now. That was your fifth game. That's 5 games in about 27 hours. Does fatigue kick in a bit?
Correct, and you've got to remember we are the women's 35, so we're one of the more mature age levels.
Give over. No, I'm not having that.
But yes, no, it is tough on the old body. But look, this is what we train for as well. We train for the schedule, and we have no say in it. But look, we take our recovery just as seriously as our prep. So.
And you have to as well because you've got England tomorrow morning at 9:35.
Once again, thanks for the reminder of the early start. But no, look.
You're never going to come up here again, are you?
No, it's good. But no, look, it's part of tournament life. You know, you just get used to it.
Good. What's the expectation for the team? Because it's been a fairly solid start, hasn't it? So 2 defeats, get out of the way, 2 wins and a draw.
Yeah, it's we came over obviously with COVID. There hasn't been too much international preparation, so it was a little bit unexpected, but about what we were going to face. But we want to get to that gold medal final. You know, that's the aim.
Fantastic, Claire. I'll let you go. Go relax, get a good night's sleep, up early tomorrow, and we'll keep up to speed with how you get on.
And to the team, don't stop believing, lads.
That's what we like to hear. Thanks, Claire. Let's head back to your commentary team for the rest of the first half.
Had to get it in.
Thanks very much, Ian. Back here is no score as yet.
And they've still not changed kits.
Well, we're just talking about that, aren't we? And obviously, we are quite. We're not a million miles away from the pitch, but we're quite set far back from the pitch, high up. Even we were saying it is very, very difficult to tell these two teams apart at the moment because not only are they both in blue, but they're in the same shade of blue as well.
Yeah, I think it is literally just we've got t-shirts v vests to go off, and we're gonna have to live with it. But so both teams are kind of struggling with their transition a little bit to begin with, and a couple of the Scotland boys will try and get to the box. Hopefully get their strike players on. So Adam Brown asking for the ball and just try and get around his opposite number, and now Scotland back to a full complement, so they can run their plays now, and I was lucky to get away with that.
He's back again now.
Good dive
through.
Nice and low.
Cheers from the Scottish bench in front
Good
of us.
touch.
But I don't think it's been given. No touch has been given.
Coxhill got nice and low there, reached out with the right hand, but I think just good defence, good recovery. Just a quickie play, steps to the outside, he gets his right hand out, good reach, but France have claimed the touch and the refs agree, so we'll work our way back to the middle for the French.
So France coming through great. This is great speed.
French.
Oh, and he's
again
past no one in particular. I wonder if there was a shout behind him, because it was a no look pass.
Yeah. And again, like I said before, is he just seeing that shade of blue in the corner of his eye and feeding it off? But that's twice now that the French have had a lot of joy with that scoop, that middle scoop. They're really quick out of half, and if they can just stick with that a little bit and try and persevere with that a little bit, I think they might see a little bit of joy.
I think one thing that is pretty obvious in these early stages so far is the speed of these two teams.
Yeah, they play nice and quick, especially like we said on fourth, fifth touch. A highlight of France's finish to their sets is their speed out of dummy half, and it'll be interesting to see if they carry on. You know, they've got to remain patient with it. They've obviously got players that like picking up from dummy half, and here we go from fifth, and they do the same again. But this time Scotland just keep them in that corner. They've done well to keep them there.
Really good diving touch there. Ball is back in Scottish hands as they head towards their sub box, make some changes.
Some heavy touches going in on this side. Scotland working off towards their transition now, so they'll drag over for that 32 and they'll plough in on fifth touch for this near side scoop, and it's just a little fumble at the roll ball. That's a shame. They had really good momentum. They'd actually brought both of the French middles up to make the touch, and they had them on toast there. It was a shame they couldn't finish that off.
There's France, who now have the opportunity to use that speed they have going forward.
France will try and reply with the same thing. Straight through that middle channel.
Done it again, and this time I think
they away. Great score, really good score.
And you see the reaction by Arnaud Rea there. That's the third time he's managed to get in that position. Finally he gets it back. Olivier Vieza, who gets the touchdown. You see a great speed again. Vieza just managing to get that space.
It's a tough one for the Scotland there. They'll be really disappointed with that, because ideally nothing should be going through that middle channel, that 33 channel, and to let a half just go through there. Maybe not freely or easily. It was a good scoop, it was quick, but it was a shame that they managed to get through there.
And they've had warnings as well, because like you say, it's the third time he's managed to get through there.
Yeah. Interesting little cool down going on in the corner. I think they're just off camera at the minute. We might go into focus in a minute, but
I think it's that the Irish women's 35s. As Scotland comes straight back into it.
There's a similar play to what Coxhill ran before, where he's going nice and low and then reaching out with that right arm. It's a quickie, stepped outside, he'll get it back, and then he'll just try and beat his opposite player to the line, and he's done that really well. Nice low dive.
Steve Coxhill diving through to put the ball down. Good play by Adam Brown as well. Good interplay between the two. And Scotland straight back on level terms.
Quarter of the way through now, you kind of get a sense of what each team's pet plays are, and I think he was offside, so the referee's actually let play run through. The referee's saying he was off, and that's play through and a score. So yeah, like we're saying, you kind of get a sense of what both teams are likely to run or like running. And Scotland, obviously Coxhill's run that quickie play, and he's got a really good low dive. France are a good running team. They're getting their scores and their joy from scooping through hard, from keeping the intensity quite high while they're driving, and that's where they're getting their success from. So it'll be interesting to see if both teams veer away from that or they stay patient with it. Scotland looking for that link sweeper. They did actually create a little bit of space on this left hand edge from that. They just weren't able to get it over the top.
Yes,
that's fifth touch.
Yes, fifth touch for Scotland. So difficult for them to probably get anything from this. They'll look to put it in the corner, I think.
They'll be frustrated looking back on that when they do look back on the live stream, because it was fourth touch, and obviously they got caught on a bit of a nothing play, and when you're having to run off a static fifth touch, it's a little bit of a Hail Mary play, because you're trying to create something out of nothing. You've got no momentum, and the defence is set, so that I think they'll be a little bit frustrated with that.
Is it France? Good drive so
Really good
far,
drive, yeah.
but they're on last touch now. But again, they put it back over in that corner. It makes it difficult for Scotland, because if they want to make changes, they've got to come over to the left-hand side.
So Arnaud Raya for France, number 11. You kind of get a sense of what his tendencies are when he's picking up. He's really threatening on that fifth touch scoop, but what he likes to do, he likes to run at the touching player, fix him up, and then kick to his left, kick to the outside. He wants to go short side every time. He has gone through the middle because he was given that option, but it looks to me that Scotland should be taking away that short side option from him. Running at full speed from halfway, I would happily give a player a 4-on-3 option over the top, but at the minute they're giving him that short side, and they're taking it again. He's gone for it, left hand.
Oh, great take!
Great score. So like I said before, so this time it's a slight difference. So Raya, instead of being half, he's a live player, and all about that is he can score. So Raya, when he gets it here on this quick hit, he runs at his opposite player, kicks to his left, and now he's got an overlap. He's just got to execute there off his right hand. Great score.
I think it was a great play by the wing to get free and give Raya that opportunity or that target to get the ball out to. So 3-1 France lead.
Coxhill coming round on that sweeper again. Looks to be a little bit of a strike play for Scotland. Oh, that's a shame. That was a great ball over the top.
Yeah, Charlotte Smith, and she done really well to create the space for herself.
Yeah, I think Smith could have been a tiny little bit wider there. It was a nice ball over the top. I think the pass could have been a little bit lower. It was a shame that they created the space really well. That might be something that they want to go back to. It's Coxhill coming round on the sweep. He seems to be their strike danger player. If you've got an equally threatening player at half on that, you've got a couple of options, and they've gone short side, picked up against the grain, and that seems to be a little bit of a way that Scotland can kind of create space for them. So it'd be good to see if they can go back to that.
Indeed, and they have the ball again.
Space here. France have a man down and they were subbing off. So France down to 5 for the time being. I think there was a forced sub. He's actually been sent for time, so he's going to go to the bin in the top corner. There's space on the left. Coxhill's got a great dive.
He's not quite made it this time. We've seen a few of them today, haven't we? We're sent for time. We saw none yesterday.
So Coxhill's just going to try and use that dive that he's got again, but this time was picked up from half. Great ball over the top.
Superb. Great play by Scotland.
Yeah, Adam Brown off his right hand.
Yeah,
really good ball.
Amy Malagoti.
That's really nice.
Really well at creating space for herself as well, and it made the pass easy in a way.
Yeah, 100%. She's right space. Obviously, there's no hole to hit because they were down to 5, and Scotland have exploited that really well. But it's nice to see now. Obviously, Coxhill we knew was a threat early on, but it's good to see that Adam Brown taking control a little bit as well. So Scotland have now got those two very real threats that France have got to deal with.
Of course, he's in the box for 4 sets of a hole. It doesn't matter that they are a man down; they've just gone 4-2 ahead.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Scotland. That they'll be disappointed to concede with to concede against 5 players. You want to kind of stay quite a little bit tighter there. And when we're talking about post touch, you've got to get off your line. You've got to close those early gates and get off your line as early as possible. And Scotland they'll be devastated with that because obviously they scored and they got themselves back into the game. still playing against 5 players and to concede there and then not make anything of the next set like they have done there. That's
I think this is going to be the final set of the penalty as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They'll be really disappointed not to one have conceded and two not been able to pull anything back. They're staying 2 behind.
It's another really good drive by France, considering that they're a player down. Diving through.
Yeah, good feet. France have exposed that really well.
Christophe Lafoucault.
That's what Lafoucault's done really well here. He's just skipped to the outside, and this is just good feet. Step in, step out, good dive. But what Scotland have got to do there, with defending against a player less, they've got to they've got to take away those outside edges a little bit more. Give France their only option of throwing over the top, because if they do throw over the top, they've got a player less to use. So Brendan Coxhill will look to respond.
I think he has.
That's great.
That's incredible.
That's really nice.
Steve Coxhill, who is driving everything for Scotland, it seems.
He is, yeah, and it helps that France have got to be wary of Brown being at half as well. But when Coxhill steps back there, France have got to collapse quicker than that. But Coxhill's just got to he gets really low really quickly. He seems to be really good at that. But because Adam Brown is at half, France have got to be wary of him picking up, which he has done a couple of times now. And if I'm Scotland, I'd really look at hammering that, especially in the second half.
Yeah, France now back to 6.
Well, sweeper play. I think the sweeper came a little bit too early. Scotland have defended that well. Well done. Yeah, Scotland have done that really well. So, a little bit harsh. He's given a hard touch. France have got an interesting tap-off move. It does end in a little sweeper and then into a cut. Quickie play. Good touch. Yeah,
touch made.
The only thing I would like from Scotland is a little bit better pre-touch. So the saving defender just getting onside a little bit quicker so we can get off the line. So they've got into a bit of a pocket defensive now, Scotland, and the middle's got to step up. Good ball, great D from that far side. So Scotland will be buzzing that they got through that set. Done really well there. So it's actually a quickie on the link. Just turned and gone. Well done.
Oh, really good defence. Bronner Murphy. And
turn the ball over.
They needed that really, because if it had gone to 6-3.
Yeah, that would have been a big blow for half time, and they've actually given France another shot here. It would have been nice if Scotland had got down to the other end and had a shot on the France line, but Danger Man is back on for France. Arnaud Rea, just pure speed. So we'll see what he'll want to work to in these last 45 seconds. His pet play seems to be quickies and scoops through. He's gone to a quickie first. Now they're down to the 7, so he'll try it again. He's going to quickie to the other side now, but he won't get it back. And a cut over the top, so Scotland have got 30 seconds to have a play with. If I were them, hopefully be getting comms from the box. I'd probably go into 4-man driving. There's not a great deal of point of subbing off here, but they will do. And they'll drive to their box. 20 seconds. And they should get one strike play. This is 5th touch. You want a good scoop. Coxhill down, Adam Brown picks up. He'll go through the middle. That's a shame. That's a real shame. It was one of the better subbing sets for Scotland. They look really dangerous there. I think if I'm Scotland, I'd take quite a few positives from that. I think they had those couple of minutes where France were down to 5, and maybe they didn't seem to panic. But I think we talked about it in the other game. When you're playing against 5, sometimes it is a little bit confusing, and there's a lot of pressure on you to get something from it.
Is a 6 against 5 something that you normally probably look at in training? Because I suppose it happens that rarely. Is it something you would essentially prepare for?
Sometimes I think there's a drill that we do at Wigan where you do actually do 6 on 5, and it's not really a preparation for attacking 6 on 5. It's more of a defensive drill. But yeah, it is something that you can look at every so often. I suppose it's like practicing for drop off. Like it's something that you would do every so often, but it's not something that you would hammer home and spend a lot of time on. But yeah, I think the disappointing bit of that for Scotland would have been conceding while France had 5. That would be the thing that I'd be disappointed about from a Scotland point of view. There's a lot to take from that is positive from both sides. The positives for Scotland is this pod that's on now. Brown number 1, Coxhill 11. Because if Coxhill goes down and he's the live player, he's threatening on a step off his right foot and he's threatening diving with his right hand. If Adam Brown's at half, he's threatening on picking that ball up and going against the grain. And all we mean by against the grain is picking up against defenders that are tight and tucking under. So that pod when they come on is really threatening. But France side of the ball, like we keep saying, the danger man for me is Arnaud Rea. He's quick, and he likes to kick to the outside of his opposite defender. If I'm Scotland, I'd take that away from him. And all I mean by that is the touching player. When I know Arnaud Rea is going to scoop, I would just make that touch and pull to my nearest corner. Then the only option for him is to scoop infield, scoop to the open side. If my 3 mates on the inside tuck under and hit, his only option as a half, he can't get touched. He's got to release, he's got to throw. If you're giving him a 4 on 3 option over the top from halfway, beautiful. That's what you want to be giving him. I know the tendency is to not be beaten on the outside or to maybe give him a little bit of room, but he's that quick and he's got that good feet that I just wouldn't. So yeah, we set up quite an interesting second half here, because if Scotland can change a few things, they could pull a couple of scores back quite quickly. Alternatively, France have got the players to kind of kick on from here. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
And I think it's France who have the tap off as well. So they're going to have the advantage of a set of 6 from the halfway line, and we've seen that the speed that they create when they're going forward. If they manage to go 6-3 ahead within 20-30 seconds of this second half starting, then it makes it really tough for Scotland to come back.
It does, yeah, it does. I mean, we've seen it happen. So especially we know Scotland can score. I don't think the 2 scores. No, they have been 2 scores worse than France. So no, you're right, and we keep saying it, but we can have a 2 score swing here. France have got a tap-off move, and they ran it before. I wouldn't be surprised if they run it again. They'll probably work down the field, and I think it ends up in a sweeper and then a cut. We'll see if they run it again. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. If Scotland can D it out and then return with a good set of 6, hopefully a score, we're game on. But like you said, 6-3 is tough. 6-3 is tough.
Well, we'll see what happens. Players just waiting with 30 seconds away. Again, this is the penultimate game of the day. Our final game coming up after this one is the mixed open round robin game. Scotland taking on Ireland.
Good little game.
Yeah, it is. So that should be a great end to day 2 here. Already nearly halfway through.
I can't believe it. What Scotland have done here quite well, I think their stronger pod isn't on at the minute. So hopefully, but to give us a game, I think if they can D this out, their stronger pod will come on for their attacking transition. So France haven't gone into that subbing move that they ran before. They're going to run what looked like a hammer or a fire up. It was a little bit of a different one, but they're going to go straight back into a quickie. And it's well defended from Scotland, so they got 1 play, France, and off no momentum. Like we said before, it's tough to generate anything from a 5th touch play. well done, Scotland. So
great
that's
defence.
that's one job done. One job done for their next job is getting off the field and getting your attacking pod on. And they're not off to a bad start. I'd like to generate a bit of momentum off this third one, and they do. Well done.
Scotland.
And now they've dropped off a little bit with that touch, so this is fifth touch, and Adam Brown's going to have to pick up. Coxhill's done well. A little bit of space here. Oh,
it's just
that was a shame.
It was just by the knees. It was a difficult one to take there for Steve Coxill.
Yeah, I mean they put themselves in a little bit of a hole because touches 1 and 2 weren't as good as you'd want really, and then you left for the rest of the set playing catch up. Suppose you. I'm not sure. That was. I think that might have been kicked by Scotland. The French are appealing, and the refs have made the decision.
And they're just having a conference now.
It is Scotland ball, so get themselves back into a good position here. But yeah, like we were saying, they defended it really well, and that was first job ticked off. Second job is to generate some momentum from touches 1 to 3, so 4 and 5 are to the best they can be, and they were just always playing catch up in that last set. This one seems to be a lot better, so that's 3. They should get a good strike on France's line here, and here's one. And they've not used it. I know there was a man down, but I would have liked to have seen a play off that. So this is fifth touch coming, and we've gone straight into a little bit of a 32 short. They've not been able to generate any space or overlap from that one. France defending really well, and yeah, there seems to be a little bit of a back and forth here.
It's France who have the ball again. They've got to start very deep, so we know how good they are at driving forward though, so as regards of starting that deep, it's not really going to bother them that much.
But that's the second time that they've made an error off this, and there's got to be a point where Scotland have got to convert off one of these errors. They've got to, because they're 2 down, and I know there's still plenty of time in this, but the way France drive, they're easily getting to halfway on 3. So if France don't make an error next time they drive, they could score if it with the players they've got. We can't slow it down like that. We've got to get forward. We've got to get moving. Scotland can't afford to slow the game down at this point.
I think it was they got a really good drive there, but then they needed to make the change, and I think that's what slowed it all down.
They've got Guy v Girl on this left link. They're not looked to exploit it, but they're going to go 32 short again. And that's the turnover. It's strange that Scotland haven't ran any plays yet that gave them the 3 scores in the first half. For some reason, they've gone back to 32 shorts, and that wasn't the plays that were creating anything for them in the first half. They've gone away from it. So Scotland need to up themselves in midfield D now as France return at them with a little bit of speed.
Oh, great
good
pass.
Ball, great touch, well done.
A really good diving touch there, but the other thing as well is how quick France are getting back into position to get the play going again.
Yeah, there's a lot of urgency in how France playing. That's similar to a lot of the French teams across the board. They play with a lot of speed and a lot of flair, a lot of passion, and like you said, there's urgency in how they play. Oh, that's over the mark. The ref's not seen it, but play on. That's touch 4. Sorry, that's 4. So yeah, this is what we want. We want middle on middle. Adam Brown will pick up. He'll come short side. Wingers. Oh!
Just beyond.
I thought that was the set that was going to pull them back into this game. They had their strike pod on. They had their 2 main threats, Coxill and Brown, and I thought they got that right. France have defended that well.
Bronagh Murphy, she was running onto it with a pass, just in front of it.
Oh, and Scotland have got another line. France are just leaving the door open for Scotland here. I'm not saying France would have scored off all those 3 transitions, but the way they drive and how their transition is, especially with Raya coming on scooping, I would have backed them to have scored 1 out of 3. So they've given Scotland a lot of ball, and now they've got something from it. Ball's down.
Referee stepping back. That is going to be a score, I think.
Huge score as well. Yeah, No, that's a score. Yeah, that ball's down, and it's Coxill again. Coxill is such a threat.
He's driving everything for the Scots, isn't he?
Scotland are buzzing with that. They've finally got something from it. France have left, Larry said, they've left the door open for them, and 5-4, we have got a ball game.
Okay, we've got 15 minutes to go. It's 5-4. If you're Scotland and it finishes like this, or they finish within one, how annoyed are you going to be that you allowed France to score when you had the player advantage?
That'll be the one we talked about last time, twice. Yeah, you're right. That'll be something they look back on. I think Raya again.
Oh, he's through and down.
I think one of the Scotland players has called the touch there. So that's interesting as well. They're now using Raya's speed on a different move. So it's got the doggies play and all that. All we mean by that is it's a sweeper on the opposite link, and it doesn't give you much room to work with. But how quick Raya is, use it.
Always.
And I think the sideline rep is coming in here to give his view on that touch. I think. I think that was probably a little bit too heavy. It's an interesting tactic because Ray is the danger man, so I'm not surprised that Scotland are putting a little bit of pressure on him. It looks to me like the referee said play on, so he's happy with this kind of touch.
It was a little high.
What a take, what a score!
Oh, brilliant.
Watch this. You think the play's dead. There's zero momentum that they've got from this. Middle court, flick out the back, Raya straight through. Scotland are gutted with that. Dead play, zero momentum. They think they've shut Raya down. And just going back to that non-penalty, the hard touch. So what you'd like to see from the refs now is consistency with that touch, that level of that, not aggression, but you know that how hard that touch was, how heavy that touch was.
Scotland dive through
and that's ball down. The referee's saying ball down. We've got a little bit of a back and forth going here. So
Alistair Gossip getting the ball down there.
He's taking a leaf out of Coxill's book and got really low, snake in the grass, ball down.
So they got it straight back within one.
Yeah.
And they needed to do that, really.
Yeah, massive score. So yeah, when Raya's on, or the strike plays are on for France, Scotland look like they're going to try and lean in and disrupt that roll ball a little bit, sticking with that pocket defence, and that's good defence from Scotland. Really good. They've disrupted that roll ball. They're staying with the pocket defence. You'd like that pocket to step up now. Oh!
Great. Thomas Plaisance. Oh, he just used his hips to dodge the touch.
So that's the tough one of playing a pocket defence here. That middle's quite deep. He's trying to disrupt this play now, and then you kind of left chasing shadows there. Be interested to see if Scotland continue with that pocket defence.
Scotland, they scored from their last tap off. They're 2 down. There's still 11 minutes left.
There's plenty of time in this, yeah, and Scotland seem to be able to reply. Sweeper coming here. They're going to pick up against the grain. Option over the top.
Oh, what a catch!
Oh, he's going to get that. He's giving out. She's got in touch. Oh.
Here we go, let's have a look at this again.
So it's what we were talking about before, picking up against the grain, left hand pill over the top, great ball, great take.
Yes, she's out.
Just gone out. Oh, that's gutting.
Oh.
That would have been awesome. What a shame. Oh.
So it remains 7-5 to France.
That's better D. That's better D from Scotland, especially on the quicker players. And they turn it over, so they've got another chance to pull it back to 1 score again. France haven't been able to kick away with that. I'm going to keep dwelling on that play all afternoon now. It was spectacular.
But the thing is, they'll take heart from that. Okay, it wasn't a score, but it was the fact that it was such a good play, playing across the line and using the winger.
Yep.
And Bronagh Murphy getting free once again, and she took it really well.
Yeah,
It was a really difficult ball to take.
Yep.
Just ran out of room on that line.
Yeah.
It was so unlucky.
It was just a shame, yeah. If the pitch is a bit bigger, that's a score. But going back to how the play was set up, that middle channel, huge hole, that middle channel.
And that's almost an action replay of the last try. Alistair Gossip again.
Yeah, I think it's a hammer, so it's a short from the link. Middle down on middle. Link comes on that short line, left foot step. That middle hole, we've said it a few times today, nothing should go through it, and you could have got a bus through that channel. France won't want to be seeing that. Scotland, on the other hand, they've got to go back to that. I keep saying it, but if you're getting joy from something, go back to it. Short side scoop from the French, they reply.
Yeah, it's back and forth at the minute. And Thomas Plaisance puts the ball down again.
France, Scotland will be annoyed that they can't, that they're scoring, but they just can't seem to DS it out at the minute.
Yeah, it's almost a game of basketball at the minute.
It is a little bit, yeah, and Scotland are on that. They're that 2-score buffer behind, and it's tough to claw back, especially when the other team is attacking so well. Sweeper, will he pick up again? He does. Left hand. Oh! It was the same play they ran before.
It was just a shorter pass inside, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think I'm liking what Scotland are doing here. They're not deviating away from plays that are working for them. Sweeper going across, pick up against the grain. That is what's giving you joy. Keep going with it. They've just got to execute. That's twice now that they haven't been able to execute and convert into a score. They've got to do it.
And the thing is, the French look dangerous every time they're coming forward.
This guy's on.
Oh, look at this, there's space there.
Great hands, beautiful. So what we've seen here, I think it's Raya on that 32 scoop again. He's not been able to get outside this time. We talked about it before. This time he's actually had to step back in field. So he's come back in here. He's now got a 4-on-3. But the shot from Scotland, from Scotland's defenders, it's a second too late on each position, which is why France have been able to just tip, score.
Oliver Vieza putting the ball down, and that gives France a 3-try cushion.
Yeah.
And 7 minutes to go.
It's a big one.
You fancy Scotland have got to score here, really.
That's better from France. So they defended that hammer much better. No way that middle channel's opening this time. They go for a punish play on the short side. I think that's down. He's given that touch.
No touch. It was claimed straight away by the French.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that again. So yeah, he runs a punish play, probably cuts down his room a little bit. He's done pretty well there, but the defender's cut to the outside. Yeah,
I think he didn't actually he touched the back of his ankle, I think, as he was sliding through.
No, it could have been a bit of a 50-50 on that, but no, that was good defence in the end. And France will come back on and do what's been working for them, which is their transition ball over the top.
Just couldn't quite be gathered in.
So they're just looking to put this game on ice now, and I think they're only a score away from doing it, to be honest. They're either a score or about 2 minutes away from doing it if the scores remain the same. And Scotland are going to have to pull something out of the bag here. They're going to have to get a score quick on this. And D out the next set, but it's going to probably have to be a score in this set.
I tell you what, though,
coming on.
It's been a cracking game.
It has, yeah. I've seen some really good stuff. Coxhill gets it down, Brown picks up, and France have done well to do that. It just stunted a little bit that set. Coxhill wasn't able to get on quick enough to make an impact on that set, and yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Francie
put that ball down. That's ball to ground, I think.
Is that going to turn it back over? I don't think it is.
Like the sideline ref was giving ball to ground, and France are happy to just run the clock out now.
5 minutes to go. It's a tall order to ask Scotland to score 3 and not concede any in such a short space of time.
The amount of time that France will take up just driving down the field. That's 6th touch, so yeah, they might get a shot to pull a couple back, and they'll just drive their way over to their box. Their strike pod making their way off. So the pod coming on now, they've been really good at running those sweepers with the pickup, and I don't think they're going to be able to run that this time. They do get to a scoop, middle, good hands. He's got it away.
Oh, that's such a shame.
Yeah, it is. It is.
The thing is, he didn't have the momentum, did he, David Stockwell, as he turned?
No, I just couldn't get it over there, and France will be relieved to survive that set.
4 minutes left now.
France have done really well here because there was plenty of time in the first 10 minutes of this second half where Scotland could have pulled this back to at least level or even gone ahead. And
yeah, because they had momentum, didn't they?
Yeah, plenty, and they were finding ways to score. They were finding plenty of ways to create a lot of space and a lot of opportunity, and they weren't able to execute off it. And looking back on it, I think a big moment or a big period of that game was when France went down to 5 and Scotland weren't able to get much from it. I think they did get a score, but France got 2, and to be able to do that with a man less, that's a killer, that absolute killer. And it doesn't seem like Scotland have been able to sort of survive or sort of come back since that.
It's been a really good performance by both teams. Just France having that little bit more, I think, with regards to the speed in their attack.
Yeah, I think my MVP will be Raya. I think Arnaud Raya he's did the damage in the first half. He's been a threat every time he's come on, and I think that's going to wrap it up. Is she calling the touch? She's not. No touch being claimed. He stayed in field. Sideline ref giving it. And that'll do us, I think. That puts the game on ice for the French.
10-6 France.
Yeah, really good. They've just been when they've run that transition well. Scotland have just found it hard to live with them, and it's just been the times that Scotland have put them under a bit of pressure and been able to, stunt it a little bit, and they've not done it enough. So yeah, they've been really good today.
Charlie Marqueton, just great speed down the wing as well.
Yeah, good finish, really good finish.
So into the final 2 minutes now. I think Scotland will be looking to pop another score on the board. They may do here.
Nice.
Oh, was touch made?
Yeah, I think just a little bit of a hit on the line. I think there's plenty of positives to take from this from Scotland. I think positives for me would be that this pod that's on now, especially with Coxhill and Brown, are really threatening, and hopefully Adam Brown is alright. He's took a little bit of a knock on the line diving in there, but Coxhill especially is really threatening on his ground game. He's got a really good low dive, and he's got another score. He's been great today, and they've pulled one back, and I think if they can just add a few more progressions onto their game, I think that'll take them to the next level. And if these two teams do meet again, I think Scotland might be able to claw back a couple more scores against them. I think another thing for me that I would highlight is their midfield D, and taking away what works for France. And the guy on the ball now, Ray, is definitely a danger picking up the ball from half. I would just take away his short side and give him the open side. Give him a 4-on-3 option and see what his long ball's like from halfway. I'd happily give him that option, but and that takes away a little bit of a threat for them, and that's all touch is. If you can take away, a good chunk of an opposition's game, it puts you in a good spot.
To answer your question, these teams are facing each other again on Friday.
Okay. That'll be an interesting game, that, because I think Scotland have got a lot to learn from that game. France definitely played well, and they were better on the day, and they deserved to win. I think Scotland, like we said before, they'll be gutted for that period of the game when France were down to 5, and I think these two sides, if France can just look back on the footage again, maybe mute our voices so they don't have to listen to us, but yeah, there's a lot to take from that, a lot of positives. I think if they can just work on a little bit of line attack, midfield D, add a few more weapons, add a few more moves to their arsenal, a few more progressions on what they're running, that'll put them in good stead for Friday.
It certainly will. Well, a great game we've just had on pitch 1, and we've got one more to come tonight. That's in the mixed open competition. Scotland taking on Ireland, and that'll be the final game that we have on stream today. So Jordan, thank you very much.
No worries at all.
And will join us for Scotland against Ireland. That's coming up in a couple of minutes' time.
Day 2 here, the European Touch Championships is nearly finished. What a fantastic day.
Welcome back to Nottingham. One more game today, and that is going to be a mixed open round robin clash. It's Scotland taking on Ireland. Scotland unusually in red, which is not something we often see, and Ireland in white and green, so unusual colours. And I'm delighted to welcome Shanghai, who is joining me on commentary. Great to have you along, mate.
G'day, John. It's good to be back again. First time for me at the Euros commentating, but multiple time listener. Glad to be here, mate.
Long time viewer. Never.
And you're right. I tell you what, it's going to be difficult to remember that red means Scotland, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. As they make a very fast start on this one, and I think they're down straight away.
Absolutely, that is. That's the easiest score they're going to score today. They'll be very, very pleased with that one. And if we have a look in that end zone on the left side of the field, that shadow is going to play havoc with the players through this game. So hopefully we'll have a little bit of spectacular stuff happening down there.
Great bit of speed there showing. Innes Phillip putting the ball over, and Scotland take a very early lead in this one. So Ireland with a chance to come straight back, and they've got a chance of their own, and I think that was a touch over on the far side. Indeed it was.
It was great skills to be able to draw that ball in, but she just had to have that second grab at it and stopped her from getting the grounding there, and great coverage by the defender.
Oh, that's just not taken, and Scotland will have the ball back, starting deep on their 7 metre. So how have you enjoyed the Euros so far?
It's been an absolute ripper, actually. We've had fantastic weather. The quality of players is just spectacular, and to see so many nations turn up with so many teams, and to see the skills across, even down to some of the newer teams, really good games. You can't fault that.
No, not at all. And we've seen all categories now here on pitch one as Scotland look to go through again. I think there was a touch, and yet Ireland have the ball back. Yeah, we've seen every category on here. So many great games, and we've still got another 3 days to go as well.
Well, that's going to be pretty good, isn't it? By the end of it, we'll have quite a few people with nice brown skin from the sun. Let's hope the weather holds out for the next couple of days.
It is forecast to. It's forecast to be like this for the next 3 days as well. So
now I'm not sure whether our athletes like you more or like you less when you say that. I think a few people are saying a little bit of rain might help to just cool things down a little bit, but honestly, when you're playing in conditions like this, there's nothing better.
It is actually forecast to be slightly cool. I think 20-21 degrees for the next 3 days, but also dry. It was incredibly humid yesterday. It's certainly not as humid today, even though the temperature is similar. Good take.
Lovely
there.
pass, lovely catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, Emma Curran with a great take, but unfortunately was just touched. Ireland coming again, great speed. Unfortunately, the overall pass just not finding its mark, and it's Scotland who will start again from the 7 metre line. So they do have that early score, of course.
A great little offload there, and that's given them the extra 5 metres as they come towards the subs box. And unfortunately, they just couldn't get that ball down square to the scoreline. You've got to square up before you roll that ball, and they've handed it over and given the Irish a fantastic opportunity to come back.
It was a good run there by Ireland.
Getting their favourite team on, executing some subs, slowing the play down to get their strike middles in there. So you'd have to favour them to score here, drawing Scotland out from the line, getting them up. No, not quite sure. They're not seeing what they want to see, are they?
Oh, there's space out on this right-hand side again. It's Emma Curran who's got herself free, but they decide to go to the left-hand side, and the pass isn't completed.
You can see they're trying to isolate the two lasses on the right-hand side of the defence, so the far side away from the camera and the Scottish team. And if they can just get a one-person overlap out there, you'd have to say with the speed they've got in the catch and pass, they're going to exploit that.
And Scotland who come forward again, they're leading 1-0. Looks to come back into the middle. Oh, that's a handling error. Callum Strahan. That's and it seems to be catching.
Now this is one thing where the referees really don't quite like this, because the referee's done a hard job of moving from one side of the ball to the other, and then they drop it again, move from the other side of the ball back to one again, and the third one in a row. You really feel like blowing a penalty at a certain point and saying to the players, please give me a break, come on.
Right, Scotland. And another handling error, and that will give the ball back to Ireland. So a cacophony of errors in the past minute or so. And it is Ireland who do get to their sub box. They bring fresh legs on, but whistle goes.
And Jono, you get the prize for today for the use of the word cacophony. Cacophony was in fact the secret word for today for all those who are listening.
What do I win?
Well, yes, we'll have to determine that. I'll write down the secret word for tomorrow already. How's that sound?
I think some honey and lemon for the vocal cords is probably quite good right about now.
That will be the price for it. A couple of lem sips and a strong cup of tea.
Scotland attacking again. They're on the line, and there's a bit of space out on the right, but not quite taken. It was the right idea, but unfortunately Ruth Ferguson, it was a little high, and coming into the sun from the shade, and that could make a difference as well.
And I think the Scottish should be a bit displeased with that, because I think they made that last dump only a few metres out from the line. They were actually a little bit surprised when the line actually came up so close to them. So that shade actually plays havoc for both the attack and defence, and it actually makes it quite difficult. So it's really important here that when you're in attack and defence, that the wingers on each team are letting their middles know exactly where they are relative to the line, so you get the right plays at the right time. And that's one of those teamwork skills which is absolutely invaluable at the top end of the sport.
It certainly is, as Scotland have it again, working through the middle. Drop down, quick play, and that's... I think the touch may have been made, was it?
No, that referee signalling touchdown.
No, it's a touchdown. Good try, Scotland. It's 2-0 they lead now.
You can see the fantastic awareness by our last scoring there. She's actually taken the slide before she's even caught that pass, so she knows that getting the ball to the ground is going to make the difference between being touched and getting the touchdown, and that's excellent skills. She's really pulled one out of the bag there for the team.
So 2-0 Scotland leading. Work for Ireland to do. Again, they're on final touch. Good defence by Scotland as well. They have run out of touches, and Scotland will have the ball once again. The sun just hiding behind a cloud, which I'm sure both teams will be happy about.
Actually makes it a cleaner visual picture on the scoreline on the left side of the field, so that will actually improve the quality of the game. Funny how these little environmental effects make a change to things.
Certainly do. And I'm sure Dan, our cameraman, to our right hand side, he's going to be very happy that the sun has gone in. Yeah, thumbs up coming from Dan.
Big thumbs up, and he doesn't have to squint as he looks down that end either, so his optometrist thanks us on his behalf as well.
So Scotland, good drive from their own end.
They're very, very patient in that. They know what they want to do. They're happy to draw that defence back out again.
Just heading back to the 7 metre.
So a referee on field at the moment, Alice Watchorn, commonly known as Scoobs, actually one of England's quite skilled and experienced players as well as a referee. So she definitely knows what she's doing out there.
Quite a heavy touch there, not given as the sun pops back out again. Long shadows as well, so obviously we're into August now. The sun getting a little lower in the sky as we head towards the evening. There's an injury on the play here.
Not looking happy with that, so we hope that one's good, but no, he's definitely in a little bit of pain there. So.
Yeah.
So what's the best game we've had today so far? What's the most excitement?
I didn't actually see the England-Ireland game in the Men's Open. I think that was the one that had the best atmosphere. I was on my break, but I did manage to watch the last 10 minutes, and that looked incredibly quick. We had a great game, last one in the mixed 30s between France and Scotland. I think 10-7 that finished. But yeah, we've had some very, very, very good games. A game between France and Belgium that finished 17-0, but it was great to watch just for the quality of the French attack. There was some superb play. Really rapid acceleration and transition from defence to attack. Great use of the sub box, and even though it was essentially a very one-sided game, it was great to watch from that respect. So.
Isn't it fascinating this year how the French teams, in any conversations you have, the French teams are now in there as well. And that's brilliant for touch. You know, if we had wound the clock back a number of years, we would have had England, Scotland, Wales featuring at the top of that, and now we've got other nations pressuring those guys coming through. That's good.
I think Frank, Ireland getting mentioned a lot as well.
Ireland, it's good to see. You know, we've had some upsets in the men's open. We've had a couple of other upsets across the board. So the medals are certainly open for this year.
Well, I think the opening game of France beating England in the men's open, I think that raised a lot of eyebrows.
I think I'm obliged at this point to say allez le bleu.
It was obviously
lovely pick up.
Yes, it's touch made. We had Germany against Belgium here on this stream first game, and then sort of news was coming through at the end that England had been beaten, and I think that really did cause some shockwaves. I think they've won every game since. I think they've punished every team they've played since then. But
sometimes a loss or a shock during a game can get the behavioural issues down and the focus just exactly right, and you get that hunger to win again, that need to perform, that will to, no matter what happens, cover your teammates' back pocket, make sure you've got that defence super in line, and it gives you that one extra quick step in attack to say, yeah, I can reach that gap, I can get that ball. And you know, coming back from being one down is actually a pretty powerful motivator. So we got the Irish attacking again, straight up the centre. Scotland calmly retreating into this one, so let's see what happens. Retreating back to the referee and moving forward is one of those skills. Yeah, Irish waiting for them to come back out again. Quick back into the left. Has he got it down? He has. Oh, no, we've got a touch. My mistake. I should be watching the referee, shouldn't I? Anyone would think I'd know something about refereeing.
Jay Balance, he really thought he got that down on the dive through. He may get it down now. But the touch came in again.
So what we have is the inside player here has been offside, and he's forced the Irish to take a channel that they didn't really want to take. So the touch that's been made on the scorer was legal, but the referee's pulled it back for the advantage, and now we can see just a couple of touches later the Irish maintain that strong attack on the line, and sooner or later they're going to find a chink in the armour there, and obviously they've done so outside the winger.
The wing puts that down. It was third time lucky for Ireland on that drive.
But look at that pass. He's in a slightly off-centre body position, but as he goes down towards the ground, manages to get that pass out. Nice little spiral straight into the breadbasket. Winger catches it and puts it straight on the ground.
Apologies, we've got a couple of gremlins with the scoreboard at the moment, but we played 12 and a half minutes in this first half, and it's Scotland who lead by 2-1.
Nice close score. You wouldn't want to say what's going to happen coming into half time, but it'll be interesting.
It will be very interesting, and especially if it stays close. And that was a feature of the last match that we had on here between Scotland and France. Scotland coming back into it early in the second half, and then France ran away with it again. But it was real tit for tat. It's like from every tap off there seemed to be a score, and I think there was 2 for each side in that second half, and Scotland just wouldn't let France pull away. Eventually they did. A very, very close game, and we're seeing something similar here as well.
We've had some amazing scoring matches. I was out on Field 5 a couple of matches ago, and in the first half 17 touchdowns, and you'd think it would be one-way traffic. No, in fact relatively evenly split. So some of these games are super duper fast. Lovely pass, lovely catch. That's some very, very reliable hands they have out there on this left-hand side.
Great defence by Emma Curran of Ireland out, and Ireland have the ball once again. Just taking towards their sub-box, getting fresh legs on. Over halfway, always handling error, and that gives the ball back to Scotland almost on halfway, and the Gremlins are fixed with the scoreboard. Great job by the boys back at base. So 5 minutes to go. in this first half. Scotland leading 2-1. And if you are just joining us, don't be confused by the colours. Scotland are in red and Ireland are in the white and green.
At least if we can narrow down which colour the Irish team are, then process of elimination helps us on this one. But certainly I saw a game earlier today where Wales were in black and Jersey were in red, and it was incredibly difficult to remember which was which.
I had one earlier where we had Wales against Portugal, Portugal in green, Wales in black, and I of course called it the wrong way.
These are the pitfalls of being a commentator. Every now and then the brain takes over and takes it away.
Yeah. Well, of course my brain went green must be Wales.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's the way it goes. A good calm defence, but the Scottish are holding back that pocket defender number 9 there.
Good
So
speed,
the Irish
back
know.
inside.
Oh, lovely.
Good touch though.
Look at that coverage. There's 3 Scottish defenders within the space of about 10 metres on that far side of that scoreline. There's very, very few teams that can exploit a gap like that. So the Scottish are playing excellent squeeze defence when they need to out there.
And one of the features of these European Championships we've seen is how much the wingers have been used and the gaps that do seem to open up on the wings. But we have seen some teams who have managed to sort of counter that. They often have a heavy side and have 3 defence over on the wing side that just plugs up those holes and doesn't allow the wingers to get through. It's really fascinating to see at times.
The strategies around the gender mix in the mixed team is really one of those critical aspects. Some of the teams will stack 2 ladies towards one wing and say to the other team, hey, if you can try and exploit the gap out there, go for it, but it'll be on your poor passing side. So there is a strategy in terms of how you align your team so that you show what you want to show and you try and actually influence the attack to play towards a strength that's hidden behind a weakness. So there really is some strategy in these games.
Well, Ireland have used the wing and they have got it down, and it is all square 2-2. Lois Lalor speeding through there and getting it down in the corner.
2.5 minutes to go. Let's see whether we can have another touchdown come out of this one.
And it's been a good comeback by Ireland as well, because Scotland 2-0 up very, very early on. And they might go 3. Oh, it was a great ball. And it was so nearly taken by Frances Campbell.
I think that'd be one of the first balls I've seen Frances drop. She's normally incredibly reliable with that one, but obviously the visual picture down there, certainly with the defender in that gap up with her hands up to try and spoil it. And even though she hasn't managed to catch the ball, she's actually spoiled the sight picture enough for the winger that she's achieved the outcome her team needed.
I'm driving again.
Lovely change of direction, change of pace. Unfortunately, no, we've had a touch pass in there, so player with the ball's been touched and then proceeded to throw that ball onwards, so just a poor timing there, let the defender just get a little too close before dumping it off.
Scotland towards their sub-box, bring some fresh legs on.
With a minute to go, if they are aware of it, they'd certainly try and control the clock. Nope, no, we have another mistake. They've missed that mark on that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely someone timing it. There's a couple of coaches or extras in the Scottish box, and someone has a phone, and I think they are timing, have been timing the halves, so they will know that they are in the last minute. I would assume there's someone on the Irish side doing exactly the same as well.
Certainly in the past few years that's been a function of the teams, and they've done a really good job of that. I remember 10 years ago when everybody in the box would ask the referee, how much time left, sir? Of course, most of our referees don't wear a watch for exactly that reason.
And of course, when everything's done off a central buzzer, so you've got what, 8-9 fields around here, everything, and with the NTS Development and Elite Series as well, everything goes off that central buzzer.
Lovely change of pace. Will she make it in there?
She will, you know.
Brilliant.
Oh, what timing!
And you can see those two inside runners, they're there in support, but they're also making it just a little bit more difficult for the defenders to reach the ball carrier. So perfectly legal play, really good positioning in order to give that extra step of pace, and I think that's made the difference there with a touchdown.
And here's the highlights of the game so far. So this was Scotland's first touchdown in this fillet, popping the ball down, and Scotland took an early 2-0 lead.
Unfortunately, you won't be able to pick it up until tomorrow. So ice for
this fillet involved again. A good pass in. Side Catherine McHardy putting the ball down. But then Ireland plugged away for the rest of the half, and they managed to get a couple of tries of their own to bring it back level.
Such a lovely conversion pass there, isn't it?
Yeah, right out to the wing.
You can see the winger get the side on body position there, so she's got a much easier catch than trying to overrun that ball.
And then this was the final try, right at the end. Alice Malcolm Wilkinson, great speed in the corner. It is 3-2, but Scotland lead. We've got 20 minutes to go of the day.
You'd certainly say, as a Scottish coach, you'd be in that huddle down there and you'd be saying to your team, look, we've got that 1 point in the bag, we've ground this out, yes, they've come back a little bit, so let's be cautious, let's be wary of them, but let's play the game we've got. And that's actually probably one of the real strong points about this game so far, that both the teams have stuck to their game plan. We haven't seen any plays that look as if they're dreamed up out of the air. They've been following a particular set of patterns, they've been executing those patterns, they've been going to the high probability sorts of scores, and it's been excellent defence in most cases that have frustrated them. But, you know, really strong play out of both of these teams here.
Look at the state of play in the Mixed Open as regards the round robin table. England top 100%, Wales second 100% themselves, so that is going to be some battle when those two face each other. But Scotland at the moment in third place with 3 wins and a loss. And Scotland's results, they had an 8-5 loss against Wales, a 6-5 victory against France, a 15-1 victory against Bulgaria, and then a 9-4 victory over Jersey. So that sees them in third place. As for Ireland, currently they are in 6th place in the 10 teams. They've won 1, lost 2 and drawn 1 from their 4 games so far. Opened up with a 9-7 victory over the Netherlands. Then an 11-11 draw with Italy. That must have been some game yesterday.
That would be an absolute cracker of a game, and I bet you Ireland would be wondering, you know, what more do we need to do to try and win that sort of game?
Another high-scoring game they was involved in on Field 5 earlier this morning. A 16-11 loss to France. I can imagine that was some game as well. And then against Wales earlier this afternoon, an 11-10 loss to the Welsh. So they've been involved in some very close games.
True, the Welsh being in that second position, they'd be absolutely thrilled with having just that 1 point win. And just that 1 point's made the difference between second and third place there. So you'd have to actually say that second and third place are very, very closely, almost not separated at all.
Talking of Wales, England, both 100% at the top. We do have that here on Field 1 tomorrow. That is the second game live on stream on Field 1. Wales against England in the Mixed Open. Mark your diaries for that one, mark your calendars. Both teams with 4 wins out of 4, so that should be an absolute cracker.
I might see if I can invite myself back for that one. Mixed is actually my favourite part of this sport. I think touch, having mixed players on the field at the same time, I think that is the marquee statement for touch. Everybody can play together, and for the teams to integrate all the capabilities across that, I think that is the most positive thing about this entire sport, and it's what I really love. Give me a great mixed game any day. I'll be thrilled to watch it. I'll be thrilled to help out with it.
Of course, from a commentary point of view, I've been very much brought up on mixed. I've commentated the last 2 seasons on the NTS Elite and NTS Development Series. And so, yeah, I can absolutely see where you're coming from there. But from a personal point of view as well, it's also great to see the Women's Open and the Men's Open here at international level, and just seeing that sort of level of skill that there is there in both those competitions as well.
It's funny, in all the developing countries that touch starts to enter into around the globe, mixed is where the genesis of touch is, because you can get together a group of people and it becomes a social thing as well as a sport. So most of the countries actually, strangely enough, become strong in mixed first, and then as they get more and more players, they specialise then into men's and women's. And then as you get those like groups together, then they compete really intensely, and you get that exceptional quality of play you get out of the Men's Open and Women's Open.
I think that was something I think it was Mal Day was saying earlier today on commentary. We was talking about Bulgaria coming into this competition, a developing nation in touch, probably haven't got the players to make a separate men's and women's squad, but they have the players to make a mixed squad.
Exactly right.
Here in mixed.
And let's give a shout out to them. They scored one touchdown in that high scoring game. I bet you they celebrated that one touchdown as if they won the entire game.
I'm sure they did. We saw them on field one yesterday. It was great to see them on here.
The inside gossip is I saw them talking to Peter Walters, Mr. Touch, earlier today, trying to get training tips from him. So they've got ambitions out there, and you got to favour a team that's looking for the best advice they can get and to use it.
But it is all about development. You look at the mix, easily the biggest competition here, 10 teams involved. But it is all about development for them, isn't it? I think there's a clash, and I think they're both okay. Yes, they are, thankfully. Both carrying on.
Referee having a chat to them, saying, "Would you like a substitute?" Hint, players, whenever the referee offers you a substitute, take a substitute. Go out, get yourself checked out, get a fresh player on board. Safety is always the first objective for this one. So we see a player hit the deck, straight away we're going to stop that game. We've got 3 more days worth of play, and one of the objectives is, of course, to make it through to the end of that.
And I suppose that's the thing about the schedule here. We've got 5 days, but it is quite a brutal schedule for all the teams involved.
Absolutely it is. A standard team of touch is 14 people, but in a multi-day tournament you're allowed 16 people on your roster. So the idea there is you effectively have 2 live reserves. And Touch made the innovation a while ago, of course, that you can change those reserves in and out each game throughout. So it's not like you have a primary 14 and a backup 2. You actually have 16, and you're picking 14 out of those 16 for every single game. But it also helps the teams get over those issues of having those injuries.
Scotland who stretch their lead to 2.
Wasn't this good? Have a look at how close he is to that dead ball line before he just takes one extra step to make sure that pass has a clean lane. Easy catch, easy touchdown.
Yeah, Catherine McHardy popping the ball down.
There's a name we've heard a few times today.
It certainly is.
I'm sure we'll hear it a few times more.
We probably will. Another one is Emma Curran of Ireland. And she is free on the left-hand side, but ball doesn't quite reach her. I think Ireland are going to get another opportunity here now.
So we have in this case the sideline referee is asking the defenders to move forward, and they're not complying there. So the on-field referee has just sought that advice and applied the right penalty there. And with a fresh set of 6, no, they don't even need the 6. One go and they're straight into that centre. Great little low dive there, going underneath the outstretched hand of the defender, and it's very, very difficult to beat
Dominic Moriaki getting the ball down. Great dive as well.
Isn't it good? One-handed, look at this control. He goes straight down, get that low body position, extend out.
Ireland back within 1. But it's like you say, one-handed. A rugby ball isn't the easiest thing to grip two-handed at times. So to be able to have the control to dive with the ball in one hand and put it down, it's a great skill.
2 things: big hands, or when you take that second hand off the ball, you get the ball so you've got that slow downward momentum. You keep your hand on that ball and hope to heck you haven't lost control of it by the time you touch it on the ground. The Inferno balls, which we're using in this one, they're slightly different shape to the old Steeden balls. A little bit wider around the middle, so actually potentially a little bit more difficult to grip. But they also have a shallower sort of taper off towards the end. So,
I suppose one thing that has helped the players today is that we've had, apart from a very, very light shower earlier this morning before play started, we've had no rain. It's been dry all day, wind as well. Pitch is very dry, and in turn the balls will be very dry as well.
yeah, we haven't seen much drop ball out of this, which is a real positive. When you have the drop ball, depending on where it happens on the field, it can really disrupt the flow of the attack. It can really lead to a bit of a lopsided game or a little bit of a touchy game. But this one, they're controlled by both teams. You've really got to applaud their ball handling skills. They're not taking any moves which are risky, and avoiding risk can tell the difference between a great team and a team that's perhaps a little bit desperate. And sometimes there is a time for risk. But you can see here, very, very certain, they're making sure all these passes land. Here we go, but no, that Irish right side defence on the far side from the camera is so strong.
Well, good take. Final pass, just a little low though, and I think that was down to the fact that when he took the ball initially, it was quite low down, and then had a Irish defender coming towards him, so had to offload it quickly.
You see them trying to exploit the Irish winger in defence there. Was just caught a little bit out of position, a little bit inside, a little bit one player outside or one player inside of her, in a position to cover neither of those two. So the Scottish knew what they were trying to do there, but unfortunately that last pass just didn't quite land. They wouldn't be happy with that, but they're driving back out. Let's see what can happen.
Ireland, great speed.
Penetration, there we go. Oh, great pass out there. He knew he wasn't going to beat the inside player, so trust in your outside buddy. But going through that line.
Maybe a little high if there's any criticism to be made of the pass out, but certainly the right idea.
Look at that great rushing defence. They're trying to stop the Scottish from reaching the box. No, the Scottish are canny to that. Bring it out, just one player a little wider towards us. Again, aggressive defence there, and they have disrupted the attack there from Scotland.
They have indeed, because it looked a really free-flowing attack. It might still be. I think the touch came in. Emma Curran with the touch on Catherine McCarty. I think two players who I think are certainly within shout of MVP for their teams in this game.
They are absolutely central to the attack and defence of both teams. We've been calling them out all day. Great players both. So these little matchups which make the game so fascinating, don't they?
Scotland thinking they'd scored there, and it wasn't given. I think the touch was made just as Innes-Phillip went over.
They just had that middle section of the defence offside, and they knew they needed to dump quickly and get into that, and they couldn't quite pick it up. But that was really canny play. They knew that the drive up through the middle was going to get them lots and lots of yards.
Scotland having to come back. In fact, it is an Ireland ball. We've got 11 minutes remaining in this game. There's still just one score in it. 4-3 Scotland lead. It's been a very, very close game throughout.
Nice reliable hands, 6 or 7 metres each time. They've got the time to make it there. They've got the reliability.
Very patient build-up from Ireland as they go through the middle. Now they're going to go to the wing, diving through. Was it down? Yes, it was.
Referee says yes, and the Irish celebrate, and doesn't that make the scoreline interesting?
4-4, and it's Lois Lalore again as he picks the ball up here and then just turns on the burners and slides in. So Ireland do have it all square, and to be honest, the way it's gone so far, you would say a draw is probably a fair result here.
I think it would be. I think both teams would be disappointed with it, but I think it's actually reflective of the quality of play. Both teams have been ultra reliable. They've exploited the opportunities they've had.
As Scotland just have again as they go 5-4 ahead, straight from the tap off.
Maybe we should upgrade to 5-5. It's a 4-4 game plus VAT.
He avoided 2 touches there, Ewan Campbell. A really, really good score.
I bet you he can navigate through a crowd in a crowded room very, very easily. Excuse me, thank you very much.
He did say there, with ball in hand, but it's Ireland who comes straight back again. It is 5-5.
Just gets his hands through that gap there and passes around the back of the defender, and honestly, that even the New Zealanders would be proud of those sorts of ball handling skills. You have to be happy with this. And how we look at it on the replay, just gets his hands fully outstretched. Nice little off pass to the left, no problem whatsoever.
Dominic Moriaki goes over again. Uh, 5-5 it is. And Scotland's drive is stopped, so the tap off and score is ended.
Can see the defender pulling out and just allowing the Scottish attacker to mistime that dump, and then pulled her onto an angle. Just too many things to try and cope with in one go. Really, really aware defence from the Irish, causing that attacking mistake.
So we all square at 5-5. There's 8 minutes to go. Can one of these teams get the win? It has been very, very close. As we said, a draw is probably the fairest result because it's been very, very even. But you know that probably both of these teams won't be satisfied with a draw with the way that they played this game. That they'll both be wanting the win, and they'll both probably feel that they deserve the win as well.
Yeah, they certainly will be doing that, and it'll be that mixture of I suppose, disappointment versus relief. Disappointment we didn't get the full set of points, and relief we didn't get none. So there is that tempering, but certainly at the end of the second day of the tournament, what you really want to do is you want to have that last win, because that last win sets up all the conversations coming to the third day. You come into that third day with power, with purpose, and you'd certainly have to bet a win here is going to have great knock-on effects for that team.
If we use a cricket analogy for a second, day 3 in a test, often called moving day. I suppose in a tournament like this, especially in this round robin scenario, you could use a similar analogy there, because these teams will be looking at where they are in those round robin tables. Have they got a possibility of going for a medal or going to the semi-finals? And then the results become really, really important.
They do, and this is a funny thing. So let's say one of the teams wins out of this game. They're going to go tomorrow. They're going to have that confidence, but also they don't feel pressured because it's not on that knife edge anymore. They're on the correct side of the cliff. Everything's good. If you lose here, you have to introduce a bit more risk into your games tomorrow. They become have-to-win games. And the funny thing is, in this game, it's been all about risk management. All the plays have been rock solid. And you wonder how these teams would change once they start introducing risk. And it's a little bit, it's interesting to see at the moment, neither team is changing their game plan. They're both going with a high percentage stuff. You have to respect them for that.
Yeah. And I think for Scotland as well, that as they come into this game with a 75% record, 1-3, lost 1. Ireland won 1, lost 2, drawn 1. So in that respect, the win is probably that little more not important, but probably crucial for Ireland in their with where they are in the table. However, as it is, Scotland have scored.
Catherine McCarty again, I'm betting. Here we go. We look at this one. Nice, reliable pass, and again, her ability to leave her feet planted as she just gets that full extension from the body, crashing into the ground to get that ball down. That's really good physical confidence and just fantastic play from her.
Another try for Catherine McHardy. Douglas Johnson though with a great pass to Ireland. Come again though.
I think a lesser player than Catherine wouldn't have scored as many touchdowns as she's got so far, so certainly pleased to have her in the team.
So Scotland, Ireland.
And you'd have to say at this point it's time for the Irish to actually start throwing a bit of pizzazz into this one, actually trying at a few interesting things, because as you said, they really do need to win this one. A draw isn't going to be the motivator that they need. A loss is certainly going to be a little bit crushing.
Scotland do a great drive.
Lovely cover defence from the inside there. Don't see that very often, but
very important defence as well. As Phillip looks to go through, but he's touched, and Ireland start again. 4 minutes to go, so time is there.
See their subs very eager to get on, so they're obviously aware of that clock and the pressure in the game. Let's see how they convert that into actions. They wouldn't be terribly thrilled with this fourth touch, and they haven't reached the 10-metre line of game there yet.
Oh, he's tripped over his own player. I think they kept the ball alive. No, they haven't now. They'll be disappointed with that, I think. And it's given Scotland the chance to start again. One touch, and they're almost halfway. All that was low, but taken. Scotland coming again.
They're just grinding this forward. They are so measured in their steps. Gain that ground, soak up that clock time. Brilliant play.
He's diving through.
And the referee thinks it's in. Yep, absolutely.
Yes, it is. And Scotland go 2 ahead. And that is going to be a crucial score in the context of this game. 7-5 that they lead now.
Look at the smiles in the Scottish subs box here at the front here. It's they are pleased.
And it's a great sliding try. Jamie Carruth popping the ball down as he slid through, and that 2-point cushion could be crucial now. You feel Ireland have to score from this drive.
They really do. They have to throw this. Oh, lovely.
Well taken. But the touch is made.
But you can see now they're throwing it around on one touch earlier than they used to before, so they're obviously aware of that pressure. In the middle, try and draw the defenders. A little bit of individual brilliance. He's tried, he's had that half gap, hasn't quite been able to exploit it.
See him going to the right hand side. Oh, well taken. But
fortunately,
no,
that ball has come forward.
It was forward. And well spotted by the referee.
The coordination between those two players was excellent.
Yeah.
They only had to create a half gap, and the man was already in that gap, ready to reach backward and pick up that ball.
So Scotland drive forward again. I suppose they're caught. Do they try and run the clock down a bit, or do they try and put a cap on the game?
You go for the score, don't you? You go for the score.
And I think they're going to get it, are they? No. Touch was made.
Winning by 3 in this one, if they can win by 3, that's an emphatic statement that we have confidence in ourselves, that we're a great team. Gets you a couple more ahead on that for and against. You've got one more player on your team who might score as well. That's a true motivator for this one.
Well, we're heading into the final minute. I think it's probably a little too much to expect Ireland to score twice in a minute. It has been done before, but
I think you can score and then call a timeout, can't you? Isn't that how the sport works?
Unfortunately not. And that, I suppose that is one of the things with having that running clock. It doesn't stop at all.
It's once you're behind, you have to recognise that. You have to amp up the pressure on your own team, because nobody else is going to save you from it. Certainly not American football here, where we have the clock stop and you have a quick think about things and change your plan.
Scotland, who are going to take the victory in what has been an excellent final match here on pitch 1 on day 2. It really has been a great exhibition of mixed touch rugby. there goes the final hooter, and Scotland are just going to throw the ball away. And Ireland, you can see, are crushed by that defeat. They gave everything, and it takes two teams to have a brilliant match, and that was a brilliant match.
They certainly have been taken over by a team that's just displayed just that little bit more excellence, and I think Scotland would say they've been lucky with a couple of the players, but certainly I'd say the scoring player, Catherine McCarty there, I think she's been involved in 4 of their touchdowns throughout that game. Her handling skills, her ability to put herself right in the middle of that gap and get that ball down quickly, that has made an enormous difference on this match.
It certainly has, and it is Scotland who have the jump into day 3 with a great 7-5 victory. They go to 4-1, but don't forget that big game tomorrow, 9:35, England against Wales in the Mixed Open. Shanghai, it's been a pleasure to have your company as always. Thank you so much for jumping onto the commentary, and no doubt we will hear your dulcet tones again at some point again this week.
Let's hope so. Lovely to be up here, and I'd come back in a heartbeat, as always, mate.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, buddy.
Right, well, that is it for day 2. Many thanks to everyone who has joined us. It has been a great day here, and to wrap it all up, let's join Ian in the studio.
Well, day 2 draws to a close here in Nottingham for the 2022 European Touch Championship, and what a day it's been as well. It feels like it's been a day for intense rivalries, although it's also a very special day for a certain young man as well. It's your birthday today, isn't it? The voice of the PA, it's your birthday.
European Touch today.
Are you happy to reveal your age?
Yeah, big fallout this today.
So I think we need to shall I sing happy birthday? No, I won't put you through that.
Don't put me through that.
A few celebrations though tonight.
Yes, we'll finish the last game's just gone off, so it's time to go back to the hotel and get a few drinks, I think.
Enjoyed the tournament so far?
It's been some really good games actually. Some physical games throughout the day. Sometimes it's been a bit interesting, but yeah, it's been really good touch from all round on all fields.
Fantastic. Well, enjoy your birthday. I'll join you in the bar a little bit later for a drink, of course. That is it for day 2. We are back early doors again tomorrow. The first games get underway at 8:45. We're going to be live from about 8:30. So try not to get too bored. See what I did there? Try not to get too bored until tomorrow, and have a safe evening. We'll see you early doors. Enjoy.